I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Pursuant to order, I call on Minister Farrell to provide an explanation.
Thank you, President. The government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertion made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in continuing to reform the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. I also acknowledge the support of the opposition for working together with the government to this end and for voting in support of the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track number 1 bill of 2024, which passed the Parliament on the 22nd of August 2024. The well, you voted for it. The NDIS bill received royal assent on the 5th of September 2024, which means the new laws will come into effect on the 3rd of October 2024. On the 8th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released on the 7th of December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with disability organisations to reach out and listen to more than 1,000 people with disability and their family, recorded more than 2,000 personal stories and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to its terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhausting analysis and proposals to improve the operation, effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. The NDIS bill was the first legislative step by this government to ensuring this annual growth target is achieved. Following the passage of the NDIS bill, discussions will continue with senators across this chamber, as well as members in the other place, to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda, which is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to continuing to work with senators in this place to get the NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested documents, as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate in addition to the aforementioned review.
Senator Steele-John.
Mr. President, I move to take note of the Minister's answer. Labor's NDIS bill has passed. $14.4 billion has been cut from the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and Labor's NDIS Minister has resigned. For a year, this Senate has been attempting to get basic answers for the Australian disability community about exactly what that minister and that government agreed with state and territory leaders behind closed doors almost a year ago when they made a deal which locked in these cuts as the goal they would together seek to achieve. One of the critical pieces of information we have been seeking is exactly how many people the government knew then, a year ago, would be forced off the scheme by these cuts. And one of the communities that are most concerned by what the answer to that question actually is the Australian autistic community, their families, their allies and their organisations. The reason they are particularly concerned, the reason they are justifiably fearful about what these cuts mean for them, is that in the course of the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years, but really across the decade, we have seen two phenomena develop. One is a growth in understanding of actually what autism is and what it actually looks like in different types of people. Because traditionally there had been a view in the medical community and a kind of meme in the overall society that to be autistic looked like one particular thing, often characterised or presented in culture and media as somebody who is a man and somebody who has certain, what we would now understand as stereotypical characteristics. Over that 10 years of advocacy and work, often excellently led by those with lived experience, the medical community and some policy makers have come to an understanding that those stereotypes of what it means to be autistic are just simply that, stereotypes that bear no reality to what it means to be autistic if you are a woman, if you are non-binary, if you're a queer person, if you're a person of colour, if you literally are anybody but a man in their early 20s and usually a white person. Now, through that growth of knowledge, there has been better diagnostic tools and more willingness for people to explore whether or not their experiences in life may in some way lead them to understand that they are in fact autistic. And we've seen an increase in the amount of diagnosis of autism in the overall population. This is a good thing. This is to be celebrated because it represents people, by and large, getting a clearer and better understanding of why they experience the world around them in the way that they do. An unfortunate aspect of this growth in understanding is that some policymakers and politicians, and the Minister who has flagged their resignation, Mr Shorten, is very guilty of this, have played into an idea that there are large numbers of people who are faking their diagnosis. and that is extraordinarily harmful to the community. And in response to that, people have reached out and said very clearly and demanded very clearly that they wish to set the record straight. And I'll read you just two quotes that really stuck with me. One was somebody that reached out and said, to suggest that somebody later in life seeking diagnosis doesn't deserve support is to ignore the very real struggles that they may have gone through unrecognised for years. People aren't pretending to be autistic just because they don't behave or look similar to the autistic people you may be aware of in your life. This needs to be recognised. This clarity must be given to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, happy anniversary. 1 year that this government has now refused to provide the sustainability framework. 1 year that this government has continued to hide behind the most ridiculous excuses that are now actually completely expired, because we did see the pass of the NDIS legislation during the last sitting period. And we've heard again today Minister Farrell having to come in and say that they will not release the sustainability framework because they believe it may jeopardise their relationships with the states. Well, let me give you a little bit of an overview of what your relationship with the states is now. During the NDIS bill, whilst we were in the committee stage, and we had 5.5 days of hearings, very generously allowed by the government, absolutely pathetic. And the fact that they keep quoting the review, yeah, the review's been handed down, but no government response to it, no government response to the review of the NDIS. But the states were crying out for the legislation to be put on hold because they don't know what they're expected to do. They don't know what foundational supports are, and they don't know what they're expected to provide to those people who will no longer be eligible for the NDIS. So I would suggest there's been some damage to the states. Now, this has also probably been compounded, just a guess, probably compounded by one of the amendments that we put through that the government asked to be supported, was that Category A supports would no longer require unanimous supports of the states, just majority support of the states. So states will now be at a higher risk of being bulldozed by the Commonwealth Government to produce and provide foundational supports that they have no concept of what they are, how much they're going to cost and what they're required to do. So it is an absolute furphy that this government continues to hide behind in its reluctance to reveal the financial sustainability model that they say they are working to. And I know Senator Steele-John talked about the autism community, and I'm going to talk about it too a little bit today because we might have some different views here. And I want to apologise to those in the autism community who have young children, so the parents and carers in particular, who have young children diagnosed with autism level 3 before the DSM-5 made almost every condition part of the autism spectrum, kids that would have been diagnosed with classic autism, kids also have an intellectual disability, who are having their plans cut in the most dramatic of ways. It is absolutely appalling. This is an insurance scheme. The whole thing about an insurance scheme is investing early and getting better outcomes. Yet we are seeing ideologically driven, anti-intensive, good quality early intervention refused to be paid for by the NDIA, by the NDIS, who are now stipulating they won't fund programs at particular clinics, particular services. I mean, this is absolutely outrageous. But I would like to congratulate particularly those self-diagnosed autistic adults or the later in life diagnosed autistic adults, diagnosed in their 40s, 50s, 60s, who many of them, and we saw them during the Autism Senate Select Committee, have had long careers. A lot of them were university professors in particular areas of interest. One of the traits for autism is having a very strong focus in a particular area. But people who were in relationships, had families, owned property, with zero acknowledgement of the impacts that profound autism has on some people and their inability, that their disability is significant. Their disability will impair their way of life. But I just want to say well done to those autistic adults who've gone out on the autism is awesome bandwagon because they're diagnosed later in life, that kids don't need intensive early intervention, that applied behaviour analysis, which is seen worldwide as best practice, is demonised in this country because these autistic adults have said autism is awesome and they don't need this therapy. Well, you are now putting at risk and jeopardy a whole generation of young children with profound autism and intellectual disability from achieving their potential because you've done what you wanted to do and you've demonised intensive early intervention, so the NDIS isn't funding it now. So on one hand, we've got these parent groups out there with self-diagnosed parents attacking people like myself and Nicole Rogerson, who refer to us as clearly autistic, rich white women. Well, I can tell you I'm white, I can tell you I'm a woman, I'm certainly not rich, and the fact that they refer to me as clearly autistic, I don't know, maybe I am. Maybe I should go get a diagnosis so I can stand here as an autistic person and go, kids with profound autism need intensive early intervention and they should be funded properly, and the autistic adults who have demonised this early intervention, you've fed into the government's hands, well done.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, here we are yet again on this most inauspicious and quite disgraceful of occasions today. Today marks 12 months. 12 months. This government has shamefully hidden information, not just from this place, from senators in this place, but also from the entire NDIS community on the most basic of information. We've just gone through the disgrace, and I have to correct something that Minister Farrell has just said, that I voted for this legislation. Well, Deputy President, I did not vote for this legislation. I worked with my colleagues on this side of the chamber and the Greens to try and make the most appalling of bills remotely tolerable. And while we've improved it, it is still a disaster for those on the scheme and those in the endless queue now of people who are not being accepted into the scheme and those people who should have been. So it has now become very clear with Minister Shorten's announcement that he is leaving this place, why he tried so desperately to hide the information. Still no government report on the review, even though he's squeezed this legislation through this place. We still have no detail of what sort of assessment process. We haven't even got a plan to develop this yet. We've got no idea of what foundational supports will be. We've got no agreement with states and territories, as Senator Hughes just said, who are absolutely outraged, not only with the lack of transparency by this government, but also with the lack of detail. And yet we had National Cabinet last week, on Friday. And here I thought, right, let's have a look at the communique. There will be something about the NDIS, something about discussions and agreements with the states and territories on the future of the NDIS. And how are they going to afford it? What are the states and territories going to have to provide in terms of foundational supports? What are they? How are they going to fund them? Who's going to take those people with significant disabilities who have their services cut on the NDIS or don't get in at all? 3 pages of National Cabinet communique and not a single word about the NDIS. So given the disaster that this minister is now leaving behind, and the fact is he's got his legislation through, but he has left an enormous mess. So after 2.5 years, when we were in government, offering to work with Bill Shorten and the Labor Party as the Shadow Minister to start addressing all of these problems that had then become apparent in the scheme that needed fixing 3 years ago. They said, no, there's no problem with the scheme. And then they've wasted the last 2 years doing a review that was entirely unnecessary because we knew what the problems were. We needed a government that had the competency and the ability to be fully transparent, to work with the Greens, to work with us on this side of the chamber, to work with the sector, to fix the scheme, to make it sustainable, and to ensure those who needed this scheme the most seriously and profoundly disabled in our communities, and make sure that states and territories lived up to their end of the bargain to support the remaining 4 million people in Australia with some form of disability and provide that in the community. They have done none of that. So what will Minister Shorten now do? He will be praying for an early election so none of this comes out, so he doesn't have to release his government response to the NDIS review, because that will show that this legislation does not implement the review. So despite what this minister has just come in and the claptrap, the legislation that this place passed does not implement a fraction of that review. If Minister Shorten had any decency, he would resign today as minister, as he is leaving, and the government would put, if they could find a single competent minister in their ranks, to start making the changes. Instead, they will keep spinning and spinning, and thousands of Australians on disabilities will be all the poorer.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. At the outset, I want to address those who are listening to this debate or those who are watching this debate here today and make a preliminary point that what we're discussing is that over or just on 12 months ago, a majority of the senators in this place, across the Senate, different parties, crossbench, a majority of the senators in this place passed an order for the production of documents in relation to the NDIS, one of the most important government schemes that is administered by the Commonwealth. And since that point in time, the government has resolutely resisted answering that order for production of documents. And it got to the stage where at the last sitting of this Senate, some of the most profound and fundamental amendments to the NDIS scheme were passed by this Senate without the benefit of having those key financial sustainability documents that were refused to be provided by the government. So that is the context of what we're discussing. A majority of the senators in this place, and through them, a majority of the Australian people, sought the production of documents to provide information to the senators representing the Australian people to better understand the financial sustainability of the NDIS scheme, one of the most important social programs administered by the Commonwealth Government, impacting hundreds of thousands of vulnerable Australians, and that was refused. And I want to make 3 points in relation to this. First, again, those watching should consider the contributions of the 3 senators who preceded me, because each of them, Senator Steele-John, Senator Hughes and Senator Reynolds, have made passionate contributions in relation to this debate, standing up in good faith, fighting for, in good faith, the most vulnerable people in our community, and they should be congratulated for the work that they've done in that regard. Truly congratulated. And you can see they are still passionate about the subject. That's the first point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is it is very, very disappointing that in the last session of Parliament we passed or had no choice but to vote against or vote for legislation concerning the NDIS without the benefit of this information, which was denied to us by the government. And that is entirely unsatisfactory. That is not best practice. This place is the House of Review, and in order to discharge that obligation as the House of Review, we need the documents, the data, to actually review legislation, review changes in programs. And that obligation, that necessity, is heightened when we're dealing with the most vulnerable people in our community. So that's the second point I want to make. And the third point I want to make in closing is What happens for those listening is governments can make what's called a public interest immunity claim. When an order for production of documents is made by the Senate, the government can claim public interest immunity. It's in the public interest that the information's not disclosed. I've outlined the reasons why I think it was in the public interest for the documents to be disclosed. But one of the claims, public interest immunity claims, which has been raised by the government is prejudice in relations between the Commonwealth and the states. And again, I want to quote from Odgers. This is our rule book in terms of how this Senate conducts itself. And this is what Odgers says in relation to that. Again, raising this ground on one basis would seem to do the apprehended harm. This ground, however, has appeared frequently in recent times in the following form. The information concerned belongs to the states as well as to the Commonwealth and therefore cannot be disclosed without the approval of the states. The obvious response to this is the agreement of the states to disclose. Did you ask the states whether or not the information could be disclosed? No. And, well, I don't know the answer, Senator Reynolds. I've raised this question over the last 12 months. We have no answer. It's far, far from best practice.
Are there any other contributions to the motion moved by Senator Stilljohn? I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1. Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024. Debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator McKim.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I rise in relation to this bill which concerns illegal logging of timber and the importation of such timber into Australia. And this is something which is a deeply concerning issue. It is absolutely imperative that Australia does its bit in relation to making sure that timber which is illegally logged is not used in the Australian market. And from that perspective, I certainly support the principles contained in this legislation which is proposed before the Senate. I want to speak first in relation to some general matters and put these on the record. The first is that US aid has estimated that the scale of illegal logging, the market for products from illegal logging, is somewhere between, and no one really knows how much. No one really knows how much. It's somewhere between US $50 billion a year and US $151 billion a year. So this is a significant issue. And the existence of this illegal market has a number of very negative consequences for the whole world, actually, for where the illegal logging occurs, but also for the broader community of nations. And I want to run through those. First, in relation to bribery and corruption. So quite often, illegal harvesting of timber is accompanied by the organisations that are pursuing that illegal harvesting of timber with efforts to use bribes, to corrupt government officials, law enforcement agencies, etc., to allow them to engage in illegal logging. So quite often, this illegal logging in other jurisdictions is accompanied by bribery and corruption. The environmental cost, and that is on the face of it clear and apparent, that if you do not have regulated sustainable timber harvesting with a strong regulatory overlay, then you are going to have an environmental cost. You are going to have timber which is being harvested inappropriately to the detriment of the environment. And third, there's the economic cost. There's the economic cost, and that's to traditional owners in many cases, in many countries, who have interests in the timber that's being harvested, and because it's being harvested illegally, they don't get the benefit of that economic benefit from the harvesting of that timber. So they miss out in the royalties in relation to the illegal timber that's harvested, and they also miss out on the opportunity of having a sustainable economic industry in their regions, and that's also extremely detrimental. The second point I want to make is, and I believe this very strongly, Australia should not be in a position where we have to import timber from overseas. Australia should not be in a position where we have to import timber from overseas. We should be able to grow and harvest all of our own timber within the borders of our own country. We should not have to import timber from overseas. And unfortunately, we're moving in the wrong direction in that regard. We're moving in the wrong direction because various state governments have adopted policies which have had a negative impact on the timber industry within our country, our sustainable timber industry, our regulated timber industry. We're now importing timber from overseas, where the countries have less regulation. So that is to the net cost of the environment. And I want to give you some figures in that regard. We now import $5.5 billion of wood products annually. $5.5 billion of wood products annually. That's astonishing for a country that's had over many, many years, over a century, a very strong timber industry. A 2022 Forest and Wood Products Australia study said we're going to double those imports by 2050. And that was even before the Victorian government brought forward the native forestry ban by 6 years, from 2030 to 2024. And just to give you some context in relation to what we're talking about, in relation to native forest logging, there are 132 million hectares in Australia of native forests, and only 0.06% are subject to logging. 0.06%. That's six in 10,000 native trees are subject to being harvested during the course of a year. 6 in 10,000, and where they are harvested, there are obligations with respect to regeneration. So just put that in context. So from my perspective, it simply doesn't make any sense for Australia to be importing timber and wood products from overseas. We should be sustainable. We should be sustainable as a country in that regard. I do have some experience in relation to these matters from my time in Papua New Guinea, where I lived and worked as a lawyer between 1999 and 2001. And I saw examples in Papua New Guinea of producers who did the right thing, who complied with regulations, and those who are on the other side of the equation. And I'm aware of the tactics, the strategies that were used by some of those companies that were doing the wrong thing, individuals who are doing the wrong thing, and they're terribly disturbing. And my concern is that when Australia moves to decrease its timber production, its production of wood products, and seeks to import more timber from countries like Papua New Guinea, countries like Indonesia, wherever it is in the world, those countries have less ability to actually enforce regulations and govern the industry. There's less governance in those countries because they've got less resources. So it's going to lead to a worse result for the environment. The coalition in government recognised these issues and undertook a number of initiatives, and that should be noted. This was something which the previous government, the coalition government, was very concerned about. And that included instigating in 2021 the review of the sunsetting of the illegal logging prohibition regulation. And that was at a time when the scheduled sunsetting was in 2023. So we actually brought that forward to 2021 to make sure that there was a rigorous examination of the rules in this regard. Secondly, there was an independent review conducted by KPMG in 2015, which examined the impact of the illegal logging prohibition regulation, specifically on small business. There was a statutory review of the Act undertaken in 2018 by the then Department of Agriculture and Resources. And indeed, at the 2022 election, the previous government took to that election a dedicated policy commitment to allocate $4.4 million to strengthen Australia's fight against illegal logging and stop illegal timber imports from undercutting Australian producers. I'm very, very pleased that Senator Duniam was successful and the coalition was successful in its advocacy that this bill be referred to a Senate committee inquiry. That was incredibly important, and I'm very pleased that it did go through that Senate committee process, because it raised a number of issues in relation to the proposed regulation. And it's one thing to have an aspiration, a well-intentioned principle, well-intentioned policy proposal where you do want to address an ill in society. But it needs to be practical, it needs to be efficient, and you've always got to be guarded against overreach and to make sure that the rule of law is sustained. And in that respect, there were 3 issues that were identified through the committee process, including, firstly, the unworkability of and substantial costs associated with the proposed new requirements for so-called mass fibre testing. So that goes to practicality. Okay, we've got to regulate the industry, but it needs to be practical. Secondly, the requirement for importers to directly verify and validate the legitimacy of a far higher number of their timber purchases, even for repeat imports of exactly the same products from exactly the same exporters. So that obviously begs the question of why should someone who's importing timber from the same exporter, the same products, have to go through the same process again and again and again at additional cost? So that raises the efficiency issue. And thirdly, the dangers associated with the creation of a new strict liability criminal offence and the accompanying proposal to name and shame individuals and organisations prosecuted in accordance with the new provisions of the Act, which again goes to rule of law issues. Whenever you've got strict liability offences, it raises issues which the Senate, as a House of Review, needs to consider. Having said all that, I note from Senator Duniam, and again I congratulate him in relation to the work he's done in this regard, that there was engagement from the Forestry Minister in relation to these issues, and I would like to acknowledge that. This is the way the system's meant to work. This is the way the system's meant to work. Legislation's put forward in the lower house, it comes up to the upper house, it goes to the Senate committee, we review that legislation and we seek to improve it. And in this example, there has been positive engagement between the Minister and the Coalition in relation to these issues, and that has led to positive outcomes. And I want to specifically acknowledge that, and in particular, as I always seek to do in this place, wherever I have an opportunity, I'd like to acknowledge the departmental officers who have been involved in that process and for the hard work that you've all put in, no doubt, in relation to the process, and place that on the record. Thank you very much. I don't want to embarrass you, but thank you. So in summary, I think we're in a better place now, having gone through the Senate review process, than we were in. I congratulate everyone who's been involved in that process. But I end on this note. Australia should have a sustainable timber industry. We should have our own timber industry. We shouldn't have to import timber from overseas. And far better that timber is harvested in a country which has a very strong rule of law, that has the resources to manage a resource that is very sensitive and needs to be managed very carefully. Far better to do that than to actually import timber from countries which don't have the benefit of those advantages which Australia has.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you. I rise to speak to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024. This bill modernises the existing compliance and enforcement framework around illegal logging to help prevent illegally logged timber from being imported to Australia. Since the beginning of the Greens, we have fought alongside forest activists for a ban on the logging of native forests and for an end to all forms of illegal logging. While we believe this bill is a move in the right direction, it simply does not go far enough to protect forests from these destructive practices. As my colleague and Australian Greens spokesperson for forests, Senator McKim, outlined in his second reading speech, more can and must be done to strengthen our illegal logging framework and ensure Australia's timber is from sustainable sources. Thank you, Senator McKim, for your work on this bill and for fighting to protect our forests for current and future generations. As mentioned, the Greens support the intent of this bill and welcome any measures to taken to prevent illegally logged timber from entering Australia. But this must go hand in hand with protecting our own precious native forests. Forests that the Labor government are allowing to be recklessly bulldozed, destroyed and logged as we speak. Australia's native forests are unique and beautiful. They are home to some of the most iconic wildlife, are unceded country for traditional owners and store enormous amounts of carbon. Yet our environmental laws are failing to protect Australia's native forests. Under our current logging laws, the regional forest agreements, the logging industry is given a special exemption from complying with Australia's national environmental laws. The regional forest agreements have allowed for decades of reckless destruction of native forests across Australia. They've pushed for native wildlife to the brink of extinction, endangered our water supplies, heightened bushfire risks and made the climate crisis worse. The government has a responsibility to stop this destruction and fix our broken environmental laws. Yet Labor has failed to act on both a state and a federal level. In my home state of Victoria, native forest logging supposedly ended in January of this year, and so did the operations of the state government-owned logging agency Vic Forests. This seemed like a step towards genuine progress in the fight to protect Australia's forests. The announcement to end native forest logging was a hard-fought victory for the many dedicated forest activists, traditional owners, academics, community members and environmental organisations that had been campaigning for the end of native forest logging in the state for decades. It was a huge achievement and win for First Nations heritage and culture, for the threatened species and wildlife that call Victoria's forests home, and for the climate. The death of Vic Forests and their years of dodgy, money-bleeding operations was an exciting opportunity and step forward for Victoria. Yet shamefully, what was meant to be the end of native forest logging has continued in a rebranded form. Recent ABC reports seem to show that Vic Forests is simply rebadging rather than completely shutting down. The ABC reported in early August that the CEO of Vic Forests has set up a brand new organisation, the Healthy Forests Foundation, which would hire loggers and powerful logging lobbyists from the corporation and elsewhere. These revelations are incredibly concerning and undermine the end of native forest logging in Victoria. They also come as an almighty blow to the decades of work done by Victorian forest activists. Logging operators are notorious for rising from the ashes and resuming their destructive operations under new names or in a new state. We cannot allow rebadged industrial logging companies to just rebrand to skirt the law and continue their destructive practices. This poses a serious threat to the progress we've made in Victoria and across the country on protecting forests. It also undermines those decades of advocacy. The ABC has also revealed that part of the purpose of the so-called Healthy Forests Foundation was to promote First Nation forest management, which will also supply timber. The Greens support First Nations-led environmental management and want to work with First Nations people to protect and restore country. But we are concerned about the approach the industry is taking and the destruction of First Nations country, including native forests. As my colleague and Green spokesperson for First Nations issues, Senator Cox, has said, we need to ensure that when we use terms like First Nations-led and Indigenous knowledge to describe practices, that they are in fact grounded in our ancient ways of knowing and being with the land as our mother and protecting her indigeneity through our leadership and stewardship. The Greens will continue to watch this development and speak with traditional owners from the area about the approach taken to ensure that agreements made actually offer and assert the sovereign rights of First Peoples. Of course, a rebadged Vic Forests isn't the only threat to Victoria's native forest logging ban. The Greens are also deeply concerned about the ongoing destruction of Victoria's wombat forests by salvage logging. Commercial-scale native forest logging in Victoria has officially ended in January, and the closure of smaller-scale community forests was brought forward. However, Vic Forests are still currently removing large logs from the Wombat State Forest. Although this timber has been taken under the guise of debris cleanup, aka salvage logging, it has been allegedly sold on under the banner of forest fire management in Victoria. Let's be clear, this is logging by stealth and only serves to destroy key habitats for our threatened species. Many Victorians have raised their concerns with me about salvage logging. They are devastated and angry that the Victorian Labor government has not honoured its 2021 commitment to create a new national park, including the Wombat Forest. Victorian Labor should be ashamed of its broken promises, ashamed of its dodgy practices, and ashamed that it's failing on its duty to protect our forests. The Albanese government is also guilty. They have the power to end regional forest agreements, to strengthen our national environmental laws and to end native forest logging once and for all. Yet they continue to keep their heads in the sand and prioritise corporate profits and industry lobbies over people and their environment. Unlike Labor, the Greens are fighting to protect native forests at all levels of government. In Victoria, the Greens are calling on the government to fast-track the declaration of the proposed new national park. Here in the Australian Parliament, we have introduced a private senator's bill to repeal the regional forest agreements and to finally end native forest logging. In conjunction with this bill, the Greens are also calling on the federal government to fund ecological restoration and restore forests destroyed by decades of environmental vandalism, to support a just transition for workers and communities, to create new, sustainable green jobs in areas where native forest logging is ending, and to ensure the carbon value of ending logging helps the climate, rather than being traded away to benefit coal, oil and gas corporations. By protecting Australia's native forests, we act on the climate emergency. We preserve the places we love for future generations. We protect our water supplies, we lessen bushfire risks, and we save threatened species from extinction. Ending native forest logging just makes sense. And today, Labor and the Coalition have a chance to protect Australia's forests by supporting the Greens' second reading amendment to bring our private senator's bill forward. Yet shamefully, the major parties will likely vote this down and continue their campaign to prop up the dying logging industry. But know this, the Greens will not stop fighting. We won't stop fighting until all native forest logging is stopped, our wildlife protected and our environmental laws strengthened.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins. May Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I rise today to speak in support of the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024. This bill is a really timely piece of legislation because it doesn't only impact the future of our environment in Australia, it also impacts the future of our economy and our global reputation. It will make things tougher for those people who are engaging in the illegal timber trade, with its enhanced scope for monitoring and for enforcing the law. It will ensure that Australia's timber trade is a sustainable one, and in doing so, it will protect our natural heritage. One of my roles in this place is to serve as the chair of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee, and this is an issue that resonates very strongly with me, as it does with many of the other committee members, and it comes up in many conversations and in relation to many other activities of that committee. Illegal logging exacerbates deforestation, it contributes significantly to habitat loss, and it accelerates climate change. Our rainforests and our natural reserves are vital to the health of our planet, and they act as carbon sinks, regulating the climate and sustaining our biodiversity. Illegal logging, by bypassing the legal and environmental safeguards, leads to destruction that not only threatens wildlife, but diminishes the ability of forests to help mitigate climate change. It is a significant role of our forests to do that, to operate as those sinks and to assist in mitigating the fundamental and significant changes that we are seeing in our climate. So it is important, critical, that we do all that we can to support the health and future of our forests. Illegal logging, by bypassing illegal and environmental safeguards, leads to destruction, diminishes our ability to mitigate climate change, and it is not a distant problem. This is a problem we are facing right now. It is impacting our forests, our climate and our global reputation, right here, right now. Economically, illegal logging also undermines our legitimate timber trade. This leads to significant financial losses for businesses that are actually following the law, that are actually doing the right thing and are managing our forests. Those that employ sustainable practices, doing the right thing, is all undermined by allowing illegal logging to continue. It also creates an uneven playing field by allowing those unscrupulous operators to sell timber at lower prices, making it more attractive and undermining the market for sustainably sourced products. In my home state of South Australia, the forestry sector accounts for more than $2.8 billion of economic activity every year. Yep, $2.8 billion. That is a significant industry. But in South Australia, I think we've got it right. We do some pretty good things in South Australia, and we do differ from the other states. Our industry is of vital importance, particularly to the beautiful limestone coast region in the southeast, including South Australia's second largest city, Mount Gambier. It's entirely plantation-based because the state Labor government in 1991 introduced the Native Vegetation Act, which protects native forests from harvesting. So SA is a leader in this area, a leader in protecting native veg, and an early adopter of the right practices for our forests. More than 13,000 jobs come from South Australia's forestry industry. And when you go to the southeast, if you're talking to people, likely 1 in 3 of them will be employed in the forestry sector. That is significant. Significant for the role they play in protecting our environment by doing the right thing and producing our timber in a plantation base. Illegal logging not only threatens the local Australian businesses like those in the southeast of South Australia, but it does distort those global markets, disadvantaging countries and companies who commit to legal and sustainable practices. It discourages sustainable logging outright by undermining the prices and not complying with any of the laws that we have in this country as it relates to timber trade. So by bringing this bill, the federal Labor government is reinforcing our dedication to fair trade and integrity and an international timber trade that will support sustainability and does not stoke the climate crisis. Since our introduction of the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act in 2012, again under a Labor government, the landscape of the global timber trade has evolved. We've seen significant developments. Nations worldwide have followed our example and followed our lead and implemented their own regulations that are similar to the ones we introduced in 2012. But also new technologies have emerged, and those new technologies help us to track and verify products to enhance the timber trade. It is essential that our laws keep pace with these developments. And as I say, when we introduced our changes in 2012, they were cutting edge. Things have developed further, and now it's time for us to develop further with them. The proposed amendments in this bill reflect the latest advancements in timber identification and regulatory enhancement. A key provision of this bill is the consolidation of offences, which will allow us to clamp down even harder on those people who are engaged in illegal logging. It does this by enhancing the clarity and consistency of our legal framework, by bringing together offences from the Act and civil penalty provisions from the regulation. This streamlined approach will make enforcement of penalties for illegal logging much more straightforward and much more effective. This bill also strengthens our ability to enforce compliance with the law by extending the period for ensuing infringement notices. The provision for civil penalties for false information is also crucial in holding those who break the law accountable for their actions. With this bill, we will stop the people who do the wrong thing from undercutting those who are actually doing the right thing by making sure that illegally sourced timber does not enter the market. And we have the technology to do that now. So we just need to catch up with our regulations and our enforcement to ensure that we can deliver on those promises. We will do this by making sure that all regulated timber products are reported when they enter Australia. The ability to inspect timber products under biosecurity and custom control will further safeguard our industry against these illegal imports. The requirement for an independent review within the first 5 years of the bill's commencement will ensure that those regulations remain up to date and remain effective and responsive to any and all changes that may emerge in this space, both here in Australia but also internationally. So reviewing the bill will ensure that we can bring together all of the developments in the first years of the bill to ensure that the bill keeps pace with developments internationally. Extending the provisions in this bill to include partnerships, trusts and unincorporated bodies will ensure that everyone involved in the timber trade has to adhere to the same high standards. And it's not about structuring your corporation so that you can get away with it because you're not captured. So that is a significant and deeply relevant amendment to this bill, in this bill. These high standards bring us back to the core issue of combating illegal logging, and that is sustainability, both of the industry and the environment, making sure that industry and the environment are walking hand in hand. The Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment Bill is more than just a regulatory update. It's much more complex than that, and it is a reaffirmation of this government's commitment to sustainable and ethical practices and worker protections. The world-leading illegal logging prohibition laws that Labor did introduce in 2012 were among the first of their kind internationally. And to build on that, we will now send a clear message that Australia values integrity, transparency and environmental standards. By passing this bill, we will once again demonstrate Australia's leadership in global efforts to combat illegal logging and foster a sustainable timber trade. I call upon everyone to support this vital piece of legislation. We know we need the timber, but we know we need the environment. Getting the balance right so that we protect our native forest and our biodiversity while having a timber industry that is well regulated, that is well thought through, and that gives us all the advantages we need of managing these things together. Support for this bill will have lasting impact on our environment, on our economy, and as I said before, on our global standing. It will enhance our ability to combat illegal logging, protect our forests, and ensure that the timber products that we are using are sourced responsibly and sustainably. With this bill, we can strengthen our legal framework, uphold our environmental commitments, and ensure that Australia remains a leader in fighting illegal logging. Let us seize this opportunity to reinforce our dedication to sustainability, our dedication to sustainable production, our dedication to fairness and the protection of our natural resources. This is a critical step towards safeguarding our future. By supporting this bill, we are choosing to protect our forests, to support fair trade and lead by example in the global effort to combat illegal logging. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Here we are yet again, considering a piece of legislation from this Labor government that continually fails to take sufficient action on climate change. Here in Australia and abroad, their failure continues to be the hallmark of their time in office, as the climate crisis continues to get worse. Yet again, we see a bill that does not take a whole-of-system transformational approach, the approach which is required. This bill, the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment Bill, applies to both the importation of raw and processed timber products into Australia and the processing of timber grown here. It creates some stronger protections against illegal logging overseas. The bottom line, however, is this. This bill is a missed opportunity to change the laws here in this country to genuinely address illegal logging and protect our dwindling forests here in Australia. In my home of Western Australia, we have some of the most dense, ecologically diverse and precious forests in the world. So many of us have memories of enjoying incredible northern jarrah forests on the outskirts of Perth and the spectacular forests of the southwest region. Unfortunately, these beautiful areas are under threat. They are now recognised as global diversity and biodiversity hotspots, and yet they are under threat from relentless logging. Now let's talk about what it means to be a global biodiversity hotspot. To qualify, an area must meet two strict criteria. Firstly, it must contain at least 1,500 specific plants found nowhere else in the world. And secondly, have lost at least 70% of its primary native vegetation. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has sounded the alarm. The IPCC stated, and I quote, "The scale and rate of deforestation is far beyond any natural tolerances, and the effects of climate change are already being felt in the region with decreased rainfall and a dramatic drop in the water table over the past few decades." They have warned our government that it must change the way that these precious places are managed. Otherwise, we will see the collapse of our precious forest ecosystems in WA. Western Australia has a long history of logging and of forest clearing, and the challenges of protecting our forests from profiteering corporations continues to this day. The impacts of logging and forest clearing in my home state have been profound. Since bauxite mining began in Western Australia, more than 30,000 hectares of jarrah and marri forests have been cleared. That is well over the entire geographical size of the ACT. Over 11,290 hectares have been cleared in the first decade alone. The rate of destruction of our forests is downright scary, and there is no end in sight. In WA, we have seven mining corporations who are either logging or planning to log the northern jarrah forest. These corporations are prioritising making bigger profits over protecting some of the only forest remaining just outside of Perth, and the WA Labor government is letting them do it. Two of these corporations, Alcoa and South 32, plan to log and strip bare over 13,000 hectares of forest between them. This is devastating. We know that forest clearing in WA's southwest has directly resulted in significant decreases in rainfall, along with the decreased capacity to draw down carbon and store it in the soil, and an increase in carbon releases back into the atmosphere in alarming quantities. These are climate impacts directly resulting from legal and illegal logging and mining activity in WA. These projects cannot be allowed to continue. Now, I'd like to take a moment to thank those who turned up to rally in the Perth Cultural Centre on Saturday. Hundreds of people gathered to mark Threatened Species Day and called for the rejection of South 32's mine expansion and stronger protection laws for our forests, our bushland and our wildlife. The community's expectations are clear. This Labor government needs to go further than what is offered in this legislation. We need to increase measures against illegal timber and also stop the other activities that contribute to deforestation on our own soil. We must also demand transparency in mineral supply chains and increase the use of secondary raw materials. To reduce mining companies' propensity for stripping forests, we must actively ensure there is accountability and consequence for these actions. And we must do so here and internationally. I'd like to acknowledge the work of my colleague, Senator McKim, for the amendments he has proposed on behalf of the Greens to this legislation. We are particularly concerned that this bill does not clearly articulate the breadth of the laws that would engage the provisions of this bill. Without clear definition, Australia could become a dumping ground for illegally logged timber. To this end, the Greens propose to repeal the definition and to substitute it so that illegal logging includes the contravention of laws related to the protection of plants, the protection of the environment, human rights, bribery, money laundering, tax evasion, fraud or other financial crimes. The Labor government must use this opportunity to stop illegal logging and use this opportunity to commit to climate action. Because right now, continual failure to do so is the condemnation of our planet and its people to the worst impacts of the climate crisis. Labor must hear the community, protect our futures and stop mining companies from stripping our forests back to nothing but sand, hectare after hectare after hectare. This must be illegal too. Now, finally, I think it is important to mention the global context of this legislation and this issue. Globally, mining activity is the fourth largest driver of deforestation and impacts 1/3 of the world's global forest ecosystems. That is absolutely staggering. Think about what that looks like in reality, to lose that much of our precious ecosystems. From a foreign affairs perspective, stopping deforestation is incredibly important due to the impact on people who live in the forest, rely on the forest as their homes and sources of food. Indeed, 1.6 billion people worldwide depend on forests for their livelihood, and some 60 million Indigenous peoples depend on forests for their subsistence. When it comes to the environment, when it comes to protecting our precious places, including our precious forests, from the avarice and the greed of Australia's largest mining companies and corporations. This bill is yet another example that the Australian community are being comprehensively let down by the two major parties. When it comes to the protection of our WA forests from those mining companies that wish to strip them to make a buck, the bottom line has never been clearer. The people of WA cannot keep voting for the same two parties and expecting a different result. Nothing changes if nothing changes. We must see change at this election, and an increased number of Greens here in the Senate and in Western Australia is the best way to guarantee the safety of our forests.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name and stand in support of this bill. And in doing so, would also like to call for more to be done.
Senator Pocock, I'll just mention that you can't move. We already have a motion, an amendment before the chair, but you're foreshadowing.
I rather foreshadow. Yeah. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to highlight the need for native forest logging in Australia to be better regulated and subject to national environmental laws. The exemption of regional forestry agreements from national environmental laws is driving species towards extinction. This government has an opportunity this week to do a deal with the Senate crossbench and close the loophole and help impacted communities through the transition. It makes no sense to set up an environmental regulator only to stop it looking into native forest logging. I'm calling on the government to set up an EPA with integrity, with independence, and give it what it needs to actually protect our environment. The ability to assess all native forest logging in Australia. I think most Australians would be horrified that we have native forests being logged without oversight from our national environmental laws. We know that this has a biodiversity and a climate impact. The climate impact of ending native forest logging in Victoria this year will be the equivalent of taking 700,000 cars off the road. Yet we know in Victoria that there are pushes to continue native forest logging under the guise of other names. And we need to ensure that whatever you want to call it, it needs to be assessed by our environmental laws. Ending native forest logging in Tasmania would be the equivalent of taking 1.1 million cars off the road every year. Why are we not acting on this, given that we're in a biodiversity and climate crisis? Why are we not acting, given we know that this is a loss-making industry? It's not profitable. Taxpayers are having to prop up industries in the states that still have large-scale native forest logging. 90% of all wood from native forest logging goes to wood chips, paper, pulp and box liners. We're talking about a low-value, high-volume commodity that we are turning incredible native forests into. This is frankly ridiculous that in 2024 we're not seeing leadership from a government that has claimed all sorts of things. No new extinctions, nature positive, green Wall Street, all of these things. What they aren't willing to do, though, is actually start to address the root cause of the biodiversity crisis here in Australia. As I said, the forestry industry in New South Wales and Tasmania is losing money. The Victorians wisened up and decided that they could actually transition out of it. In Tasmania, total losses are above $1.5 billion since regional forest agreements were signed 20 years ago. You could have a stadium and some change for that, but I'm sure there's a lot more things that Tasmanians would want that money to be going towards. The Blueprint Institute found that if we end native forest logging on the north coast of New South Wales, there will be an economic windfall of $294 million between now and 2040. And that's just in northern New South Wales. We've got an opportunity to stop losing money by cutting down our native forests and to benefit from the economic windfall of protecting them. This doesn't have to be an either or when it comes to good regional jobs. With a little bit of imagination and with some investment, there can be transition plans for those affected. There can be jobs in specialist firefighting, in all sorts of areas, and of course the opportunity when it comes to tourism and carbon storage. There is a clear need to work with communities impacted by the transition. It's totally inevitable that it'll get to a point where Australians say, given what we're seeing when it comes to climate change, given what we're seeing when it comes to biodiversity loss, this is untenable. And if the major parties don't want to do it, I think Australians will deliver a parliament that will force you to do it. And so I'd urge you to get ahead of it, actually tackle this problem. And I think it's now irresponsible to wait any longer. We have an opportunity as a Senate, we have a government that's saying all the right things and a crossbench that is simply saying, just do what you've committed to. Just actually front up and do what you've told Australians that you're going to do. Follow through with it to protect the people and places that we love.
Who's seeking the call? Here he is. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024. There's a lot of reasons we should be focusing on native forest logging in this country, Acting Deputy President, and of course we should be doing everything we can to crack down on the illegal logging that we see both in this country and in my home state of Tasmania, as well as, of course, overseas. And I understand that my colleague Senator McKim has spoken to a number of measures in the bill, including amendments which will be moving in Committee of the Whole. But let me tell you what else should be illegal, and that is logging of native forests in 2024, at a time when we're seeing global weather patterns change so radically that even our best climate scientists can't tell us what is happening. And these forests, these ancient, magnificent forests like we have in Tasmania, are the lungs of our planet. They are our first line of defence in climate change. They sequester carbon from the atmosphere and they store it. And not only are they absolutely critical in our fight against climate change and reducing emissions, they are full of beautiful, abundant biodiversity, found nowhere else on the planet in many of these forests. And we are still logging them. Government, state-sanctioned, logging at a loss, being subsidised by the taxpayer to clear fell these ancient, magnificent rainforests in places like the Tarkine and southwest Tasmania, to support a dying industry and the political power of the major parties, both in this chamber and in the State Parliament of Tasmania. And may I say also, as Senator McKim has outlined in his contribution in New South Wales and most recently in Victoria. And we had a very special day, and perhaps special for very sombre reasons, on Saturday. We had a day all around the world to remember Endangered Species Day. And it was The day, 7th of September, the last day that we know that the Tasmanian tiger lived and breathed on this planet. That's why we celebrated Threatened Species Day, because it was for us to remember how we felt when we lost the Tasmanian tiger. So it is beyond belief that in the Advocate newspaper today in the northwest of Tasmania, one of the 3 newspapers in Tasmania, 2 which were owned by Australian community media, that the editor of that newspaper, Mr. Anthony Havenier, wrote an editorial saying, and I'll read it to you, Acting Deputy President. This might sound a little controversial, but I do not really care about that damn fish. Sure, it would be unfortunate if the Maugean skate were to go extinct, but I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Right now, we know in Tasmania we have so many species under threat. Senator Hanson-Young, on Threatened Species Day, talked about 2,250 threatened and endangered species around the world. And just last week, 20 new species were added to the list. But in Tasmania, we have a species, the Maugean skate, on the edge of extinction. We also have the Tasmanian devil, another endangered species, fighting for its survival. We have the swift parrot and the orange-bellied parrot, also critically endangered, having lost critical habitat, especially to native forest logging. We have the masked owl and the tarkine, also threatened by logging and land clearing for mining companies in the tarkine. Why we're facing this global loss of biodiversity, the biggest we've ever seen in our memory is the human species on this planet. We have an editor of a newspaper, someone in a position of responsibility, literally making a statement that he doesn't care about the extinction of a species. Well, I'd say to Mr. Havenier, do you care about the loss of the Tasmanian devil? Or is it just the skate you don't care about? Did you care about the loss of the Tasmanian tiger? Something the whole world just remembered only on the weekend. What about the other 2,250 species? Do you care about them? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's just the Maugean skate where the salmon industry is polluting its last known habitat. So it's pretty clear what Mr. Havenier cares about, and that is the salmon industry. How shameful that we would have someone in a position of influence literally making a statement that he doesn't care about the extinction of a species when we should be doing everything we can. Everything we can. It is a moral obligation we have to protect nature, and governments need to fund that protection. I stood at Sydney Museum along with an amazing group of people on Friday for the opening of Fantastic Sharks and Rays exhibition, which was put on by a number of environment groups and Australian Museum, working with some of the best artists in this country and young people around this country to highlight the plight of endangered, many of them critically endangered, sharks and rays and skates. And the Maugean skate was one of the key things on display at that exhibition. And it was a positive exhibition. It was young people learning about the state of the world, trying to inspire us with their art to do more to protect these creatures. And I said to the assembled audience, I said, the one thing that all these thousands of threatened species have got in common around the world, the one thing they've got in common is they can all be linked to decisions of government. Every single one of them to decisions of government. Governments are logging high conservation native forests right now for political reasons. Governments are allowing the pollution of Macquarie Harbour and pushing the Maugean skate to the edge of extinction, aided and abetted, may I say, by people like the editor at the Advocate newspaper in northwest of Tasmania. Governments are the ones who aren't putting in more marine protected areas to protect critically endangered marine habitat. Governments aren't changing fisheries regulation to stop bottom trawling or requiring monitoring on boats to look at their bycatch. Every single species is linked to a decision of government. Approving new fossil fuel projects, decision of government. Higher emissions, warming oceans, loss of habitat, mass coral bleaching, loss of the giant kelp forests off Tasmania, 95% of them gone. And all the beautiful creatures that live in the ocean, gone. But do we really care about that? That was listed as a critically endangered habitat in Australia in 2012, the first one to be listed under federal law. And guess what? Not a single cent has been spent by the previous government on trying to restore that habitat. Now, I understand that situation has changed and that the Labor government is looking at funding a recovery plan for the giant kelp forests. Why didn't we do that 12 years ago? Clearly because people don't care in government and in positions of power. How is it that in 2024 we have these thousands of creatures around the world facing potential extinction, Acting Deputy President? The answer is really simple. It's because we as politicians, as leaders, aren't doing our job. And with the Maugean skate, the Environment Minister has a decision before her right now. And we found out last week, shockingly through an FOI discovery, she hasn't even got a brief from her department yet, after 16 months of looking into this issue, where the Threatened Species Scientific Committee said that the skate needed to be upgraded to critically endangered. And last week, we got new evidence from the Scientific Committee that there was only between 40 and 120 skate left on this planet. And she still won't make a decision. She hasn't even got a brief. Well, I ask why. Why wouldn't the Environment Minister have a brief on the loss of this ancient creature that's been with us since the age of the dinosaurs? Because he wants to kick the can down the road till after the next election. What I would say to this government, make the decision. Base it on the science that underpins the Act and make it soon if we don't lose another species. And I would also say to the Premier in Tasmania, Mr Jeremy Rockcliffe, who has not once mentioned the Maugean skate or the plight of the Tasmanian devil or the swift parrot from the logging industry heat champions, full-throated champions. I would say to them, let the public hear what you've got to say about the potential extinction of these species, especially the Maugean skate. This is the great moral challenge and decision of our time. At least speak about it. Don't just talk about your full-throated support for big foreign-owned multinational companies that pay no tax in Australia and are polluting our environment and pushing species to extinction. And as for Mr Anthony Havenier at the Advocate newspaper in northwest Western Australia, well, Mr Havenier, I think you should resign. I think you should resign, and if you don't resign, then the Australian Community Media Board need to sack you. How despicable that you would use your platform to essentially greenlight the extinction of a species. The tens of thousands of people who will be reading your opinion, who trust in the institution of your newspaper, are going to see that you, in your own words. This might sound a little controversial, but I do not really care about that damn fish. A fish that's lived with us since the age of the dinosaurs. What moral right do we have to cause the extinction of a species because of the profits of a couple of multinational salmon companies? Sure, it would be unfortunate if the Maugean skate were to go extinct, but I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. This is why we are in extinction crisis, because of people like Mr Havenier. We have to do better, and we have to stand up to this bullshit when we see it.
Senator Wilson, you know that's unparliamentary language. Please withdraw.
We have to stand up to this when we see it, Acting Deputy President.
Can you withdraw, please? I've asked you to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Continue.
And we need to do better. So while the Greens will be working constructively with the government on this bill to stop illegal logging and crack down on illegal logging. Let's not forget that it is criminal in this day and age that we are still logging native forests. Governments are subsidising this, taxpayers are paying for it, and we're paying for our own destruction. We're paying for future generations are paying for it, our wildlife is paying for it, and it's time we did better.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to just congratulate all of my Greens parliamentary colleagues on contributing to this particular debate this morning and highlighting the sheer hypocrisy of this government and successive governments, federally and around the country, when it comes to the issue of forestry and logging. It's all very well and good to be worried about illegal logging outside of Australia. Meanwhile, we have laws in this country that continue and sanction the destruction of our native forests and critical habitat for our endangered wildlife and species. Many Australians don't know that Australia's laws right now allow for the continued destruction, bulldozing and logging of our native forests. We hear a lot about the destruction of forests in other countries. Meanwhile, here in Australia, ancient woodlands, ancient forests, ancient rainforests are being destroyed without any need for environmental assessment or approval. Our laws are fundamentally broken. There is a loophole, a logging loophole, that allows for the destruction of our native forests, regardless of whether it's koala habitat, swift parrot habitat, whether it's the homes of the masked owl, which of course is endangered. In 2024, when our planet is facing the dual crises of both biodiversity loss and global warming, our environment is in collapse. And rather than stopping making the situation worse, we have a law in this country that allows for our beautiful forests to be destroyed. And not just that, often paid for with taxpayers' money. Taxpayers are funding the destruction of our native forests, and our laws rubber stamp the logging, the chainsaws, the bulldozers. This has to change. If we are serious about tackling the worst parts of global warming and the climate crisis, we have to stop destroying our forests. If we're serious about halting the extinction of the koala, we have to stop destroying our native forests and woodlands. If we're serious about protecting nature before many of our animals and wildlife species are gone for good, we have to stop the logging of our native forests. It should be illegal. It should be illegal to destroy native forests. It should be illegal to chop down those ancient trees. It should be illegal to bulldoze the homes of critically endangered animals. This Parliament is being faced with a package of legislation right now that does little to protect our native forests and little to protect our endangered wildlife and native species. The Labor government promised the Australian people that they would fix our environment laws, that they'd stop the extinction of our native animals. Yet before this Senate this week is a package of legislation that does not stop any of this destruction. And in fact, what we're hearing is that the Prime Minister himself wants to gut protections even further to satisfy the interests of the big mining corporations and the big business lobby groups. Too afraid to stand up for nature, too afraid to stand up to the big mining lobby, too afraid to say no to the destruction of our native forests, to the bulldozing of koala habitat. The Prime Minister is giving a wink and a nudge to Gina Rinehart and the fossil fuel industry to keep going as they are. Mother Nature can't handle this. Our environment cannot cope with the continued destruction of our forests. Our wildlife cannot continue to survive as their homes and habitat are destroyed. It is an international disgrace that Australia's koala, our most beloved and iconic animal, is on the brink of extinction because this government and successive governments have failed to protect their homes. The only koalas that are going to be left in Australia are the ones that are in zoos. That's what we face right now. It is an international disgrace. The world's fastest parrot, the swift parrot, there's only a few hundred of them left in the wild because this government and successive governments and the Peter Dutton alternative government wants to keep logging their homes. The Greens are passionate about this issue because we can see this destruction before our very eyes. And we know that millions of Australians want to see the logging of our ancient forests stopped before it's all gone. The majority of the Australian public, time and time again in every opinion poll published in recent years, shows that Australians want our native forests protected. They love our forests. They're proud of our forests. They want homes for our wildlife, our birds, our animals. So my plea to the government today is use your power. Work with the Senate to protect our forests, the homes of our animals, the habitat of our native species, and do something good for nature. Do something good. Don't just roll over at the whim of Gina Rinehart and the mining lobby. Don't just roll over and say, oh, it's all too hard, we'll get back to it someday down the track. We don't have someday down the track. We are running out of time. The chainsaws are running. The bulldozers are going. Our climate is getting worse, hotter, drier, more extreme. We are running out of time. There are the numbers in this chamber to protect our forests and to protect our environment if the Labor government has the guts to do it. We can protect the koala from going extinct. We can protect our native species. We can stop illegal land clearing.
We can stop making the climate crisis worse by supercharging pollution and allowing fossil fuel, coal and gas companies to just keep expanding day after day after day. If we work collectively, we can stop this destruction. The government has to use their power. What is the point of being in government if you're just going to roll over every time somebody says boo? What is the point of being in government if instead of listening to the community, instead of listening to the voters, you're only doing the bidding of the big corporations and the big polluters? Why do they have a say in what laws are needed to protect nature? Their whole business model is built on destroying nature. Why would you take their advice? What is the point of being in government if every time the road gets hard, you go to water? Stop being a disappointment. You have the power to change things, to make things better, to deliver a positive outcome for the environment. You don't have to roll over to the mining lobby and Gina Reinhart. You don't have to do the dirty work of Mr. Peter Dutton. He's not in government. You are. Use your power for good. Use your power for good, save the koala, protect our forests, and stop making pollution worse. It's pretty simple. You've got the numbers in this place to do it. Don't pretend otherwise. Let's get it done.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. And I want to endorse the words of my colleagues, particularly Senator McKim, who led for us on this, and Senator Hanson-Young and others. There's a time to stop native forest logging, and that time is now. And this bill, pretending that Labor cares about forests, while at the same time as they're greenlighting the wholesale industrial destruction of our native forests, it's a pretty obscene bit of narrowcasting from Labor. And we've seen it time after time after time. Bring a piece of legislation in that pretends to put in, say, an Environmental Protection Authority, but actually don't create an independent one, that pretends to do something on illegal logging, meanwhile signing off on yet another round, years and years more, of destructive native forest logging that can only happen because the Commonwealth Government gives state and territory governments, but particularly state governments in New South Wales and Tasmania, an exemption from federal environmental laws to go in and destroy critical and endangered habitat. That's the only reason native logging can continue in New South Wales and Tasmania, because the Albanese government continues an exemption put in by the Howard government to let logging destroy endangered native species, to destroy critically endangered habitat. We could remove that exemption and end native forest logging this week in Parliament, if Labor had a backbone, because there is an absolute progressive majority in this chamber to do it. Why do we say end native forest logging? Well, we say it because of the incredible natural values in our forests. We live in this most extraordinary place. You can go for a bushwalk in Australia and pass through diversity in a couple of hundred metres that you'd have to cross the whole of Western Europe to see. You can go from rainforest to dry eucalypt forest to wet sclerophyll forest. You can have this extraordinary adventure in nature in a couple of hundred metres walking in our extraordinary forests that literally you'd have to cross the whole of the North American continent to see that kind of diversity. And this government thinks it's reasonable, thinks it's okay to agree to that wholesale destruction. It does your brain in. Last month, I was really fortunate to be down with some of our extraordinary campaigners on the south coast of New South Wales. I'm biased, I think one of the most beautiful parts of the planet. surrounded by these ancient forests that stretch across that beautiful southern part of my home state of New South Wales. And I was there in Mogo State Forest with some of our local council candidates for Eurobodalla Council. I was down there with Colleen Turner, Jocelyn Vandermeulen, and dozens of forest protectors. And we were there in Mogo State Forest because the New South Wales Labor government, with a tick of approval from the Albanese government, wants to get in there and destroy that part of Mogo State Forest. Beautiful, beautiful dry eucalypt forest, which when forest protectors went in and put an infrared drone over the forest that Forestry New South Wales wants to log, they found with their infrared drone in just a couple of nights a greater glider hotspot with 10 greater gliders in the forest that they want to destroy. And I don't know if anyone in this chamber outside of the Greens has ever actually seen a greater glider. They are extraordinary creatures. Beautiful fluffy ears, gliding. When you hear them glide in the forest at night and they go from tree to tree, they're quite big creatures. They're like a supersized possum, and you see them if you're spotlighting for them at night, and you can hear them crash from tree to tree as they move across in their favourite parts in the forest. They are endangered species. And the local community campaigners, the forest protectors, not Forestry New South Wales, they found 10 greater gliders in this little patch of forests that Forestry Corporation wants to destroy and do wholesale destruction, chop down every decent tree, go in afterwards and napalm the remaining forest litter on the ground and destroy that part of the forest in a part of the state that got smashed by those summer bushfires a few years ago, utterly smashed. And the locals are saying this bit of forest survived. This bit of forest with this extraordinary diversity survived. So much of the forest around there, around in Mogo State Forest and the surrounding forest, got smashed in those fires. We've got this extraordinary hotspot for greater gliders. And in fact, one of the beautiful gum trees in that forest, that bit of Mogo State Forest, it's a 62-metre high spotted gum. And the circumference, it's got a 7-metre circumference on it. And Forest New South Wales just wants to clear fell the entire forest around it and leave it completely vulnerable, as well as kill all of the habitat trees for those greater gliders. Utterly shameful. And the locals are distraught about it. They can't believe that a Labor state government and a Labor federal government is greenlighting the destruction of their beautiful Mogo forest. They cannot believe it. In fact, just before the fires that ripped through other parts of that forest down there, local forest protectors spotted platypus in the rivers. There's platypus in the rivers, greater gliders in the trees, and Forestry New South Wales comes in, with the support of state Labor, the support of federal Labor. They went through the forest, they didn't see a single glider, didn't see a platypus, didn't see a habitat tree, slated the entire chunk of this forest, about 4 different compartments, for that wholesale logging. Locals cannot believe it. They also can't believe it because it's the same forests that their local council has identified for this extraordinary 70-kilometre Mogo Mountains trail, bike trail network, mountain bike network. All the locals are excited about the jobs that can be in the forests from having this amazing mountain bike network that can run through some of the converted forestry tracks and forestry roads. They're excited about the investment that can see in ecotourism. They're excited about protecting their forests. And right smack bang in the middle of the proposed new Mogo Mountains Trail network, the New South Wales government under Labor is coming in and wants to destroy the forest. They just cannot believe the environmental vandalism and the economic vandalism for their local area. And they also know that it's these mature forests that were the things that stopped the big fires. The mature forests with their moist understory. That's what stops the big fires in the next big bushfire. And when if these forests get logged, and I can tell you now, forest campaigners like Colleen and Jocelyn and others are going to be in there protecting those forests and doing what they can to stop it being logged. But if they do get logged, we know what'll happen. The whole the whole forest will dry out. It'll be replaced with spindly saplings, and it'll be ripe and primed for the next big fire, which will tear through those forests and destroy homes, like we've seen time after time with recently logged fires. The locals know for their own safety, for the planet's safety, for their own economic future, protecting these forests is absolutely essential. So I join with my colleagues to say to Labor, grow a backbone. You know it's right to protect native forests from logging. You know that it's essential for climate. You know it's essential for our native species. You know it's essential for keeping communities safe from the next big bloody fire that's coming. And surely even Labor could realise it's wrong to log forests that are chock-a-block full of endangered greater gliders. Surely even Labor can see that that's wrong. And if you see it's wrong, do something about it. Join with the Greens, join with the progressive majority in this chamber, and finally end native forest logging in this country.
The Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment Bill 2024 will modernise and strengthen Australia's illegal logging laws to better protect the Australian market from illegally harvested timber and support legal and sustainable timber trade. It will increase regulatory efficiency and effectiveness by strengthening the monitoring, investigation and enforcement powers, including through new timber harp testing powers and the use of injunctions and enforceable undertakings. It will also enable the provision of key due diligence information up front, thereby enhancing our ability to use data to identify high-risk timber products and enable appropriate enforcement action be taken. Changes proposed by the bill have been informed by a comprehensive public consultation process that saw broad support from industry and non-government organisations for the improvements, and by the development of a regulation impact statement published in 2023. These changes complement the work the Australian Government is doing through the 2022 election commitment to invest $4.4 million to improve timber identification testing and illegal logging traceability. The bill has been subject to a Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee inquiry, and I thank everyone who participated in the inquiry and the committee for its consideration of the bill. The committee released its report on 20 June 2024, and I will take this opportunity to provide the government's response to the report. The report recommended the bill be passed, and the government welcomes and agrees with this recommendation. The Coalition Senators' dissenting report recommended that the passage of the bill be deferred until after the finalisation of the rules to be made under the proposed Act. The government notes this recommendation but does not agree with it. The rules cannot be finalised until the bill passes the Parliament and the rule-making power becomes operative. However, the government is ensuring the regulated community and other stakeholders have an opportunity to comment on the draft rules before they are finalised. On 19th of August this year, an exposure draft of the rules was released for public consultation, and the department has held a public webinar to explain key changes. They have received valuable feedback from stakeholders to date. In relation to the other matters raised in the dissenting report, I note that the strict liability offences and publication powers are increasingly common across Australian legislation, including environmental legislation, as they broaden regulatory options. These are appropriately framed, and I thank the committee for recognising the intentions to utilise these appropriately and sensitively. As stated in the explanatory memorandum to the bill, the proposed new publication powers are intended to only be used when non-compliance is repeated or very serious, and when it is considered in the public interest to do so. Such instances may be where a person has been convicted of an offence on several occasions or has repeatedly failed to comply with due diligence requirements without undertaking further checks or adjusting practices. It is not intended that publication would occur for minor instances of non-compliance where publication would not be in the public interest or where non-compliance can be otherwise addressed. As for concerns raised over the new power to enable testing of timber and regulated timber products, the bill does not impose any requirements on importers or processors to test timber themselves and bear the associated costs. The new timber testing power would be available to Commonwealth officers to utilise under compliance activities and is strictly limited to being exercised only when the timber or regulated timber product is subject to biosecurity control or customs control. The opposition has previously raised a proposal to exclude domestic timber processors from the application of the laws. I note that it is appropriate to maintain the current situation whereby the illegal logging prohibition legislation applies to both timber importers and processors of raw logs. This ensures the regulation of illegally logged timber is consistent with Australia's trade law obligations. The opposition has also previously questioned the need to require notices of intention to import a regulated timber product. Changing the operation of key provisions would undermine the intention of the new notice requirement, which is to obtain and use information to better target compliance powers. Finally, the government notes the committee's comments on the importance of continued stakeholder consultation. As demonstrated by the current consultation process, the government recognises this and is fully committed to ongoing engagement with regulated entities. Recommendations in the RRAT report from the Australian Greens have also been reflected in proposed amendments tabled, which the government notes but does not agree to. In Recommendation 1, which is corresponding sheet amendment 2643, the Australian Greens recommended that Section 18B of the bill be amended to require that import notices include, at a minimum, information on the species and countries of harvest of imported timber. The government does not agree to this recommendation. The government's position is that the timber species of country of harvest would be more appropriately prescribed in the rules, along with other requirements under Section 18B of the bill, as drafted and as noted in the explanatory memorandum. It is intended that these matters would be prescribed by the rules once an IT system that would support receiving notices in operational and regulated community has been consulted. In Recommendation 2, corresponding amendment sheet 2626, the Australian Greens recommended that Section 7 of the Act be amended to cover further laws that may impact supply chain illegality. The government does not agree with this recommendation because the due diligence requirements already require importers of regulated timber products and processors of raw logs to consider any other information the importer or processor knows indicating illegal logging risk. In Recommendation 3, corresponding sheet amendment 2645, the Australian Greens recommended that the bill be amended to require regular public reporting of the extent of illegal logging in Australia and of the action taken under the Act. The government does not support this recommendation as the Act does not directly regulate the act of harvesting timber within Australia. These matters are regulated by state and territory legislation, the reporting of which is not the responsibility of the Commonwealth. In Recommendation 4, which is corresponding amendment sheet 2646, the Australian Greens recommended that the bill be amended so that the rules may provide that the due diligence obligations can be satisfied by compliance with specific domestic or foreign laws, rules or operational processes as part of the due diligence obligations. The government does not agree with this recommendation as the Act already provides for this. Consequently, the amendments do not add anything and may have unintended consequences for the interpretation of the provisions. In Recommendation 5, corresponding amendment sheet 2647, the Australian Greens recommended that the Senate pass the Ending Native Forest Logging Bill. The government does not agree to this recommendation. The Ending Native Forest Logging Bill has no relevance to or connection with this bill. In Recommendation 6, the Australian Greens recommended that the bill be passed by the Senate with amendments in line with the above recommendations. For the reasons already given, the government does not agree to this recommendation, nor does the government agree to further amendments proposed by the Australian Greens. Regarding amendment sheet 2665 to add prohibitions for further dealings in illegally logged timber, the government notes that the illegal logging prohibition legislation already prohibits illegally logged timber from entering the Australian market by way of importation and the processing of raw logs within Australia. This was informed by extensive work in developing the current illegal logging prohibition legislation. There is no good reason to deviate from this. Regarding the proposed amendment sheet 2664 that interested persons be able to apply for injunctions relating to conduct or proposed conduct, the government does not agree to this amendment. Injunctions are available under the Regulatory Powers Act for those who administer and enforce the legislation, to restrain contraventions of the legislation, or to compel compliance with the legislation. It would not be appropriate or practical to extend these powers to other interested persons. Regarding the proposed amendment sheet 2645 that an independent review of the operation of the Act be conducted within 5 years and during each subsequent 5-year period, the government does not agree to this recommendation. The government notes that it has already agreed to amendments moved in the House of Representatives to conduct an independent review of the Act within 5 years. The Australian Government remains committed to combating illegal logging and associated trade and its global environmental, social and economic impacts. Illegal logging remains the greatest trans-border environmental crime globally and undercuts the prices our domestic forest industries can receive for sustainably produced timber products. I commend this bill, which will optimise Australia's illegal logging laws to protect our market from illegally harvested timber and illegally logged raw logs, to the Senate. I also table an addendum to the revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee.
Before I put the question on the second reading, Senator McKim has moved a second reading amendment, and Senator David Pocock has foreshadowed a further second reading amendment. So my intention is to put the second reading amendment as moved by Senator McKim. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment as moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 28 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, our Deputy President. I move my amendment, second reading amendment.
I put the question. The question's on a second reading amendment as moved by Senator Pocock. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Wish division. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 27 noes, it's passed in the negative. I now intend to put the question that the bill be read a second time. I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act 2012 and for related purposes.
I understand that there are amendments, so we are resolved into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to indicate to the Senate that the opposition won't be proceeding with any of the amendments we circulated off the back of very constructive discussions with stakeholders and the government. We don't need to proceed with those amendments.
Yep. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. Look, firstly, it always concerns the Australian Greens when we hear about constructive discussions between the opposition and the Labor Party on forestry matters. Let's be very, very clear about what's happened for decades in this country, and that is the Labor and Liberal and National parties have got together and stitched up the ongoing destruction of our native forest. And what that means is that the native forest logging industry in Australia has turbocharged the breakdown of the planet's climate. What it means is the native forest logging industry in Australia is logging species like the swift parrot and the masked owl in Tasmania into extinction. The swift parrot that beautiful little bird, the fastest parrot in the world, one of the only migratory parrots in the world, is being logged into extinction by a mendicant industry that only survives because of the public handouts that it gets because of the stitch-up between the establishment parties in this country. That beautiful little bird is being logged into extinction. There are around 500 birds left, down from vast flocks of tens of thousands of those beautiful little birds, down to about 500 and crashing in number because its habitat, its feeding habitat and its breeding habitat is being destroyed. That's what the stitch-up between the establishment political parties looks like. It looks like the destruction of biodiversity and the destruction of nature, because that is exactly what is happening. While our planet is literally cooking, while our ecosystems are crumbling around us, while species after species after species is either going extinct or sliding towards extinction, the major parties are colluding to exempt the forest industry from our National Environment Laws Week, although they are, while the major parties are colluding to continue to pump, even just in my home state of Tasmania, tens of millions of dollars a year so that this mendicant industry can continue, while the major parties, for political purposes, for base political purposes, are logging habitats of critically endangered species and logging those species into extinction. It is profoundly distressing, profoundly distressing. And what, of course, the major parties fail to understand is actually humans are part of the ecosystem as well. We are part of the biodiversity of this planet. And when the ecosystems crumble in all their complexity and all their magnificence, as they crumble, it affects us. As our climate continues to break down in all of its complexity and all of its magnificence, it affects us. It affects humans. We are already seeing large, massive displacements of human beings around the planet because of changed weather patterns, changed rainfall patterns, and the resulting impacts on the availability of food and drinking water. We are already seeing mass biodiversity collapse in this planet as a result of climate change and as a result of the ongoing poisoning of nature. And yet the Labor and Liberal parties get together and they keep stitching it up for their own base political purposes. It's profoundly disturbing that we stand here today with all of the scientific knowledge that we have, with everything that we know about ecological collapse and about climate breakdown, that we stand here today and we fail to take action on species like the swift parrot, and we fail to stop them being logged into extinction. And just today, in Tasmania, we had an editorial in the Advocate newspaper from Mr Anthony Hanavier, the editor of the Advocate, someone I might add straight out of the Liberal political offices in Tasmania, as Senator Duniam well knows. In fact, I'm not certain about this, but I expect they work together at some stage. It wouldn't be surprised at all if they work together in the office of the Tasmanian Premier at some stage. And Mr Hanavier editorialised in this way this morning. The Advocate newspaper in Australia. This might sound a little... This is in relation to the Maugean skate, by the way. There's less than 150 of these amazing creatures left in Macquarie Harbour in Tasmania. And this is what Mr Hanavier had to say about that skate, which is sliding into extinction because of the industrial fish farming industry in Tasmania. This is what he said. This might sound a little controversial, but I do not really care about that damned fish. Sure, it would be unfortunate if the Maugean skate were to go extinct, but I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. End quote. Well, that is an incitement to extinction. That is an incitement to the industrial salmon farming industry in Tasmania to continue to act in a way that the science is telling us is sliding the Maugean skate into extinction. It is so profoundly distressing. Whether it's the Maugean skate and the industrial salmon farming industry, or the beautiful little swift parrot and the industrial native forest logging industry in Tasmania, these two species, so different, but so amazing, so beautiful, so intricate, each the result of millennia of evolutionary forces and ecological processes to arrive where they are today, and they are being logged and fish farmed into extinction. While the establishment parties in this country sit on their hands and do nothing about it. Well, here's something for Mr Hanavier. I do care about that damn fish. The Greens do care about that damn fish. We will lose sleep over the fate of that fish, and we are losing sleep over the fate of that fish, unlike Mr Hanavier and unlike the establishment political parties in this place. And I've got another thing for Mr Hanavier and for the establishment parties. We will fight to defend that fish, that beautiful ancient fish that's been around since the times of the dinosaurs. We will fight for the swift parrot, that beautiful little parrot, one of the fastest parrots ever to have lived on this planet, that is being logged into extinction. We will fight for those species in this place, and we will fight every day to protect them from the establishment parties and their agents like Mr Hanavier and many, many others in the Tasmanian media ecosystem. So, Minister, I've got some questions in committee stage for you relating to the interrelationship between some of the standards covered in the draft rules that have been published. My first question is whether the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard, which is the PEFC endorsed Australian standard, does that particular standard, the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard, meet the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management requirements? And this is critical because it goes to whether it is an auditable condition for forests to be legally logged in order that they be certified.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim. We're just endeavouring to get an answer to that, Senator McKim. If you bear with us, that we'll do our best.
Senator McKim.
I'm sorry, Chair. My apologies.
No,
look, I appreciate the Minister's response. I do have a couple more observations to make, and then I will come back to that matter and an ancillary question that I have in regards to it. But look, I do want to go back. I mean, I understand this is a bill about logging, but it does go to whether or not logging is legal, both overseas and here in Australia, and that of course raises threatened species issues. And I'll just explain why that is. In Tasmania, there, as I've just said, is this beautiful little bird, the swift parrot. And in many forest practices plans, which are part of the framework which purports to govern the native forest logging industry in Tasmania, in many forest practices plans, it is a requirement that if there's a credible sighting of swift parrots, that the logging needs to cease. Now, we've seen repeated scenarios where there have been credible sightings of swift parrots reported to people conducting logging, in particular coops, and that logging has not ceased. Now, in my argument, that means that logging is illegal. And there are court cases afoot around the country in regards to testing whether particular logging of particular forests is legal or illegal, and there's been plenty of court findings, including in Victoria, where we had the shonky practices of Vic Forests exposed, that made it very clear that there is a lot of illegal logging that goes on in Australia. Now, that illegal logging has consequences for threatened species, and the swift parrot is one of those species, and the parallels here are that the political stitch-up between the establishment parties in this country is both sending the swift parrot sliding into extinction because the political stitch-up is enabling the industrial-scale destruction of its habitat by the native forest logging industry. And in the same way, the political stitch-up between the establishment parties is tragically sliding the Maugean skate into extinction because the major parties, the establishment parties, are united behind the industrial salmon farming industry in Tasmania. And I want to say this to Mr Hanavier, the editor of The Advocate, editorialising in the way that he did, which is basically an incitement to extinction and basically cheering on as the Maugean skate that's been with us since the age of the dinosaurs slides into extinction because of the actions of the industrial salmon farming industry in Macquarie Harbour. Doing those things, inciting that extinction, means that he should resign. He no longer should sit as the editor of The Advocate. And if he won't resign, Australian community media should sack him. It is a disgrace to incite extinction at a time of ecological collapse, just as it is a disgrace to incite the logging and burning of our native forests at a time when the planet's climate is breaking down around us. And whether it be Mr Hanavier or any of the senators who represent the establishment parties in this place, it is time to go, because you are not acting in the best interests of the ecology and the climate that actually underpin human life in this country and on this planet. So, Minister, the reason I'm asking about the responsible wood sustainable forest management standard and whether it meets the PEFC sustainable forest management requirements is that basically this legislation aims to prevent illegally logged timber from entering the supply chain in this country. Processors and importers, for that matter, have to exercise due diligence to assess the risk that raw logs are actually from illegal sources. And if a raw log is covered by a forest certification standard, then a simplified assessment applies. So the applicable standards named in the draft rules are the FSC Forest Stewardship Principles, the FSC Chain of Custody Certification, the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management Requirements, which I'll just shorthand to be the benchmark standard, and the PEFC Chain of Custody Standards. Now, PEFC, the Program for Endorsement of Forest Certification, is a global network of national standards represented in Australia by Responsible Wood. And I'll just pause here to give a little bit of history, which is Responsible Wood was formerly the Australian Forestry Standard. Now, I'm not sure if Senator Duniam was around at the time, but I certainly was in the early 2000s in the Tasmanian Parliament, when the Australian Forestry Standard was developed by the logging industry in Australia because they knew they wouldn't be able to meet Forest Stewardship Council certification standards, so they invented their own certification standard, the Australian Forestry Standard. It was an industry standard designed so the industry could certify itself. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Anyway, the AFS, the Australian Forestry Standard, is now Responsible Wood. So the PEFC Benchmark Forest Management Standard requires organisations to comply with all applicable laws, and the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard is the corresponding PEFC endorsed Australian standard. Now, it's therefore supposed to conform with the PEFC requirements and has been accepted as doing so, but, and here's the nub of the matter, Minister, the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard doesn't appear to have an auditable requirement for logging to be legal. And that is the crux of the matter. So the position is the legislation and the rules taken together require logging to be legal by reference to the PEFC standard. The certificate that would be presented to a processor to verify legality will be a Responsible Wood Forest Management Certificate, which does not, it appears, require logging to be legal. So therefore, my question, does the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard meet the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management requirements? And in particular, does it require logging to be legal as an auditable condition for forest management to be certified?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim, for your patience on that. So just in regards to the first point that was raised that I was seeking some clarity on, it's my understanding that the Responsible Wood National Standard is consistent with the global PEFC standard for sustainable forest management. How matters are dealt with under these standards is obviously a matter for the PEFC and Responsible Wood.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator McKim, but I note that Senator Dunningham, you had the call, Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair, and I thank Senator Dunningham. Thanks, Minister, for your response. So what you've just informed the Senate is that the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard is consistent with the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management requirements. Is that correct? That's correct, thank you. So I understand that it's consistent. Does it meet all of the requirements in the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim. Yes, that's my understanding.
Senator McKim. Yeah, you have the call.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Therefore, Minister, can I ask, does the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard require that logging does it require logging to be legal as an auditable condition in order that forest management can be certified?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Kim. It's a level of detail that I don't have with me at the moment. Again, we'll try and seek some clarity for you on that, Senator McKim.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Minister. Could I, perhaps you could indicate that you'll try and come back to us, either to the chamber or to me directly once you have any further information that you're able to provide?
Minister.
Happy to.
All right. Thank you. And can I therefore ask, Minister, if the answer is yes, that is that the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Framework, if the answer is yes, that is that the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard meets the PEFC Sustainable Forest Management requirements, which you've said that you believe that it does, and if the answer is yes, that it requires logging to be legal as an auditable condition for forest management to be certified, which you've said you'll come back to me or the chamber on. If the answer to that second question is yes, could you please outline which section of the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard requires logging to be legal? I'm happy to indicate you take that on notice, Minister.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim. Happy to.
Senator McKim has exhausted that line. So I give you the call.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm pleased to be able to do that. I was rather enjoying Senator McKim's contributions to a debate on the Forestry Bill by talking about the Maugean skate, which of course is an aquatic creature, as he admitted. So I'm not quite sure how references to this endangered creature are in any way related to this, but I do want to just correct a couple of things that have been put on record here. And I mean, I will never ever undersell Senator McKim's passion, his vigour, his desire to put out into the marketplace what he believes to be the case and his truth, his version of events, his view of the world, and good on him for doing that. He does that very effectively. As a fellow Tasmanian, I see a lot of what he has to say, despite disagreeing with nearly every word of it. I commend him for his passionate participation in the democratic process, but I just think we need to come back to basics on this debate before I get on to Mr Hanavier, who is a top Tasmanian in my view, a very good journalist, and there was an article I read on the weekend which I think Senator McKim would be very interested in, and I'll refer to that before I conclude. But this point around what we do here in Australia when it comes to forestry versus what happens elsewhere in the world. Because if we assume Australians want to continue to consume this fantastic product, hardwood timbers that come from native forests or other varieties of forests, then if we're not going to be producing it here to what I argue, again, like I did last time we sat, world's best standard in Australia, then where is it going to be coming from? It's not going to be coming from Australian well-managed sustainable forests. It's going to be coming from places like the Congo Basin, where, of course, there is no regard for the environment. There are no rules around how you can extract the timber you need and must replace it. There is no regard for what impact it will have on the climate or on waterways or indeed on human populations. I mean, Senator McKim talked about the displacement of human populations. I mean, you see some of the examples of what's happening in overseas jurisdictions. Some of these products, of course, carrying the FSC logo, but we know that there are problems with the timbers that often have this rather questionable mark accompanying the product when it is on sale. And it was to that end, I mean, I was always very disappointed with what happened in Victoria. There was a court case brought against Vic Forests, and as a result, a particular retail chain decided not to stock the timbers coming from any of the Vic Forest coops. At that point, company had not been found in breach, but this retail outlet had made a decision on the basis of a question before a court. It was at that point, as the former Assistant Minister for Forestry, I asked for some DNA testing to occur in retail outlets across Australia. Again, I make the point, some of them carry a logo claiming a level of certification, specifying the type of timber that they were selling. It was amazing to see in a number of retail outlets, including the one that decided not to stock this Victorian timber in question, that they were selling timbers purporting to be a particular species from a particular jurisdiction with a certification logo attached, and of course none of it matched up to exactly what type of timber it was and where it came from. And this is the problem with this argument around shutting down the timber industry in Australia, that if we don't do it here, we're going to have to get it from somewhere. And what happens over the horizon is a problem, which is why this bill is important, about putting in place safeguards and measures that actually do protect people who want to buy sustainable products, but also environments from beyond our own jurisdiction. And that's why it is important to back this in. Although Senator McKim talks about a stitch up between the two major parties, I still believe that, as evidenced between the years 2010 and 2014 in Tasmania, there is only ever one stitch up, one partnership you will ever see in Australian politics when it comes to forestry, and that is that one where that green tail wags the Labor dog, where the Greens in a power-sharing government, and the polls point to after the next election us having a Labor-Green minority government supported by the Teals. Now, I'll almost guarantee that on their list of demands post an election, when they're marching round to the blue-carpeted wing of this building, the ministerial wing, on there will be a ban of native forestry. That will be one of the key asks, and in fact they're already asking for it in relation to another bill we'll be debating this fortnight. So if ever there was going to be a stitch up on forestry, it isn't between the two major parties. It is very much between the Labor Party and the Greens, as evidenced by what happened in Tasmania between 2010 and 2014, where, based on emotion and whim, we saw the shutdown of a sustainable industry, not based on science and not based on fact. But I'd just like to conclude at this point. As I say, there were constructive discussions, and we've reached... I've been able to satisfy myself that some of the concerns I had around impacts on Tasmanian, or Australian rather, domestic processes, and of course that we weren't going to see scope creep here from the Commonwealth Government into what should be a state or territory matter. We all have state and territory forestry regulatory authorities, and I don't think it's the place for the Commonwealth to be marching in and taking over any of those responsibilities. But I just wanted to finish by reflecting on the comments that Senator McKim made about a very good journalist, Mr Hanavier. Yes, I did work with him many years ago in this very building, in fact. And I think it's unfair to characterise Mr Hanavier in the way he does. I mean, I think he's a very even-handed journalist. He's given me a whack from time to time in his editorials, and I'll take them as well as and I think there might well have been a couple saved for Senator McKim as well. But I did read one on Saturday, as a matter of fact, which I think, and I'm surprised Senator McKim didn't reference that one as much as he did the one that totally unrelated to this debate, and it was on one of our own colleagues here in Senator Polly. But I do think Mr Hanavier is a fantastic journalist, and I think given the number of times he's been referenced in this debate, I just wanted to put that on record, and he might have views about the skate and the salmon industry, and if I guess that keeps going on as a topic of conversation, I might respond to some of those a bit later on. But I do recommend to all senators that they pick up Saturday's Advocate newspaper and have a read of the editorial. It's well worth it. Good laugh.
Are there any other contributions? Minister, do you have anything back from Senator McKim at this point?
Yeah, hoping to help, and I am a big fan of the Advocate newspaper, and particularly how the Ulverston Robins are going, but I don't think I want to delve into Tasmanian politics with these two here who seem obsessed with it. Yeah, but Helen's got a broader view of the country, and so does Anne, unlike you two. But anyway, we're getting a bit personal now. But in response to Senator McKim, the Responsible Wood Standard, the Australian New Zealand Sustainable Forest Management Standard 4708/2021, Section 11.2.10 requires forests managed managers to address illegal activities and notify the relevant authorities. Operators accredited to the standard are audited. Forest managers have to comply with all legal requirements and demonstrate compliance with them as stipulated by the standard.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. And Minister, thank you for that. Could you just read out which part of that standard? I think you had a number there.
Section 11.2.10.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Minister. And that is, so section 11.2.10, that is of the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard, is that right?
Yes, that's
Minister.
correct. Thanks.
Senator McKim. I apologise, Chair. Minister, thanks. So just to be clear, what you're informing the Senate is that section 11.2.10 of the Responsible Wood Sustainable Forest Management Standard requires logging to be legal. Is that right?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim. What it requires is forest managers to address illegal activities and notify the relevant authorities. Operators accredited to the standards are audited. Forest managers have to comply with all legal requirements and demonstrate compliance with them as stipulated by the standard.
Senator McKim.
So therefore, Minister, if those conditions weren't met, then that section of the standards would not be met and therefore products could not be certified. Is that right?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator McKim. It's obviously bordering into hypothetical scenarios there, but it would be a matter for the PEFC and Sustainable Wood to manage.
Are there any other contributions before I ask Senator McKim to begin moving his amendments? Senator McKim, do you need the call to start moving your amendments?
I do.
You have the call.
Thanks, Chair. So I seek leave to move the amendments standing in my name on sheet 2626. So that's amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2626. I seek leave to move those together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I move those amendments.
Are we going to have any debate on these? Members have indicated they don't wish to debate them, so I'm going to put the question. I put the question that amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2626, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2626, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 28 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Chair. I seek leave to move the amendments standing in my name on sheet 2646. So that's Amendment 1 and 2 on sheet 2646. I seek leave to move them together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I move those amendments.
I put the question. The question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2646, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I take it that, Senator McKim, you wish the Greens' opposition to be recorded?
Our support.
Sorry, my apologies. Your support to be recorded? Yes.
Yes, please.
You have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2665 together.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I move those amendments.
I put the question. The question is that amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2665, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. You want to divide on that one? Division required. Is it a 1 minute bill? We're happy with that? Bring the bills for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 2665, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I point Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Colby. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 31 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator McKim. Senator McKim, you have the call. Just getting the microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I move the amendment standing in my name on sheet 2643.
I put the question that the amendment on sheet 2643, as moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. We'll record the Greens' support for that amendment. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 2664 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I move those amendments.
I put the question that amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 2664 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Let it be recorded that the Greens supported the amendment. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I move the amendment standing in my name on sheet 2645.
I put the question. The question is that the amendment on sheet 2645, standing in the name of Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. It be recorded that the Greens voted for that amendment. Is there any other contributions to the debate in committee? I'm going to put the final questions. The question... No amendment's gone up, yeah. Yep. The question is, now that the bill stand as printed, those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. The question is, now that the bill be reported, those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. committee has considered the illegal logging prohibition amendment strengthening measures to prevent illegal timber trade Bill 2024 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
I move the report of the committee be adopted.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act 2012 and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment, Cost Protection Bill 2023, continuation second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise to speak on the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Cost Protection Bill 2023. It's appropriate to commence my speech by reflecting on the genesis of this bill and the objectives that it should have been achieving. Because this is a bill that should be implementing Recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report. The Respect at Work report made 55 recommendations across a range of areas, the bulk of which have now become law with coalition support. Recommendation 25 came in the context of a discussion about barriers to pursuing general sexual harassment claims in the courts. The discussion in the report is short but clear and dealt with just a few key points. It's worth reflecting on those points, which should have been, but which are not, the guiding principles for our discussion today. So first, the Commissioner noted submissions recommending a cost protection provision in the Australian Human Rights Commission Act, which would, and I quote, provide that applicants and respondents should bear their own costs unless an exception applies, if the court is satisfied that the party instituted proceedings vexatiously or without reasonable cause. Second, the report cited submissions to the effect that the general rule, which many would know is costs follow the event, operates as, and again I quote, a disincentive to pursuing sexual harassment matters under the Sex Discrimination Act. And third, in response to those submissions, the Commissioner acknowledged that, quote, the risk of costs orders acts as a disincentive to pursuing sexual harassment matters in the federal jurisdiction. The report specifically and explicitly recommended a new provision along the lines of Section 570 of the Fair Work Act, which establishes what is known as a cost neutrality model. Critically, it noted the intended effect of such a provision is as follows. Such a provision should ensure costs may only be ordered against a party by the court if satisfied that the party instituted the proceedings vexatiously or without reasonable cause, or if the court is satisfied that a party's unreasonable act or omission caused the other party to incur costs. The discussion in the report specifically and expressly made clear that the provision was about limiting the circumstances in which a complainant can be made to pay costs. It recommended a provision that, as a default, means each party bears their own costs except where they act vexatiously or unreasonably. In other words, it is a protective provision. What this bill does, though, is take a fundamentally different approach. It does not implement Recommendation 25 of the Jenkins report. The bill does not implement a regime that is directed towards harassment and discrimination claims under the Sex Discrimination Act. This bill does not implement a provision modelled on Section 570 of the Fair Work Act, and it does not deal with sexual harassment in the workplace. In other words, it doesn't do what Kate Jenkins told the Australian Parliament it needed to do. Instead, what this bill does is applies to all federal discrimination matters. So this means that in due course, it will apply potentially to religious institutions and schools if the government decided to pursue its disastrously flawed religious discrimination bill, which Mr Albanese, I understand, still has not shown his caucus. This bill implements the hopelessly ideological model called a modified equal access model. Now, the word modified is important here because this model is not about equal access at all. Indeed, the words equal access are in quotation marks in the government's own materials because the Attorney-General of Australia knows full well there is nothing equal about it. It is actually an unequal access model, and we need to be very, very clear about that. It does not remove barriers in a way that preserves the integrity of litigation and the discretion of the courts. Instead, they ensure that in court, the balance is tilted in favour of complainants, regardless of the nature of the complaint and the conduct of the proceedings. The bill also takes an extraordinary approach that goes much farther than any other Australian jurisdiction and, in fact, any other comparable nation. It's appropriate to run through how this bill will work in practice, and for simplicity and clarity, I'll refer to the person commencing the litigation as the complainant. The courts at present make costs orders to reflect on the conduct of the proceedings, the merits of the parties' positions and the ultimate outcome. The courts make costs orders that give best effect to justice in the case. This is a fair approach and it is a reasonable approach. And we know that our judges, hard-working, talented and unimpeachably fair and independent, do not take their responsibilities lightly. What this bill does, however, is take that discretion away from them. What the bill does is say that the court must award costs to a complainant if they are successful, and the key here is these words, on one or more grounds. This rule applies in all cases except in relation to costs incurred as a result of a complainant's unreasonable act or omission. The bill also says that the court must not award costs against the complainant unless some very narrow exceptions are met. What are these exceptions? Well, the court is only permitted to exercise a discretion to award costs to a respondent where the complainant instituted the proceedings vexatiously or without reasonable cause, or the complainant's unreasonable acts or omissions caused the respondent to incur costs, or the respondent is successful in the proceedings, does not have a significant power advantage and does not have significant financial or other resources relative to the complainant. Crucially, the bill would apply to class action proceedings and actions brought by trade unions. And extraordinarily, the drafting of the provisions leaves open the possibility that the respondent must pay the costs incurred by the complainant, even in respect of grounds that were unsuccessful. So what does this actually mean in practice? Well, in short, the bill incentivises litigation and disincentivises negotiated outcomes. It removes all real risks from the complainant, provided they do not meet the very high bar, and it is a very, very high bar at law, of acting unreasonably. And this bill even removes the provision that expressly allows the court to take into account offers to settle. In fact, this is an unprecedented change to how settlement negotiations will work. Right now, the courts can take into account cases where a respondent makes a reasonable offer to settle. I would argue, in fact, the status quo is. That is actually fair. But let's say you're responding to a claim and you make a genuine effort to resolve it on fair and reasonable terms so that we can both parties that is, avoid the costs of litigation. But then I insist on my day in court and I might even win. If I do that, of course, it puts both of the parties to a great deal of expense, which is entirely avoidable. A fair person might say, well, hold on, why should you pay if I'm the one insisting on litigation that turns out to be unnecessary? And this is what the courts can do right now. They make costs orders very carefully so that as far as possible, the process itself does not become a punishment. All that changes under this bill. The bill removes the provision that gives the courts the discretion to take those things into account. In fact, it sends a clear message that a complainant who rejects a reasonable settlement offer should not be at risk of an adverse costs order. Further, the bill leaves open the possibility that the respondent must pay even in respect of grounds that are unsuccessful, because all of this is part of the same proceeding. If you are successful on any ground, you recover all of your costs. And if you lose completely, all you have to do is bear your own costs. If you make 20 claims and succeed in just one, this bill leaves open the possibility that the respondent will be forced to pay for all of them. This means there is no downside to pressing ahead with a low prospect claim. Talk about clogging up the court system. Of course, this can be exploited in class actions, and class action law firms, as we all know, are the Australian Labor Party's friends. It is no accident that Maurice Blackburn and Slater Gordon spend millions in donations to the Australian Labor Party. And it is no accident that you will see photos of CFMEU officials in high-vis vests with the CFMEU logo on one side and, lo and behold, the Maurice Blackburn logo on the other. This bill, on any analysis, is a litigation funder's dream. It is a class action lawyer's meal ticket, and it is a trade union's golden pathway. All you are going to need to do is drum up a low-value or speculative complaint and resist all attempts at conciliation in the Australian Human Rights Commission. Then once you're in the courts, guess what? You simply press ahead with your ambit, low-value and speculative claim. And then so long as you're not unreasonable or vexatious, you can slowly bleed the respondent as you drag out the litigation, knowing it's quite unlikely that because of the Australian Labor Party and this bill, it's actually unlikely you are going to face consequences. And of course, there's nothing in this bill to prevent these types of actions being abused collaterally to pressure a respondent into whatever negotiations or other matters are going on. But wait, there's more. There's a genuine concern that this approach doesn't end with discrimination matters. In fact, the drafting is so broad that it includes any other proceedings that relate to those proceedings. What this means is that there's a genuine concern that this unequal access model will also apply to any other claims in the same matter that arise under federal law or in the accrued jurisdiction. In fact, the committee received evidence and saw clear citations to case law that made this precise point. The way it plays out is this. Let's say I make a complaint about reasonable adjustments under the Disability Discrimination Act, and then as part of the same matter, I also make some kind of damages claim or an industrial claim. The genuine fear, based on precedent, is that all of those provisions are covered by this controversial and unbalanced cost regime because they relate to a discrimination claim. The overreach means that those who respond to claims, not just employers, but bodies like schools, TAFEs, professional colleges, hospitals and sporting clubs, will all now face a much higher litigation risk, and it is only a matter of time that translates into higher insurance premiums and higher costs to the families who love and benefit from those community institutions. It is sloppy or insidious and either makes a mockery of the Jenkins report. So what should the bill have actually done? It should have been a bill that implemented a recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report. It should have been a bill that had support across this chamber. It should have created a simple cost-neutral jurisdiction in our federal courts to remove barriers to women to deal with sexual harassment in the workplace. It should have meant that the same rules apply whether you pursue a sexual harassment claim in the Fair Work Commission or the federal court. But instead what we have is a model that goes further than any comparable jurisdiction, applies to any type of claim under discrimination law or that relates to such a claim. The overreach is inexplicable and we should find a better way forward.
Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. The Greens really welcome the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Costs Protection Bill of 2023. This bill stems from Recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work Sexual Harassment National Inquiry Report, which was released in 2020. So these reforms have certainly been a long time coming. And while this bill proposes a cost model different to that which Kate Jenkins proposed in Respect at Work, there is good reason for that. The current cost rules are essentially that costs follow the event. If you lose, you pay the other side's costs. Kate Jenkins recommended that change and be essentially an each bear own costs rule. That did represent an improvement in that you wouldn't be saddled with the other side's costs if you lost, but it still wouldn't help you pay your own legal fees if you won. After some very welcome consultation with the sector and with the Greens, including our suggestions in the additional comments to the inquiry into earlier versions of this bill, we're really pleased that the government has proposed a slightly different cost model, which is now what is in the bill. The modified equal access cost protection provision in this bill is one that the Greens and many advocates have called for, because it will ensure that no one is priced out of fighting sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. Now, what it means is that workers who've been subject to sexual harassment or discrimination at work will be able to seek justice and not be in danger of paying the other side's costs if they lose. But if they win, they will have their costs paid for by their dodgy employer. Now, it's important that these cost provisions will apply to all unlawful workplace discrimination, including age, race and other protected attributes, and that is a good thing, because costs should not be the determining factor in whether workers are able to call out bad behaviour and discrimination and insist on a safe workplace. Without an equal access cost model in place, many workers, particularly women, weigh up the trauma and the financial risk, and they decide to stay silent. It shouldn't bankrupt vulnerable Australians to take up a matter of sexual harassment or discrimination. The Women's Legal Centre in the ACT observed to the Senate committee inquiring into the Respect at Work bill in 2021, which is opposite here, many women worry that they will not be believed and will be forced to pay the other side's legal fees. In the case of large businesses and government departments, these fees can be so significant that the average person would face financial ruin. It's no surprise many women decide not to take this gamble." End quote. Providing more options for victims of sexual harassment to make complaints, which this government has done, doesn't change anything if women can't afford to make complaints. Rights on paper are meaningless unless you can afford to enforce them. The 2022 National Survey of Sexual Harassment found that young women working in the fast food and retail industries are experiencing significantly higher rates of workplace harassment. Now, those industries are comparatively low paid and they're characterised by unpredictable and insecure work. So the financial risk of taking action against an employer remains a significant barrier to workers making complaints. The decision to make a complaint against your employer or someone in your workplace will always be difficult, but deterring someone from coming forward could mean the difference between a harassing boss being held to account or being allowed to continue harassing other employees. I say it again, costs should not be the determining factor in whether workers are prepared and able to call out bad behaviour, discrimination, and insist on a safe workplace. Equal access cost provisions, where workers can take action without fear of paying the other side's costs if they lose, already exist for whistleblowers to remove barriers for people calling out misconduct. They should exist for whistleblowers. They should also exist here, and that's why we're pleased to be supporting this bill. The same rules should apply for calling out workplace harassment, and hence our support. The modified equal access cost model in the bill will help protect young women in those industries, and it will help set the standard for workplace behaviour. The bill represents a generational opportunity to change workplace culture. The Greens are proud to have kept the pressure up to ensure that no one's priced out of fighting for their rights at work, whether that be for sexual harassment or any other type of workplace discrimination. Respect at Work recommended a reform in this space 4 years ago. We've had this bill on the shelf for more than a year. Workers can't afford any more delay in being able to access justice. Now, I note that the opposition have circulated amendments that propose essentially an each bear own cost model, except where a case is frivolous or vexatious, or a party has, by an unreasonable act or omission, caused the other party to incur costs. Now, this proposition totally ignores the fact that workers will rarely be able to afford to seek justice, and they won't be able to pay for legal representation to get justice. The reality is that lawyers will want to be paid, and without the reassurance that costs will be awarded if they win, many employees simply won't be able to afford to proceed to the courts. Now, some people in this chamber have concerns that these new cost rules will be detrimental to small business. Well, I can reassure anyone who might be concerned about that this bill already has plenty of protections for small businesses. If the worker's case is vexatious or without reasonable cause, or their actions or omissions cause unreasonable cost, they can have costs awarded against them. And if the worker is unsuccessful and the employer doesn't have a significant power advantage or a significant financial or other resources relative to the worker, that employer can have their costs paid. This is more than enough protection for employers, particularly for small businesses who don't have that significant power or resource advantage over the applicant. The court retains the discretion to ensure that costs rules are applied fairly. And I might also add, if small businesses don't harass their workers, they will be fine. So one wonders, is the concern that workers will make up false claims against their small business employer? Because the whole notion that women in any way benefit from going public on claims of sexual harassment or assault is laughable. Everyone sees the victim survivor pilloried and re-traumatised, and it's usually her that suffers the career detriment, when the perpetrator can generally carry on mostly unaffected. Some senators in this chamber have previously taken some dubious positions in relation to women's rights in the workplace in the service of trying to defend small business, and I hearken back to the paid parental leave debate. But I really hope that in seeking to protect small businesses, no one's implying that women make up harassment or abuse. We don't. Why would we, when it's us that are put on trial? It's us that suffer all of the weight, the scrutiny, the vitriolic public commentary. The media is littered with examples of that. This is the reason why most sexual harassment and discrimination goes unreported. So when someone has the courage to report it and to seek justice in the workplace, why would you want to put further barriers in place to stop that? Financial barriers that are very real and particularly pronounced in a cost of living crisis.
Thank
we know
you,
that most
Senator Waters. Debate is interrupted. I shall now proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, many people may have come across an acronym in recent years known as ESG. Now, in theory, our corporate sector has been desperate to apply ESG principles, so-called environmental, social and governance principles, to themselves in recent years. It doesn't really mean that, though, because in practice what ESG has meant for our corporate sector is exempting ourselves from guilt. That's what this is about. That's what this has been about. We've seen time and time again large corporate entities who engage in the most gross misbehaviour then turn around within weeks and start lecturing us all about what we should do in some pretty lame attempt to absolve themselves from guilt. The latest example was just last week, Woolworths, an organisation that's been accused of terrible treatment of small businesses. A great ABC Four Corners documentary went through that at length earlier this year. A Senate inquiry followed, which pilloried the conduct of Woolworths and their treatment of farmers and small businesses. Woolworths last week released its latest sustainability report. And in that report, they've committed themselves to only source beef now from no deforestation areas. They've done this with referencing something called the Science-Based Target Initiative. That initiative defines forest areas of this country that include 44% of our the forest areas are 44% of grazing lands. So we'd reduce our supply of beef across vast swathes of Australia if we apply these United Nations WWF standards. Now, all Australians, I think, probably have some interaction with Woolworths from time to time, and almost all of them lately would be shocked when they get to the checkout and see how much their grocery bills cost. A lot of it is because of this kind of rubbish that groups like Woolworths are putting in place that restrict the supply of products and push up prices. And then ESG doesn't just mean exempting ourselves from guilt, it also means extreme shortages guaranteed.
Thank you very much, Senator Canavan. I call Senator Polley.
Thank you. I recently celebrated the 15% pay rise for people working in early childhood and those educators who actually are there ensuring that the next generation has the fantastic start that they need to be able to reach their full potential. Now, when I was at Good Start Early Learning in Newstead in my home state of Tasmania, it was just so lovely to walk into a centre and to see so many smiling faces. And as soon as you walk into that centre, there's photos of all the staff, ensuring that the children feel secure when they come in and that families know that they're going to get the best possible care. Now, the centre manager, Libby, has created, as I said, such a warm and inviting atmosphere for the children and for the families. But it's important for the children to have a creative learning environment, to be able to dream and to inspire them to achieve their own goals. Now, one of the initiatives that pleased me the most was the celebration of staff at the centre. As soon as you walk in that door, as I said, there's photos of them, making sure that that centre is a safe environment for those children. But it was when I spoke to a staff member there, I spoke to Belinda about the 15% pay rise that the Albanese government is delivering for early childhood educators in this country. She's a mother of two and a grandmother, and she's inspiring and saving like mad to try and buy a home to ensure that she provides a secure home environment for her own children and her grandchild. There is such dignity and security provided when you have a place of your own, to make sure that you're able to do that for your family. Now, she was so excited and so grateful that they have finally been acknowledged by our government, and I'm proud to be part of that government to acknowledge early child.
I call Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Last month on the 3rd of August, I had the privilege to go to Wagga Wagga to be with the Yazidi community and the local Wagga community to reflect on the 10th anniversary of the appalling genocide against the Yazidi people. Because it was on the 3rd of August in 2014 that ISIS attacked the Yazidi community in Shingar in Iraq. The brutality that was inflicted against the Yazidi community that went for months and months of mass killings and abductions, violence that it's unimaginable to imagine in any community, is rightly called a genocide. There have been at least 85 mass graves identified in and around Shingar. And as the Yazidi community saw the extent of the violence, they fled into the mountains. And sadly, thousands then died from malnourishment and the effects of the extreme climate. From 2016, though, the Yazidi community started arriving in Wagga. The then government, I give them this credit, recognised that genocide was occurring, undertook a rapid program to provide a safe pathway to the Yazidi community to rapidly assess the security concerns and to bring them to Australia. The community has flourished in Wagga, and I want to credit the state member and the local mayor and the thousands of ordinary people from Wagga who have come and wrapped around and supported the Yazidi community. I can't tell you how much pain there was in the room at Henschke Primary School on the 3rd of August. The mums who are still crying about their lost kids, the fathers who'd lost everyone. The pain was real, but we did it right with the Yazidi community in providing that space, in providing a safe place. And let's remember that lesson.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Smith-Dean.
Today is Tibet Lobby Day, an annual occasion when the Australian Tibet Council invites Tibetan Australians to meet with their parliamentary representatives and discuss the issues that are important to them. What makes this unique is that it's an annual opportunity for our parliament to act as a voice for a people who are otherwise voiceless. Since the annexation of Tibet and the exodus of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Tibetans around the world have fought with bravery and determination for a return to a free and independent Tibet. That effort has largely only been able to gain momentum in democratic nations such as ours here in Australia, where Tibetans in exile can speak freely without fear or retribution. Australia has long supported the aspiration of a free Tibet. In our most recent Universal Periodic Review of China, submitted to the United Nations, Australia reiterated its calls for the Chinese government to cease discrimination and persecution of Tibetans and other minorities in Tibet based on their religious or political views. We also called for an end of restrictions on their expression of their cultural and linguistic identity. I heard harrowing first-hand accounts of these human rights abuses when I visited Dharamshala in northern Italy and met with His Holiness of the Dalai Lama earlier this year. We are also aware of the specific Chinese Communist Party officials in Tibet that are perpetuating these restrictions on Tibetan people's freedoms. If we fail to hold these officials accountable for their human rights abuses, then who will? That's why this morning I joined Susan Teppelman MP, Senator Barbara Pocock and other members of the multi-partisan Parliamentary Friends of Tibet to welcome a visiting delegation of Australian Tibetans. Australia has a central role to play in the journey towards a free Tibet, and Tibetan Australians are counting on those of us in this Parliament to be their voice.
Thank you, Senator. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. And can I associate myself with the remarks of Senator Smith, and happily I was able to meet with a delegation myself, and it's great to see the multi-party support for the Tibetan people, and we acknowledge those who are in the gallery today. I also want to express deep sadness that I mark with honour the memory of Wilma Hickey, who passed away at the age of 95. Wilma's life was a testament to dedication and service, and we're all fortunate to have known her. Wilma was never one to boast, but her dedication to the union movement was unmatched. She worked with a quiet strength and unwavering commitment alongside her close friend Claire Hay. Wilma's journey began on the shop floor, and she rose to remarkable heights, becoming the president of the SDA, the largest union in New South Wales. Her roles were many: member, worker, workplace delegate, full-time organiser, branch councillor, national councillor, and eventually SDA president. In the 1970s, when there were calls to merge the SDA with a building union, Wilma stood firm, believing in the necessity of a dedicated union for shop assistants and warehouse workers. Her resolve was evident in 1977 at Myer Castle Hill and continued through her time at Grace Brothers in Hornsby, where she was a respected workplace delegate. She kept her members informed and supported them with unwavering dedication. By 1983, Wilma was a member of the SDA Branch Council, and 1987 became its president, position she held till 1999. Under her leadership, the union achieved significant victories, including shorter working weeks and numerous pay increases. Wilma's impact extended beyond the workplace. As a full-time organiser, she resolved countless disputes and recruited many new members. Her emphasis on clear communication was central to her approach, believing to be a key workplace harmony element. Wilma Hickey's legacy is one of steadfast commitment, strong, quiet and effective leadership, and an enduring impact will remain on all those who were touched by the work of her life. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. In the last few days, Australians have witnessed an unedifying sight: the Treasurer blaming the Reserve Bank for policy outcomes that were firmly the government's fault. When Treasurer Chalmers was rightly criticised for his misbehaviour, the Labor Party rallied the troops, dusting off Labor Party artefact Wayne Swan to defend the Treasurer. This display is why people dislike and distrust politicians. The reality is high interest rates are the direct result of economic policy under successive Liberal and Labor governments. Policy that damaged our manufacturing and farming sectors, while transforming gross domestic product from real jobs in the private sector to jobs in the government sector. Reserve Bank Governor Bullock's interest rate strategy is a response to Labor government policy. Labor government policy has decided the RBA's strategy. Instead of bullying the Reserve Bank Governor into taking further interest rate rises off the table, Treasurer Chalmers could take action to prevent the need for those rises. 1. Balance the budget, meaning reduced government spending to match your income. Minister Shorten tried to bring NDIS under control, and you forced him to walk the plank. Stop replacing baseload power with net zero wind, solar transmission lines and battery backup, driving up electricity prices and sending the government into debt. Reduce immigration, which is distorting the housing market and inflating government welfare and manufacturing spending, infrastructure spending. Stop giving grants and subsidies to foreign multinationals operating solar and wind here, and instead encourage local companies who retain the wealth here. Develop our productive capacity through a national rail loop enabling an Australian steel industry. There's $100 billion of production, 40,000 real jobs and $25 billion in government revenue just in the Capricornia Steel proposal at Queensland's Abbott Point and Port of Gladstone. Every year, Treasurer Chalmers should stop bullying and start building, which is exactly what a one-nation government will do.
Thank you very much, Senator. I call Senator Rennick.
Of all the issues faced by Australia, few are more damaging to our country than the fiscal imbalance and ambiguous responsibilities between state and federal governments. There is no better example of this than the state of our highways, especially our federal highways. It is a national disgrace that our federal highways are a death trap that are of a standard that wouldn't pass muster in a third world country. The accident a few weeks ago on the Bruce Highway near Gladstone is just one of the many tragic accidents and disruptions to people in regional Queensland. Not that it is confined to just the Bruce Highway. The Newell Highway in Western New South Wales is also in dire need of improvement. I call on the federal government to abolish the current 80-20 funding of national highways and assume full responsibility for funding them. They should also empower the Royal Military Engineers to be responsible for the construction and maintenance of federal highways. What better way to train apprentices, cut bureaucratic waste and start actually delivering real outcomes for the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. I call Senator Payman.
Thank you. I rise today to speak on behalf of thousands of people whose lives have been marked by unimaginable hardship at the hands of our broken immigration system. I stand here with the words of Pravina, a courageous 22-year-old who I met on Saturday ringing in my ears. A refugee, a national powerlifting champion, but more than that, a proud Australian who after 12 years is still waiting for her Australian citizenship. Pravina is a champion. She won the state powerlifting champions in WA, then representing our great state on the national stage and becoming the national champion. This gave her the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to represent Australia on the international stage. However, despite living and learning in WA since she was 9, she still has not received the basic right of Australian citizenship. Because of this, she was denied her dream of competing and representing her state and country. This isn't even the toughest part of Pravina's story. Imagine, if you will, having your life torn, the safety of home, the love of family, all of it shattered. Pravina's grandfather was brutally murdered, her father disappeared. As a child, she fled to Australia with nothing but hope, a fragile dream of survival. But even here, in the land of the fair go, that hope was met with endless barriers, from being held in detention, denied basic human rights, to being told she has 28 days to leave the only home she has known. And yet she perseveres, becomes a symbol of strength and determination. Pravina is not alone in this struggle. There are thousands of others just like her, people who have called Australia home for over a decade, yet live in the fear of deportation. People held in offshore detention, their bodies and minds crushed under the weight of uncertainty, medical neglect and trauma.
Senator Payman. I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
Millions of people around the world are frustrated that again the Danish authorities have decided to keep Captain Paul Watson in jail in Greenland, pending potential extradition to Japan, the next court hearing being on the 2nd of October. Every Greens MP has written to the Albanese government asking them to make a public statement in support of Captain Paul Watson. This is what President Macron of France has done. He's shown some leadership and asked the Danish government to free Paul Watson. Every member of parliament in this place, senator and lower house representative, will have received a letter from the Paul Watson Foundation asking them to sign on to send this letter to the Danish Prime Minister. In the European Union Parliament, over 60 parliamentarians have signed such a letter, once again calling on the Danish government to release Paul Watson. Paul Watson is being held in jail because of his activism to protect whales in the Southern Ocean Whale Sanctuary, at a time when the Australian government was also fighting to save these whales through a number of international forums, and successfully prosecuted a case against the Japanese government through the International Court of Justice, which found that the Japanese whaling that Paul Watson and his followers were trying to stop was illegal. That is why the Japanese government are going after Captain Paul Watson. It also hasn't escaped my attention that right now in the Faroe Islands, which are essentially sanctioned by Norway, over 150 Atlantic white-sided dolphins have just been slaughtered in the last couple of days. It's no coincidence also that he's being detained in a jail while this kind of barbarity is occurring, essentially under the watch of the Danish government. I call on the Danish government to release Captain Paul Watson and stand up for our oceans.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. I call Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Queensland families are struggling in Labor's cost of living crisis. The Queensland Council of Social Service today said 94% of the state is worried about the cost of living. It said the average Queensland family is over budget by $116 a week. This is actually an improvement on last year's figures thanks to Queensland taxpayers forking out $1,000 energy rebates and sustaining 50-cent public transport fares. However, these transparent vote-buying stunts will not last after the state election in October, and Queensland families will face even further hardship. It's in this space that Premier Stephen Miles is actually considering a taxpayer-funded bailout of a multi-billion-dollar casino operator. Star Casino's $3.6 billion Queen's Wharf development is clearly more important to the Premier than the tents of homeless Queenslanders going up on the nearby riverbank. It appears to be more important than all the reports of shocking mismanagement of Star Entertainment. We have hundreds of businesses in the city of Brisbane struggling with reduced revenue thanks to Labor's cost of living crisis. They have incurred massive payroll tax hikes and are being forced to compete with businesses at Queen's Wharf. Unlike what Premier Miles has proposed for Star Entertainment, they will not have the ability to defer payroll tax. I can think of better things on which to spend Queensland's money, like the Bruce Highway or urgently needed resources for struggling regional health services or better solutions to out-of-control crime. This deal, proposed just before Queensland enters caretaker mode, stinks to high heaven. One Nation will never support it, and if we win the balance of power in October, there will be no bailout of Star Casino.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. I call Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I was delighted to recently join our wonderful hard-working candidate for Corangamite, Darcy Dunstan, to tour two major projects in the Geelong region, the Warn Ponds rail upgrade and the Bowen Heads road duplication. These projects represent more than a $1 billion investment by the former coalition government, $750 million for the rail upgrade and $292 million for Bowen Heads Road. This is in stark contrast to the Albanese government's failure to fund one new project for our region over 3 successive budgets, which is an absolute disgrace. Since being elected more than 2 years ago, the Albanese government has axed $2 billion of federal funding from Geelong Fast Rail and cut billions from the Land 400 and howitzer defence projects based at Avalon. Local federal Labor MPs have completely failed our region, presiding over the most savage funding cuts in our history. They even failed to stand up to dramatic cuts to local maternity services. Victoria is running out of gas, and we've not heard a word about the most nonsensical gas ban announced by the state Labor government on new properties, or the indecision over the gas import terminal proposed by Viva Energy. In contrast to the massive investment delivered by the former coalition government, Labor has turned its back on our region and right across regional Victoria. Darcy Dunstan is a former tradie, SAS soldier, business owner, dad. He fought for our country and now he wants to fight for Corangamite. He wants to help get Corangamite back on track and to help get our nation back on track. Thank you.
Senator Henderson. I call Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Violence is everywhere, but it shouldn't be something we accept. And it shouldn't be something that is spoken about secretly, because those secrets allow violent cultures to stay alive. Last week, I spent time with a beautiful group of women in Hobart who are part of the Be Hers mentoring program. Be Hers started to do something about human trafficking. And when I spoke with these women, I heard horrible stories about violence against them and their children. It made me so angry and sad. This is not the life they deserve. On Friday, the Prime Minister announced a $4.7 billion funding package for states and territories to fight domestic and family violence. This money will be used for more frontline workers, help community legal services support victim survivors, and develop better systems to identify and respond to high-risk perpetrators. Money and big announcements are not enough to fix this problem. We need to have a plan of attack so these policies are implemented. And then we need to check these policies are working. That means action to help the victims of gender-based violence to leave situations where their lives are in danger. Funding of tangible services like community legal services and legal aid to support people fleeing violence. Set up a new place. Or not to lose their home if their relationship breaks down. And action to help those committing this violence too. The culture and behaviour around domestic and family violence has to change. Most of all, we need to keep this conversation going. Everyone has to take responsibility for fixing this crisis. When there is behavioural and cultural change and when people escaping violence can access the support they need when they need it, then we know we're making headway. Let's make this happen sooner rather than later. We owe it to victim survivors to make this a priority.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. I call Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We're hurtling towards a two-tiered school system in this country. With Labor's new funding scheme, a reverse Robin Hood, one in which we are still bleeding public schools dry to give to wealthy private schools. Last week, analysis showed that over 50% of private schools are getting more money, more government money, than comparable public schools. So even when you hold a private school and a public school next to each other that are as similar in their demographics as possible, the current system still tilts the scales in favour of the private system. Every single school parent and carer can see that this is a deeply broken and inequitable system. Every day this year, the federal government will give $51 million to private schools. Every day. Cranbrook School, known for its $125 million redevelopment, including an aquatic centre, received $4.5 million in Commonwealth Government funding in 2022. They also raked in $62 million in fees from parents. That is a joke, and the only people laughing are rich private schools. Honestly, who can look a public school parent or carer in the eye and say that that is a fair system? This Labor government is making a choice. It is choosing to further entrench a two-tiered system, a system where it's public schools and public school teachers who educate the vast majority of young people who experience educational disadvantage, and yet they continue to struggle on inadequate funding. It's broken and it's unequal, and it has to change.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. I call Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. President, my apologies. Today in the gallery, we are joined by three very brave, admirable women, Veronica and Margaret Lynch and Isabella Turner. Not only are they respected elders within the Aranda community, but they are traditional owners whose interests are supposed to be represented and protected by the Central Land Council. We are also joined in the gallery today with the Chair of the Central Land Council, Matthew Palmer. These four are here because they have seen the dysfunction that presently exists within the ranks of the Central Land Council. They are here because for too long they have lived the reality of a system that was set up with good intentions, but in reality is not transparent, that lacks accountability and lacks meaningful appeal processes. They are here because they've experienced the disconnect between the letter of the law and its application in real world, its application to their lives. They are here because they are now at breaking point. But these are brave four individuals. They are here because this dysfunction, they haven't sat around and complained about it. No, they've decided to take the matter into their hands, to be heard right here in the halls of Parliament, for the government to listen to, for my colleagues, all of you to hear from them about the need for an inquiry into land councils. These four are here because they dare to believe that things can be different, that they can be better, both for the Land Council and its members, some of our most marginalised Indigenous Australians. We talked about a voice recently. Well, it's time to have some ears in this place. Listen to the traditional owners, the people of this land.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. I call Senator Green.
Thank you very much. Well, last Friday, the Labor Albanese government announced a $4.4 billion commitment to new funding to address gender-based violence and investment in frontline services and initiatives to prevent violence. Ending violence against women and children has been a priority for the Albanese government since coming to government. We have already invested $3.4 billion in initiatives to support the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. This funding comes through partnerships with the National Cabinet, who will provide an $800 million increase of funding over 5 years to the legal sector. This funding will uplift legal services who are on the front lines of responding to gender-based violence, a job that is supporting the most vulnerable in our communities and is saving and changing lives. We know that under the former government there was a funding cliff from the 30th of June 2025. Now, this commitment from our government, we are proud to deliver, is a commitment to end family, domestic and sexual violence within a generation. This announcement also includes $80 million to boost enhanced child-centric trauma-informed supports for children and young people. This funding will have specific focus on First Nations children, young people and prioritise Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander community controlled. Madam Acting Deputy President, I am so proud to be part of a Labor government who has delivered this fundamental change in the way we deal with domestic violence in this country. This is the type of thing that Labor governments do. And it is with this announcement of $44 billion that we take the next step in ending family violence in this country forever. I am so proud, as I said, to be part of this government. This is what Labor governments are able to achieve when we work together.
Thank you, Senator Green. There's 20 seconds on offer. Senator McGrath.
President, I thought I'd give you an update on the achievements of the Albanese Labor government. It's an update. And of course, in the last time, the last 12 months, what has this government done? Nothing. The cost of living has gone up. The borders are open.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. We'll now move to question time, and I'll call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher.
Households are facing higher interest rates for longer because Labor has failed to tackle homegrown inflation. Last week, the Treasurer blamed the RBA, quote, for, quote, smashing the economy. Why is the Treasurer obsessed with fighting everything and everyone except for inflation?
Good question.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Well, there were so many factual things wrong in that question. I don't really know how to approach it. But I am proud to work with the Treasurer who, from day one, when we inherited an inflation challenge with a 6 in front of it, remember that? I do. The highest quarterly growth in inflation was under the last quarter of your government. To work with a Treasurer whose 100% focus has been on making the right economic decisions for the Australian people from day one. And as the national accounts show, the decisions that we took and have taken over the last 2 years to get the budget in better shape, to deliver 2 surpluses, something that those opposite were unable to do in a decade, to find savings, to lower the debt, the Commonwealth's debt, to lower the interest on that debt, to provide cost of living relief where we can without adding to the inflation challenge, and to put in place investments that support future economic growth have been the right ones for this economy, and they were clearly shown in the national accounts, where those opposite have already announced $315 billion in cuts that they would like to make to public spending, where if those opposite were in power, based on the decisions that they've made clear to the Australian people, this economy would be in recession. Now, they might want that for political purposes, but we have taken decisions based on the right decisions for the right time. Our economy continues to grow. That growth is weak. We are supporting that growth with appropriate investments across the economy, and we will continue to do so.
Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Last week, the former Treasurer, the Treasurer's former boss, and the Labor Party National President Wayne Swan told the Today Show that he was very disappointed in the Reserve Bank and it was punching itself in the face. Do you agree with this assessment, Minister? And does the Treasurer think that this kind of language is an appropriate way to speak about the independent body, the Reserve Bank? And has the Secretary of the Treasury raised this language with the Treasurer?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Oh, whoa, there's a lot in that too. I use my own language when I describe the economy and some of the challenge that we're seeing in the economy. I used my own language, and indeed I have used very similar language to that the Treasurer used. Very similar language. Obviously, those opposite have been asleep because it's like they first heard this last week when it appeared on the front page of a daily paper. I use my own language. It is no secret that growth is weak because interest rates have been lifted. That is the effect. That is factual. That is a point of fact. We have similar objectives to the Reserve Bank, different jobs to do, similar objectives, getting inflation back. But our job is to also support households during this time, which is why we've got our cost of living relief, which you opposite, those opposite, have opposed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, why does the Labor Party think it's acceptable to blame shift onto the independent RBA in this way when all they're doing is clearing up after your economic mess? Is this the kind of aggressive language really appropriate for senior representatives of Labor?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I don't believe the Reserve Bank puts it in the way that you have just put it there. In fact, the Reserve Bank has acknowledged that the decisions that we are taking, such as delivering a surplus, are actually helpful at this time. 2 surpluses delivered, savings found, lower debt, making appropriate cost of living investments where we need to. We work hand in hand with the Reserve Bank. They have their job to do, but it is no secret, there is no secret that higher interest rates are having an effect on household consumption, and that's been reflected in the national accounts. For a treasurer or a finance minister to make that point of fact is not unusual. Now, inflation is moderating in welcome ways. Again, I remind those opposite who are so shocked about it now, you must have been absolutely terrified when it had a 6 in front of it under your watch.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Last week's national accounts confirmed what we know, that consumption is low and households are under pressure. It also confirmed that the Albanese Labor government's economic plan to fight inflation whilst providing cost of living relief is the right one for the times, one which supports growth in the economy. Can the Minister outline how our responsible and balanced approach is helping Australians doing it tough, and what additional cost of living relief is rolling out in September to further assist households?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Walsh for that question and for her assessment of the national accounts. The national accounts show the challenges facing the economy. They also support the Albanese government's balanced plan to fight inflation while helping those who are doing it tough. The accounts confirm the impact of global economic uncertainty, higher interest rates and persistent but moderating inflation on the Australian economy in the June quarter. The data shows Australians are continuing to limit their spending, with households spending under pressure. This clearly demonstrates while the approach we took in the budget was the right one in response to these difficult conditions. It gives us more confidence in the economic judgments we've made, but we're not complacent about the soft landing that we are working towards. Critical to that approach is the government's rolling out more cost of living relief, as Senator Walsh outlined in her question, for Australians through September, providing more money to help pay the rent, more help for people on payments and cheaper medicines for more Australians. From September, the maximum rate of Commonwealth rent assistance will increase by a further 10%. We're finalising the rollout of 60-day dispensing, with additional medicines being made available, bringing the total to almost 300. We're extending the high rate of job seeker to single recipients who have an assessed partial capacity to work less than 15 hours per week, delivering at least an additional $54.90 a fortnight. Payments are being indexed for people on job seeker, the age pension, disability support pension, carer payment and parenting payment on top of the Commonwealth rent assistance increase. This is on top of new data that shows Australians have saved more than $500 million since the Albanese government introduced cheaper medicines. We know that there's more to do in the fight against inflation, and we acknowledge that, and that's why we're rolling out more responsible cost of living relief from September, whilst at the same time turning big Liberal deficits into Labor surplus.
Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
It's clear that the Albanese government's balanced and responsible approach to the budget is delivering support for Australians while ensuring the economy is resilient enough to weather the challenges we're facing. Can the Minister outline the other ways this approach is benefiting Australians and supporting our economy, such as creating almost 1 million jobs, delivering the first surplus in 15 years, in fact back-to-back surpluses, record women's workforce participation and the fastest wage growth since 2009?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. The time for asking has expired. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. I thank Senator Walsh for the supplementary. Well, employment is up from 13.5 million to 14.5 million. May 2022 versus July 2024. Participation rate is at a record high of 67.1%, up from 66.3%. The gender pay gap is down to a record low of 11.5% from 14.2%. Full-time employment for women is up from 3.6 million to 3.9 million. Manufacturing jobs have risen from 834,600 to 905,700. Long-term unemployment has dropped. Industrial disputes have fallen sharply. Annual wage growth is up. Wholesale electricity prices have halved. Gas prices have dropped. Private business investment is up. Small businesses have grown. We've turned a $78 billion deficit into a $22.1 billion surplus, and we've got another one to come.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
The Albanese government has delivered a range of supports, from cheaper medicines, energy bill relief to tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. We know that these measures are directly helping Australians manage the cost of living challenge. Can the Minister explain how the economy would have responded had these government supports and essential services not been in place?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. Well, while we're delivering relief to help with those costs of living, the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues are planning cuts to essential jobs and services. The Opposition is planning huge cuts to housing during a housing shortage and won't come clean on hundreds of billions of dollars of secret cuts to come. In the third year of a 3-year term, the Coalition has no costed or credible economic policies, just a plan to savage and indiscriminate cuts. Cuts don't solve a housing shortage, President. They don't get power prices down and they don't strengthen Medicare. We think it's time for the Opposition to come clear on what all those cuts will be and where they will come from. Because we know, based on the voting record of those opposite, the Coalition want higher power prices, higher grocery prices, higher housing prices and higher taxes, lower wages and now $315 billion in secret cuts.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Minister. Just a moment, Senator Canavan. I'm just going to acknowledge visitors in the gallery. So I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of a delegation of senior officials from the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, led by the Secretary-General, His Excellency Dr Omar Al-Nuaimi, as a part of a study visit program. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Last week's national accounts showed that we are in an entrenched household recession, with productivity going backwards and only anaemic growth at best. To use the Treasurer's own words, who is responsible for smashing the economy, the government or the RBA?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. The national accounts showed that growth across the Australian economy is slow, it's weak, it's soft, and we are facing similar economic challenges to those being experienced around the world. Well, I think that has been acknowledged by everyone other than those opposite, that there are significant global challenges that have been presented across the world, and in fact in many of the OECD countries have seen at least a negative quarter of growth. Australia has been fortunate in that we have not seen that, but we acknowledge that the impact of those global pressures, the challenges, price pressures and higher interest rates are having an effect on growth in our economy. And so the government takes responsibility for an economic plan that is focused on ensuring that inflation continues to moderate, but that we are helping households out while they're doing it tough. And that's why our cost of living approach, our budget management approach, where we've found savings, where we've delivered surpluses, all helps in the inflation challenge. But we're not pretending that people aren't doing it tough, which is why all of those cost of living measures, many of which those opposite opposed, whether it be energy bill rebates, whether it be the tax cuts that they wanted to fight an election over, whether it be our investments in early education and care, whether it be our housing agenda, all opposed by those opposite. These are the decisions we've taken, and I believe the national accounts showed that those decisions were made in the right interests of the economy, that we have managed to continue to grow, albeit slowly, and that the government decisions have supported growth in the economy at an important time.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, how much has the nation's productivity fallen under your government?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I acknowledge Senator Canavan's interest in productivity, because presumably he was really interested when they were in government and over that decade when it was the worst productivity growth that we'd been seen in 40 years. 40 years! 40 years well, I'm just drawing your attention, Senator Birmingham, to the fact that you didn't really seem to care about productivity that much when you were in government, but now, all right, accepting that you now do. That is why our housing investments are important. That's why our investments in skills are important. That's why our investments in renewable energy and the green transition are important. And that's why our investments in the care economy are important, all significant drivers of productivity in the economy.
Please resume your seat. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Well, the minister has had 48 seconds and she's got 12 seconds left on the clock to answer the only question, Senator Canavan asked, which is for the statistic. How much has productivity fallen under the Labor government?
Senator Birmingham, you can't just stand up and launch into a very short statement. You need to let me know if it's a point of order. I'm assuming it was. I believe the minister is being relevant and I will continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Sore point for Senator Birmingham that they were in charge when Australia had the worst productivity outcomes in 4 decades, and why they stood in front of any measure that we put in place to secure economic growth going forward.
Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, despite the minister's protest, it is much, much worse. Now I have the figure. The figure's fallen by 6.3% in just 2 years. That's productivity growth down by 6.3%. And now our private sector is retreating. How does the government expect the economy to grow sustainably without productivity improving? Or is your economic plan simply a Ponzi scheme based on never-ending growth in government spending and subsidies?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I would hope then, based on that question, that Senator Canavan will get in and support the government's measures that we've put in place to improve productivity after inheriting the worst growth in productivity in 4 decades. More housing, boosting renewables, investing in skills, grabbing hold of the technology and opportunities that come with that, human capital, perhaps any of that interests you, Senator Canavan, any of that you might like to get behind. All of those are about securing the future growth of our economy and seizing the opportunities that come with it. And where do those opposite want to go? Back to the 1950s, I reckon. That's where they're going. We're looking forward in all of those areas. Senator Canavan, if there's one area in that list, in that long list I read out, that you might like to support, we would welcome that.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. The funding announced after Friday's National Cabinet meeting for frontline family, domestic and sexual violence services is still only 78% of the $1 billion each year that the women's safety sector needs to help everyone who asks. This underfunding will still leave 1 in 4 people at risk of being turned away when they reach out for help to flee violence. Nuclear submarines get $368 billion over a decade. Property investors get $159 billion over a decade. Fossil fuels get $11 billion each year. Why are 1 in 4 women being denied the support that full federal funding of frontline services could deliver?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, we all want violence against women and children to stop, and certainly I can speak for the Labor government, and I would hope for everyone in this chamber that we won't be satisfied until it does. I would say to you, Senator, this was an historic agreement between the federal government and all states and territories at National Cabinet, a new $4.7 billion package for gender-based violence and for frontline legal services. There are a number of other facts in your assertion, which are the Greens' constant refrain around tax measures, which I don't accept those figures, and I don't accept the figures that you put. I know that's part of your political campaign, but I don't accept the figures. But what I would say is that we have seen the Prime Minister, ably assisted by Minister Gallagher, Minister Rishworth, the Attorney-General and many others, put together a package which deals with the funding needs and the needs that have been identified by so many across the community for for this National Cabinet. The focus is on action to support the critical work of frontline services, a focus also on targeting perpetrators to stop violence from escalating, on breaking the cycle of violence with a stronger focus on children and young people who've experienced violence, and legal support associated with women's safety. This is on top of, and I will just make this point to the chamber, the already record funding that the Commonwealth has, committed for women's safety. The government has been working on this since we were first elected. Friday's actions are another step to accelerate change, but they will not be our last.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. First Nations women are 33 times more likely to be hospitalised as a result of family, domestic and sexual violence, yet the only new money for First Nations women from Friday is through family violence prevention legal services. We need non-legal frontline services funded as well. Will the government commit to funding culturally safe First Nations community-led wraparound services?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and I thank the senator for raising this very important issue. And I have some information here, which I will add to if I'm able to, or if it's required. I understand that the National Cabinet committed to a significant funding boost to family violence prevention legal services to help them meet growing demand and assist more First Nations women and children. There is also a focus on First Nations children and young people in our $80 million boost to healing and recovery services, and that there is work underway in partnership with First Nations communities to develop the standalone First Nations National Plan for Family Safety, which I know I have heard Senator Gallagher speak about here in this chamber previously. So I think all of us would share the priority that is explicit in your question about why more needs to be done in partnership with First Nations women to confront family violence in First Nations communities.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. The National Cabinet announcement also failed to address the need for action on alcohol and gambling. Gambling, the financial pressure it causes, can exacerbate the risk of family violence and violence against women and children. When will the government ban TV and online gambling ads?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. I will obviously we have over the last couple of years done a lot under the guidance of Minister Rowland to tackling gambling harm. We also recognise that the status quo regarding the saturation of gambling advertising is untenable. As Minister Rowland has previously said, she is undertaking consultations with stakeholders on a proposed approach. Meanwhile, our work to date, we have delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives in the past decade, including mandatory customer ID verification, banning the use of credit cards for online wagering, forcing online wagering companies to send monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses, introduce new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, providing direct funding assistance for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling, launched Bet Stop, the National Self-Exclusion Register for problem gamblers, and many more.
Senator Sheldon. Order. We've moved on. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. After a decade of deliberate wage stagnation under Liberals and Nationals, those opposite, Australian workers and households are feeling the strain of cost of living pressures. Since coming to government, the Albanese Labor government has introduced a raft of reforms designed to ease cost of living pressures for all Australians. I note some of these reforms have just recently started to come into effect for working Australians. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government's workplace relations agenda supporting wages growth and recreating secure full-time work for Australians to help ease the cost of living?
Senator Watt. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Sheldon. And as Senator Sheldon very well knows, our number one focus in the Albanese government is easing the cost of living pressures for all Australians. And that's why our government is helping workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. 5 seconds into the answer and they're already whinging about trying to help Australians with cost of living pressures. That tells you all you need to know about the opposition. Of course, we know that under the Albanese government, every Australian taxpayer is getting a tax cut. Every Australian household is getting a $300 energy bill relief. Under Labor, there are more people in work, there are more women in work, more people are in full-time work, and importantly, we're getting wages moving again. I know you don't like wages moving again. Thank you for reminding everyone. And we're also supporting measures to improve conditions at work. We're reducing the amount of unpaid work and burnout that workers are experiencing through our right to disconnect, and we're ensuring a pathway to permanency for casual staff. We're seeing the highest number of employees covered by newly approved enterprise agreements in over a decade, leading to bigger pay rises and more productivity for employers. And we've backed and funded a pay rise for early educators and aged care workers. And that's because Labor governments do fight for better wages and conditions. We fight for more secure jobs and we fight for safer workplaces. And one of the ways that we've done that is by closing the loopholes that businesses have been exploiting at the cost of workers. As Senator Sheldon knows, because I was with him and Senator Stirl in Sydney only a couple of weeks ago, where members of the Transport Workers Union filed an application to close some of the loopholes they've been experiencing. And what that means is that food delivery workers, gig workers, couriers and truckies now have better conditions available to them because of our closing loopholes legislation. We're seeing flight attendants, cabin crew and mine workers get pay rises from the Albanese government's same job, same pay legislation. We're getting wages moving again.
Minister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
Given Mr Dutton and the coalition voted against the government's policies to protect Australian workers and get wages moving, how are the Albanese government's reforms helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn while relieving cost of living pressures? And why are these reforms so important?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thank you. Oh, Senator Hume, we'll get to you. We'll get to you. You've been very helpful over the last couple of weeks, Senator Hume. Well, as you've heard me say before, our government is delivering on tax cuts for every taxpayer and a pay rise for 2.6 million low-paid Australians. Across the 3 annual wage review decisions, minimum wage earners are now getting an extra $143 per week. That's 2.6 million low-paid workers that are getting their 3rd consecutive pay rise, and I hear the opposition saying no. They say no to low-paid workers getting a pay rise because they say no to everything. Now compare that with those opposite who've never once argued for a rise in the minimum wage, and of course their deliberate design feature of their economic policy was low wages. It took the coalition their entire wasted decade in office to lift the minimum wage by as much as we have in our first term. I know you hate to hear it, but when you turn up at the Fair Work Commission and you advocate for people to have a pay rise, it turns out that can happen, and that's helping them with the cost of living pressures they're experiencing.
Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
I note that the Liberals and Nationals have repeatedly voted against the Albanese Labor government's legislation to protect workers and get wages moving, while promising to take targeted repeals of these protections to the next election to take them away. What are the key barriers to getting wages moving and delivering meaningful cost of living to all Australians? And what do Australian workers stand to lose if Mr Dutton is able to make his repeals?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, let's compare the pair, shall we? Labor's laws have got wages moving again. They've increased bargaining. They've introduced the right to disconnect, rights for gig workers and new rights for casual workers. We're standing alongside Australians to deliver the better pay, more secure work and safe workplaces they deserve. And meanwhile, we've seen Mr Dutton, Mr Taylor, Senator Cash, sometimes Senator Birmingham when he bothers, and other members of the coalition say that if they're elected to office, they will scrap a whole range of these rights and more. They are on the record saying they will scrap the right to disconnect, they will scrap the rights for casuals, and they will make more targeted repeals. Now, if you want to understand why, just look at some of the comments from Senator Hume while we've been away. On the day we introduced the right to disconnect, Senator Hume was in the media saying, quote, adding rights, more rights for workers for something that is just part of a normal working relationship is unreasonable. Senator Hume and the coalition think that more rights for workers are unreasonable.
Minister, the time
well, we
for
don't.
answering has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister.
For every 100 megawatts of installed coal-fired power station capacity, the production of electricity averages around 95 to 98 megawatts. For every 100 megawatts of installed solar and wind generation capacity, though, the actual production of electricity averages just 23 megawatts, with wind itself being just 21. This means that to achieve design capacity, more than 4 times the installed rated capacity is required, almost 5 times for wind. Minister, is this included in Labor's transition costs?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much for the question, Senator Roberts. And Senator, in terms of costings, we take the advice of the experts. So we've had this conversation more than once, in fact, in the context of estimates and in other forums. AEMO works through a range of scenarios and configurations for the national electricity market and makes an assessment about the optimal pathway to meet our energy requirements at the optimal cost. And they do consider, of course, the capacity factors of the different options that are available to us. There's actually quite a lot of work to do. You know, the truth is that we inherited a mess in the energy system. You know, the average wholesale energy price when we came in was $286 a megawatt hour.
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Point of order in relevance. Standing Order 72.3c says that answers shall be directly relevant to each question. Can we get on to the whether or not Labor is aware of...
Senator Roberts, as I've reminded other senators in this place, make your point of order but don't follow it up with a statement. The minister is being directly relevant to the points of your question. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. Look, as I was saying, we came to government with a lot of work to do because the previous government had 22 energy policies. All of them failed. None of them landed. And during the period they were in government, 4 gigawatts of a dispatchable capacity left the system and only 1 came on. And we actually need to take steps to sort that out because the previous government were repeatedly warned by the market operator that a failure to deal with the impending closure of coal-fired power stations was going to cause a reliability problem. And we have sought advice from the experts at the market operator to help us design the policy settings that will actually allow us to replace that exiting capacity. It's a lot more than anything that was ever delivered by the people opposite. And the very great shame is, Senator Roberts, that for a person who I know seeks to represent people in Queensland, you show an odd lack of interest in the opportunities that come about as a consequence of making and facilitating these investments, because it has the potential to bring jobs and new industry to the communities that you claim to care about.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. During morning and evening peak hours, for every 100 megawatts of installed solar and wind generation capacity, the actual production of electricity averages just 10 megawatts. This means achieving design capacity requires 10 times the installed rated capacity. Minister, what impact does this massive additional cost have on solar and wind installation capital costs and on electricity prices?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, Senator, your question actually omits a really important part of the advice that we receive from the market operator. So the advice that we receive, and it's based on very significant economic modelling and engagement with a whole range of market participants and experts in the energy system, is that the optimal configuration of technology for a future grid involves renewables, firmed by storage, including batteries, and supplemented by gas. And that's the plan that has been recommended to us, and the policy settings that we've put in place are designed to allow investment in those kinds of technologies to be brought forward. Now, as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, there is a problem because there was an extended period where the lack of certainty in the policy settings of the previous government meant that the necessary investment didn't take place, and we are taking steps to remedy that problem.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. A modern coal-fired power station is expected to last 60 years. Solar panels and wind turbines are expected to last 12 to 15 years, at most 20.
Over the 60-year life of a coal-fired power plant, the combination of wind and solar cobbled together to replace a single coal plant will need to be replaced 4 times. Minister, when will Labor release its system cost of the 2050 grid? System.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Well, as the senator would know, if he examined the integrated system plan, it does include a costing for the capital costs associated with building the grid out to 2050. So the answer is it is released and updated on a regular basis by way of the integrated system plan, because that's the basis on which we establish our policies to deal with the transition that's underway in the electricity system. And the truth is that it is underway, Senator Roberts. I know that that is a proposition you don't agree with, but in just 2 years we've seen a 25% increase in our national grid in the cheapest and cleanest form of energy that there is, which is reliable renewables. And we've ticked off enough reliable renewables projects to power 3 million homes. And those things matter. Establishing a clear pathway for the electricity supply that's necessary to meet the needs of households and businesses is an absolute priority for this government and should be for every other government.
The time
as well.
for answering has expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, Senator McAllister. In relation to Minister Plibersek's Indigenous Cultural Heritage decision against the McPhillamys gold mine, she said on the 28th of August that, and I quote, "The tailings dam can't be built on the headwaters of a river. Once you destroy this river, it is destroyed forever." If this is true, then why did the Minister and her department approve the project on environmental grounds in the EPBC Act assessment that was completed last year?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Duniam, for the question. Senator, I think that Minister Plibersek has made it clear repeatedly in statements to the Parliament, in statements publicly, that she acted on the evidence before her and followed the advice and recommendation of her department, consistent with the law. So I don't think it assists our understanding to take a single comment that is made in a media interview because it overlooks the balance of information that Ms Plibersek has put into the public domain about how and why this decision was taken. The truth is that the decision protects around 400 hectares of a 2,500 hectare site, 16% of that site, and the company now has an opportunity to find a more appropriate site for the tailings dam, one that avoids cultural heritage impacts. If they do so, the mine can proceed, and the Minister and I, everyone in the government, welcomes the news that they are working with the New South Wales Government to do exactly that. The department that Ms Plibersek administers stands ready, of course, to look at other options that the company proposes to ensure that any assessment that might be required can happen quickly. And of course, that willingness reflects the investments, and the capacity to do so reflects the investments that the government has made to improve on-time approvals rates. Some projects recently ticked off within 9 weeks. So I think Senator Duniam, the Minister has made very clear that she's acted consistent with the law. She took advice from the department and she considered the evidence that was before her.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I'm not sure I agree with what was just said, but on the 1st of September this year, reinforcing the findings of their extensive assessments of the area, the New South Wales EPA said, and I quote, "Environmental risks to receiving waters are minimal and can effectively be managed with standard practices and relevant licensing conditions." When will this Minister concede that her claim about destruction of the river was entirely false?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, Senator Duniam, your question doesn't really follow from the information I've already provided to you. The basis of the decision that Minister Plibersek made is...
Order. Please continue, Minister.
Thanks, President. Minister Plibersek's been very clear about the basis on which she made this decision. An application was put before her under the Act for protection on the grounds of cultural heritage. As a consequence of that, she took evidence from a range of parties, she sought advice from her department, and she made a decision to partially protect some of the site. And the truth is that protecting cultural heritage and economic development aren't mutually exclusive, and they must not be. We can actually do both. And that was a proposition that only a few months ago the Coalition agreed with.
Has expired. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
President, on the 28th of August, New South Wales Premier Chris Minns said that the State Independent Planning Commission's decision to allow the McPhillamys Gold Mine project to proceed was comprehensive, and that it was also based significantly on the advice of the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, and under those circumstances, he said, I think the correct judgment was made. Given the Environment Minister has taken completely the opposite position, can she explain how the IPC, the Orange Land Council and the Premier of New South Wales, Labor's Chris Minns, have managed to get this so very wrong?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
All right.
Thank you, President.
Order, Senator Cash. Order. Minister, please continue.
I'm asked about comments made by the Premier of New South Wales, and really it is up to the New South Wales Government to explain their processes and the application of their laws to this particular project. Minister Plibersek's obligations are different to the New South Wales Minister. She is responsible for applying federal law and to responding to applications that are made to her under federal law.
Order.
And as I have previously explained to this chamber and to you, Senator Duniam, she takes that process very seriously. The minister's responsibility is to consider the evidence, to weigh it, to consider its relevance to the law, and to make legally sound decisions, and that is the approach she has taken in this instance also.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgkins-May.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing Early Childhood Education, Minister Watt. Minister, early education is a fundamental right. Yet across the country, 700,000 people live in childcare deserts, according to research published by Victoria University. That's 1 in 4 people who have no access to early childhood education and care because of where they live. It's unacceptable that in a wealthy country like ours, access to childcare continues to be determined by your postcode. I've been hearing from parents in communities across Victoria whose kids are on multiple waiting lists and who are missing out on an early education because they can't secure childcare. Minister, what concrete steps has the government taken to specifically address the issue of childcare deserts in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Hodgkins-May. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Bilyk, for your interjection there, because I know, Senator Bilyk, that you've got probably more experience working in the early childhood education and care sector than anyone in this chamber. So, thank you for that interjection, Senator Bilyk. Senator, in answer to your question, as I think I've pointed out before, the Albanese government is investing probably more than any government in Australia's history in early childhood education and care. Now, I know it may not be enough for your satisfaction, and we know that whatever Labor does, the Greens will always demand more. That's the business model of the Greens. We understand that. But it's an undeniable fact that the Albanese government has delivered a significant pay rise for early childhood education and care workers, a pay rise that was desperately deserved by those workers. We know that one of the key impediments to getting people to work in the sector or remain in the sector has been low pay. And I'm not sure about you, Senator, but certainly the centres that I've been to over the last few weeks since that pay rise was awarded, I've literally met the early childhood education and care workers who are telling us that not only are they intending now to stay in the sector as a result of this pay rise, but that they're also being contacted by their friends who had left the sector because of the low pay and they're seeking to come back. So, of course, having the workforce available is a key point in making sure that Australians can obtain the care that they're seeking for their children in the way that you're seeking. We're obviously doing a lot more than that, though, around reducing childcare fees and investing in the sector in a much broader range of ways than has ever been done before.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Hodgkins-May.
Thank you, President. I'd just like to draw the Minister's attention to the question, which was talking about childcare deserts rather than existing childcare.
The Minister is addressing your question, Senator. Minister, please continue.
Well, Senator, I'd be surprised if you would be arguing that paying workers a fair wage is not part of the solution to childcare deserts. We know that there haven't been enough childcare and early childhood education and care services available.
Minister. The time for answering has expired.
That's
Senator Hodgkins-May, first supplementary.
Yeah, sorry, it's Hodgins, not Hodgkins. Early education and care in Australia is a system in crisis. Rural, remote and regional towns in particular are suffering, where the acute lack of childcare is hurting families, contributing to financial stress and impacting parents' mental health. It is clear that market forces alone will not create equal education outcomes or allow more women to participate in the workforce. Minister, will the government commit to providing supply-side subsidies for childcare providers to tackle childcare deserts?
Thank you. Minister Watt.
Well, we are. We are doing that. Particularly when it comes to regional Australia. The truth is that we did inherit a system that wasn't responding to the needs of regional and rural families when it comes to early childhood education and care. And through the Community Childcare Fund, round 4, we're providing around $80 million to over 430 early childhood education and care services supporting disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, including in regional and rural areas. Our reforms to cheaper childcare are also making early learning cheaper for over 1 million families, including 265,000 families in regional Australia. So whether it be the funding that we're providing to centres through the Community Childcare Fund, whether it be paying workers in the sector the wage they deserve, that makes it more attractive for them to stay in the sector, or by providing greater fee relief for Australian families who need childcare services, we are doing everything we can and we will keep investing to fix the problem.
Senator Hodgkins-May, second supplementary.
A report out today by the Parenthood found that a staggering 86% of regional, rural and remote parents who are struggling to access childcare say it's causing them significant financial stress. Parents feel broken by the stress of searching and waiting for childcare spots. While their kids miss out on crucial early years education, they continue to miss out on much-needed paid work. Minister, we are in a cost of living crisis. Why then won't Labor listen to parents and families and finally deliver on making childcare free and universally accessible for all families?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Watt.
Well, again, Senator Hodgins-May, unlike the Greens, the Labor Party is actually delivering the early childhood education, care and services that so many families in regional and rural Australia are seeking. We're not just interested in coming in here and making complaints, or we're not just interested in grandstanding or jumping up on stage with the CFMEU, as we know the Greens like to do. What we're actually about doing is delivering the services that Australian families need. We acknowledge that there's a long way to go. Because we did inherit a system that was fundamentally broken by the Coalition, despite their claims to be the party representing rural and regional Australia. And that's why we are now, through the Community Childcare Fund, investing more in services, while we're delivering the pay rise that workers in the sector need. We're reducing the fees to be charged. Oh, it's the head of the sector faction of the Greens over there, Senator Shoebridge, chipping in. We are doing what the Greens can only complain about and can grandstand about. We're actually getting it done. We're interested in results.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Pratt.
President, my question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. On the 29th of August, the Minister released an independent report into the Anandiliaqua Land Council's progress towards addressing issues raised in a performance audit conducted by the Australian National Audit Office. Can the Minister please explain what action has been taken to improve governance arrangements for the Anandiliaqua Land Council?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Pratt, for your question. Yes, last year the Australian National Audit Office, the ANAO, conducted a performance audit of the Anandiliaqua Land Council, and this report
is to be tabled in Parliament. In late August, I received the independent report on the Anandiliaqua Land Council's progress in addressing recommendations made by the ANAO. The report shows the ALC governance and operations remain deficient, although the ALC's board have acknowledged these findings and remain committed to implementation. Their lack of progress is unacceptable. In response to the independent review findings, I took several steps immediately after receiving the report. I wrote to the ALC board on the 29th of August to ensure the board and voters were aware of the review's findings ahead of ALC board elections, which took place on the 3rd of September. I've taken the unusual decision to withhold approval for the ALC's 2024-25 budget. Instead, I have approved an operational budget until the 1st of December this year. The full budget will only be considered when ALC has demonstrated it is sufficiently prioritising and implementing the recommendations of the ANAO report. I have asked the NIAA Integrity Unit and the new ALC board to meet as soon as practicable after the election results are finalised to discuss the review and the board's role in implementing ANAO recommendations. I've made sure, President, the full independent review report is available on the NIAA website to ensure transparency of the review, its findings and recommendations, particularly in the lead-up to the ALC elections.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pratt, first supplementary.
Minister, for your response to the issues raised in the independent report. I'm pleased to hear of the prompt action you've taken to ensure that Anandiliaqua Land Council is moving to implement the recommendations of the ANA report and to improve governance and performance so it can best support the traditional owners it represents.
Order.
So in that context, please, Minister, can you share with us what is being done to strengthen governance arrangements for this and other land councils?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Order. Order. Senator McKenzie and other senators, I'm in charge of the time, not you. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Good to see they're awake over there.
That's right, finally.
I take Land Council governance very seriously, President, and for those who are calling for an audit of land councils, I do remind the Senate, in particular in the Northern Territory, that last year there wasn't just one audit, there were four. 4 audits of land councils by the Australian National Audit Office. Well, I'll pick up on that interjection.
Order.
I'll pick up on that interjection. And more than happy to provide that briefing for you, Senator Little, as I did for the Greens and for Senator Pocock. But the Attorney-General, Mark Dreyfus, has referred to the Australian Law Reform Commission that very matter. So you are very welcome, Senator Little. You're very welcome to attend that and be briefed on what the Australian Law Reform Commission is doing, and I'm more than happy to arrange that for you.
Senator Pratt, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for confirming the government's commitment to land councils operating with integrity. The integrity of land councils is critical to a well-functioning land rights and native title system. Can the Minister please explain on why land council governance is so important and what you are doing to support it?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I do appreciate the questions from Senator Pratt. We all know that without good governance, land councils cannot deliver on their purpose, and there are areas where their governance can be improved, which is why I've told the Senate what has happened with the Anandiliaqua Land Council. However, we know exactly where these areas are because they are reviewed regularly. And as I've said, we have 4 audits into the NT land councils, Senator Little, that are currently being implemented, which make specific recommendations for change.
Senator Little, may I invite you to make a contribution at some other time, not during question time? Minister McCarthy, please continue.
I'll be interested to hear that contribution, President. And for the benefit of Senator Little in particular, you are more than welcome to receive the briefing both on the native title work that's being done by the Australian Law Reform Commission with the Attorney-General and also with the audits that are being done with the land councils.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. CFMEU National Secretary Zack Smith, whom the Albanese government refused to sack from the CFMEU, despite overseeing an appalling culture of law-breaking, recently said in a letter to CFMEU members that, and I quote, "Politicians who have never stepped onto a construction site have overwhelmingly stripped away our union's democracy. You are right to be angry about what has happened. I'm angry about what has happened. I will continue to lead this union, serve the members and put your best interests forward. I will not be silent." So, Minister, who is actually running the CFMEU at the moment? Is it the Administrator, Mark Irving? Is it John Setka, who keeps on turning up on government building sites to address CFMEU members? Or is it Mr Smith, who has emphatically and publicly told members that he is still in charge?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, the short answer is the Administrator is running the union. The Administrator is running the union, and what I would say to you, Senator Cash, and I know I note how much you wish to yell about this. I note you've always wanted to yell about it, and you've actually done so little ever to actually improve governance inside the union. And can I remind senators why it is that this government took the strongest action that was available to us in relation to the CFMEU? It's because we believe that trade unionism matters to Australians, it matters to workers, and we do not believe that corruption and violence and thuggery belong in the trade union movement. That is why we have done this. And we have done this despite your opposition, and we have done it despite those at the other end of the chamber, the Greens who call themselves progressive, who have aligned themselves with corruption, thuggery and violence in the trade union movement. Now, we on this side understand the importance of the trade union movement.
Minister Wong, order. Order. Senator Cash, I've called your name at least 6 times. You are being incredibly disrespectful towards me. Senator McGrath, equally. You are required to listen in silence. You've asked your question. The minister is responding. Minister Wong, please continue.
You did nothing for 10 years. We put them into administration. Let's be clear.
Order. 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 Senator Cash, I'm just wondering when you and the rest of the senators on my left are going to come to order. I've just called you to order, and the minute the minister got back up on her feet, there was disorder. You are being disrespectful to the orders that I am requiring you to adhere to. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I would remind Senator Cash and those opposite that the Administrator has the power to terminate or suspend officials inside the CFMEU. So I know that doesn't suit Senator Cash's political objective, but the Administrator has the power to terminate or suspend officials of the union. So that is the answer to your question, Senator Cash. And I know, Senator Cash, that it doesn't suit your political agenda for me to continue to assert that fact. For that fact to be true, the Administrator has the power, and the Administrator is running the union. What I would say to Senator Cash again—
thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, before I call you for your first supplementary, I have asked and asked and asked for you to come to order, and you've completely ignored me. I know you're on your feet, Senator Polley, but I have the floor at the moment, so please sit down. I'll come to you. So, Senator Cash, I'm asking you, once you've asked your question, to sit and listen in respectful silence. Senator Polley.
Just on point of order, I would like Senator Brockman to withdraw his slur that he made during the last little tete-on-tete that they were having, and I'd ask you to ask him to withdraw.
Senator Brockman. Order. Order. You may not have noticed, but Senator Brockman was on his feet. Senator Brockman, I didn't hear it, so...
Sure what they're concerned about either, but I'm happy to withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Cash, I am going to ask you to ask your first supplementary. Senator Ayres. And then I'm going to ask you to listen in silence. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And how is the CFMEU's administrator supposed to do his job, given that Mr Smith is telling his members that he's still in charge? Will you, Minister, take the opportunity on behalf of the Albanese Labor government to condemn Mr Zack Smith for undermining the administrator?
I'm waiting for silence before I call Minister Wong. Minister.
The administrator is in charge, and the only person who's giving a platform for some of the comments is Senator Cash.
That's right.
And I would make this point. Senator Cash in the primary was yelling a lot about Mr Setka. I would remind Senator Cash that it was under her and the government she was a part of that Mr Setka's power grew, that the corruption and the thuggery and the violence grew. Under the coalition, whilst the ABCC was in place, and also while Senator Cash was the relevant minister.
Order.
So we have taken stronger action than you were ever able or willing to take. And you know why we have done it? Not as you wish to do, which is to seek to break the trade union movement, but because we want a trade union movement that is stronger and grounded in the values of the labour movement, and corruption and violence are not grounded in the values of the trade union movement.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Mr Smith also told CFMEU members in his public letter that, and I quote, "As long as you stick by tough militant trade unionism, this is not the end of our union. As always, the CFMEU is here to stay." Isn't it clear that numerous CFMEU officials, like Mr Smith, are not committed to changing the CFMEU's appalling culture? What action is the government going to take against Mr Smith?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, again, I remind Senator Cash the only person giving a platform to the comments that she is quoting is Senator Cash. I would remind Senator Cash that the administrator is in charge. I know she might not like that, but the administrator is in charge.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Minister Wong, please continue.
The administrator is in charge, and the administrator has the power to terminate or suspend union officials, and to date has terminated or suspended nearly 20 officials.
There you go.
So that is a far more stringent set of actions that are taken under the administration that has been put in place by this government than ever occurred, despite all of the protestations that those opposite, in particular Senator Cash, with police raids and other things, was involved in. So what I would say to you, Senator Cash, is you should back the administrator. We back the administrator, and we do so for the principled reasons we have outlined. And, President, I ask that further questions be placed on notice. All yours.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers to questions asked by coalition senators. And what has become increasingly apparent is that there is a marked difference between the rhetoric and the ideology of those opposite and the reality faced by the Australian people. We see, in terms of the answers today, answers from ministers saying that they take the advice of experts, and yet we see in a subsequent answer by the same minister a defence of decisions by this government where the advice of experts was actually ignored. And what we see is the rhetoric about what this government is seeking to achieve in terms of cost of living relief and investment in the economy and things made in Australia, but the lived reality for people in Australia is different. So it's fascinating to highlight that despite the rhetoric of those others, the reality is that the national accounts figures have revealed the slowest GDP growth since the 1990s outside the period of the pandemic. The 6th quarter of negative GDP per person growth and the longest per capita recession in 50 years. That's 18 months of a household recession under this government. I do seem to recall a slogan during the last election that it won't be easy under Mr Albanese, and that has certainly proven to be the case. With living standards, that being the real disposable income per capita, falling by 8.7%. And I noticed an article in the Australian Financial Review that highlights that Australia stands in stark contrast to most other comparable nations around the world. Productivity has collapsed by 6.3%. Household savings are down by 10.2 percentage points, and personal income taxes are 25.3% higher, and interest paid on mortgages has almost tripled. Gas is up by 33%. Electricity nationally is up by 14%, and even more in my home state of South Australia, where, I'll just remind the Senate, despite all the rhetoric about the transition to variable renewables being the pathway for the future, South Australians pay 45 cents per kilowatt hour, which is by a long stretch the most expensive power in Australia and amongst the most expensive electricity in the world. Rents are up 16%, health is up 11%, education costs are up 11%, food is up by 12%, and financial and insurance products are up by 17%. And these have impacts on people in the real world. So despite the ideology and the rhetoric from those opposite, when I visit the operator of a small caravan park in South Australia, she tells me about the fact that those rising insurance costs and the rising electricity costs are making her business marginal in terms of the ability to continue trading and providing a service for people who choose to travel through or holiday in that part of regional South Australia. And so the rhetoric we even heard here today, is about a government that says we listen to the experts. But we also had evidence here today that that is clearly not the case. If we're concerned about growth and economic opportunities and work and income for families, then you'd think we would be listening to the experts to approve investments in things like mines here in Australia. We heard today, and we've seen in the press, the fact that experts, in the case of McPhillamys Mine in New South Wales, being the state EPA, highlighted that the waters from the tailing dam would not affect the rivers and normal processes would look after that. We saw the fact that the local Indigenous body highlighted there were no issues from a cultural perspective should stop this project, and yet the minister concerned blocked the development of this mine by one action, a decision around the tailing mines, which didn't come from the experts, but came from a group of people who don't even reveal their last names in terms of the registration of their organisation, over facts which they said they can't disclose publicly because essentially they're secret business. This is not a government where the reality that affects Australian matches their reality.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I still find it, I'll use the word gobsmacking, I suppose, just because I can't think of anything else at the moment, that the opposition come into this place without any hint of irony and complain about the cost of living. Let me remind people when the current wave of inflation started. In recent years, the peak of quarterly inflation was reached in March 2022, when those opposite were still in government. They created this crisis through almost a decade of wasted opportunities and inaction in government, And they've got the gall to come in here and demand that we fix everything, probably before we were even in government. They'd be happy if we did it then. Our responsible economic management has helped fight inflation and kept Australia out of recession. Without our government spending on essential health services and our cost of living relief, Australia's economy would not have grown at all in the last quarter. Our economic plan is all about fighting inflation without smashing the economy. That is the responsible way. And we're helping people who are feeling under pressure. We understand that people are feeling under pressure. The national accounts confirm the economy barely grew last quarter, reflecting global uncertainty, higher rates and persistent inflation. And those opposite are in denial about that. They're in denial about the fact that there's global uncertainty. There are significant global challenges, and Australia is not immune to these, and many OECD countries have seen at least a negative quarter of growth. The Albanese Labor government has a responsible economic plan that is focused on ensuring that inflation continues to moderate, but those opposite oppose things that we try to put in place to improve the life for everybody. They opposed our energy bill rebates. They oppose our housing agenda. And the one that really, really galls me is that they oppose wage increases. And in particular, they oppose the early education and care 15% wage increase. I mean, can you believe that? Now, as Minister Watt mentioned earlier, I actually was an early childhood educator, and I did that job for close on 12 years. I know the work that early childhood educators put in, but I also know that they're treated like rubbish, that they're treated not necessarily by their bosses even, but by the community who often think they're just there child-minding. Well, let me tell you, if you'd ever worked in the area, you would realise the effort that goes into minding your child. Every individual child. Every child is treated as an individual. Every childcare centre, early childhood education area has to have program planning for every individual child. They have to make sure that any special needs that child has is met. They have to make sure that they meet all these criteria. I worked in a centre that was responsible not only to the local government area, but to the state government and to the federal government. 3 layers of government I had to fulfil the responsibilities of. Hours spent in paperwork to receive a pittance in return. And it's not good enough. People used to say to me, my child's my most precious thing, it's the most precious thing in my life. Well, make sure that the people who are looking after this precious person in your life are paid responsibly. Where else would you get people doing the job that early childhood educators do? And I can tell you there's a reason why it's a predominantly female workforce. And that's because they're the people that actually will do that work, whereas men will often demand higher wages. I'm not saying there's no men in the early childhood education area, don't get me wrong, and the ones that are there are brilliant. But it's so hard for early childhood educators to go and get a loan, to get a mortgage, to get a loan to buy a car. And it shouldn't be. These people are probably looking after, as I said, people's, everyone says how much they love their kids. The parents demand a really high standard of care. Of course these people should get a wage increase. And what happens? Those on the other side don't want it to happen. 40 years ago, nearly 40 years ago, I was one of the people that started the call for...
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, Senator Bilyk has just highlighted something I wanted to touch on here, and that is the problem of wishful thinking. I completely recognise the hard work that our childcare workers and those in the industry do. It's a very tough job, very, very important job, as Senator Bilyk said. The problem is we'd all like to give people a pay rise. We'd all like to see people's wages go up. but if we just increase wages without combining it with increased productivity and better outcomes for our economy, we get one thing, Mr Deputy President. We get a certain thing when we push wage rises without corresponding productivity improvements. That one thing is called inflation. And that's what we're afflicted with, everybody's afflicted with right now. And so you give these wage increases, but not very long after that, of course, it's eaten all up in the fact that that childcare worker with a higher wage suddenly faces a 30% increase in their grocery bills, suddenly faces thousands of dollars more on her mortgage or his mortgage repayments. And so it's great to have wishful thinking, but it would be better for everybody if we could focus on what really can improve the lives of Australians, and it takes hard work. It cannot just be handouts. That's no sustainable way of building a strong economy, and that goes to the heart of my question today to Minister Gallagher. I mentioned that the government's economic agenda, as Senator Billick just outlined there, seems to be based just on handouts, on more and more government spending and subsidies, not on actually improving the underlying performance of our economy, which is the only sustainable way to deliver real increases in the standard of living of Australians over time. Now, in my answer to my question, the Finance Minister could not say or could not answer my very simple question about how much has productivity fallen under her government. Didn't have the answer to that. Now, I hope that was more because she's embarrassed about that answer, not because she didn't know it. But I have the answer here. The figures just came out last week. The national accounts showed that on a GDP per hour worked basis, so basically all the economic output we make divided by how many hours people work, it's a measure of productivity, that series, that has fallen 6.3% in just 2 years. Now, as I say, the Finance Minister didn't know, apparently, the productivity performance of her own government. She seemed to know a lot about the productivity performance of the previous coalition government, and she was saying that that was poor and it wasn't very high. That's all she wanted to focus on. Well, I've gone and she didn't have the exact numbers. I've gone and actually compared them, and yes, our productivity performance has been somewhat slow for a decade or so. But in the 9 years or 8.5 years that the coalition government were in power, on an annual basis, that figure, the GDP per hour figure, grew at an annual rate of 1.3%. Now, that is relatively low compared to other periods in our history, but it still grew, and it grew at a reasonable rate, 1.3%, helping to support wage increases without a breakout of inflation in that 8.5 years. The 2 years, as I mentioned, under this government, it's grown. The productivity actually declined. It's gone backwards. Now, on an annualised basis, it's gone backwards 2.9%. So under the coalition, went up 1.3%. Under this government, productivity has fallen by 2.9% on an annual basis. That is why we're getting this inflation. Now, when you look at it on an industry basis, you start to see the picture emerging here of what's going on in our economy. And I admit these industry figures are only available for 1 year of this government. They'll be out later this year for the first 2 years of this government. But in the first year of this government, mining productivity fell by 4%. Energy, electricity, gas and water productivity fell by 7.2%. So when you get your energy bills back, that's one of the reasons it's happening. We're spending more money, more subsidies going into wind and solar factories, getting less or the same output, you reduce productivity by 7%. That's why your bills have to go up. That's why you're paying more. Wholesale trade productivity, which would be dominated by food and grocery trade, fallen by 11%. Fallen by 11%. Again, when you go to checkout, that's why you're paying more. I should have used the other figures. Under the coalition, that grew by 2.2% on an annual basis. And going back to the energy situation, it was flatlining under the coalition, but fallen by 7% under the Labor Party. Real estate productivity fallen by 5%. Finance fallen by 2.5%. Again, positive or neutral figures under the coalition, but massive falls in the first year of this government, making it housing more expensive, your rent's more expensive, interest rates, and banks having to charge more to you as well. This is why we're getting poorer. Poorer on a record rate. Our standard of living, our real wages have gone back to levels we hadn't seen since 2011 in the first 2 years of this government. And they're not taking this seriously enough. They've got to get serious around, stop blaming the RBA and start doing the hard work of lifting our nation's productivity and getting our standard of living back up high.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. And, coming back here into the Senate after 2 weeks, I would have expected there'd be a lot more optimism from those opposite and also thinking that they would come to this place with some policy ideas. And yet all we have is the same negativity that we have heard since the last election. The government has been very, very upfront and also clear, as Senator Gallagher has done today, but been upfront about the state of our economy. But we're also quite clear about what the government has been doing to help people whilst we go through a very turbulent time in the economy, particularly dealing with cost of living relief that the Parliament has passed, no thanks to those opposite, but the support of the government and the crossbench, to support the many millions of Australians who do rely and need the support of government of the day. Because we understand it has been and continues to be a very difficult time for many Australians. But let's not forget that the government has, from day one, as part of its economic agenda, made sure that we have supported the most vulnerable people in our society. We also inherited an inflation figure that had a 6 in front of it. And since coming into office, we've now lowered that. In fact, we've halved that down with a number 3 in front. But we know there's a lot more work to be done, and that is why we're continuing to work as a government with many organisations, with many entities, including the RBA, although those opposites will have you believe that somehow we're against the RBA and at war with the RBA. But what the government and the Treasurer particularly is trying to do is also reform government processes that, in some ways, need a look at every so often. And we're trying to modernise the RBA for the 21st century. But it's also important to put things into context, and Senator Canavan and others obviously made some remarks here in the Senate today and provided some figures. But it's also worth mentioning on the record that it was those opposite, when they were last in government for the last 10 years, that it was a deliberate design feature of their economic policy, their economic plan, to keep the wages of Australians low. Not once did they ever put in a submission to the Fair Work Commission to support an increase to the minimum wage. Not once. But we've backed those increases, and guess what? The Commission has now accepted the government's argument, and we've started to get wages moving again. We've also introduced a tax cut for 13.6 million Australians. Remember stage 3? Stage 3 meant that only a certain number of people were going to get a tax cut, whereas now every single Australian is getting a tax cut, particularly those on low and middle incomes. Now, this also complements the other measures that the Albanese government has also managed to put in place through this parliament. Cheaper childcare, increase in the Commonwealth rent assistance, electricity bill relief of $300 for every single household, and $325 for over 1 million small businesses. We've also managed to introduce fee-free TAFE, HEX bill relief, and a freeze on many medicines on the PBS scheme. We're helping Australians every single day, and these are just some of the measures that I wanted to be able to highlight during this Take Note debate. But it's no surprise that the Treasurer and the former Treasurer, Wayne Swan, would say that mortgage increases are very difficult for families because the simple fact is that they are. No one wants to see mortgages go up. No one does. But what's also important to note is that the national accounts have shown that the government spending that is keeping the economy growing. Without the government, we would be in recession right now. And I don't know if that's something that those opposite actually understand or want. Do you want to be in recession? Is that the ultimate endgame for the coalition? The Treasurer only last week made this point very clear, and I quote, "Without growth in government spending, there'd be no growth in the economy at all. This justifies the way that we've managed the economy, being responsible, fighting inflation as our primary concern, but also doing it without a way that's slashing and burning in an economy that is already weak. The government is committed to ensuring inflation continues to moderate and will continue to help families where it matters most." I think also just touching on the RBA with the 30 seconds that I have left, but making these points, Deputy President. The government cherish the independence of the RBA. It's why we are reforming the bank, to make sure it is as strong and as effective it can be. Our reforms are all about making the bank stronger and more independent. The review recommended the overriding power will be removed to strengthen the independence of the bank, and the power has never been used. And in the interest of bipartisanship, I call on those opposite to back the government on our reforms.
for 3 minutes. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. It's like coming in this chamber to question time. It's like waking up in year 2000, turning on Rage, listening to Shaggy and Rick Rock there saying it wasn't me. Every excuse, every reason, that's what we get from this government out here. We're smashed by the RBA, the economy. Their home houses are being hammered at interest rates. It was in the original Putin's invasion of Russia that put up energy prices. We have world commodity prices coming down, causing these problems. Woe is us, is this government. Woe is us. And all we hear, it wasn't me. Look there, look there. The last government left us in this position is what we've heard all wrapped out today in the talking points. Tell you what, when you want someone at the wheel managing the economy, you want someone that takes responsibility. When we hear about, oh, we've got a choice, it's between recession or inflation, that's what we hear this government is. That's because that's their only two levers they've got. They don't have any imagination, they don't have any skills. They come in and say, oh, things we didn't vote for or things, nothing's been blocked. They get together with their buddies in that corner of the Greens and everything they've got through, one way or another. But why didn't we vote for them? Because they haven't worked, because they didn't work, because they wouldn't work. And the scoreboard shows it. If you're getting your policies through after 2.5 years of government and your only two choices are recession or inflation, something is wrong. But we sit here and we've had excuse after excuse after excuse of everyone to blame except with the people with their hands on the controls. And that's not good enough. And you'd think that individually they go here and the childcare is cheaper and this is cheaper and that's cheaper and this is cheaper. You've never had it better out of there in Australia. But when you're a government that supports the whingers over the workers, when you're a government that thinks feelings are more important than facts, and when you think words can do what actions need to do, this is where you end up. A one-term government, potentially. They came in with such problems. It's like my school reports. Ross would do better if. This government would do better if they actually took things seriously and stopped the hubris around how great we are, how great they are, how wonderful the world is, how if we didn't vote for something, even though it got through, the world would be better. I tell you something about helping out people, which we all want to do. It is easy to help out people when you are growing the pot that helps everyone. And the pot that helps everyone are the builders, the miners, the growers, the farmers, the helpers, the healers, not those that sit around and pontificate around this about getting more public employment, more bigger unions, more bigger service funds. We have to get what's really get and get real workers on the ground doing the things they do.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Set the clocks for 2 minutes. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move to take note of government answers to my questions on the cost of the net zero wind and solar transition. With this so-called transition, both major parties are artificially increasing the cost of energy, pouring fuel on the inflation and cost of living crises. Labor and Liberals planning to run the grid on net zero is trying to smash a square peg into a round hole. In question time, I use simple, proven facts and figures to show these plans are ridiculous. It comes down to something called capacity factor. That describes how much electricity we actually get from various types of power stations. A coal power station runs at nearly 95% capacity factor or higher. That means if we install a 100 megawatt coal power station, on average, including downtime for maintenance, we get about 95 megawatts out of it over time. Wind and solar are far lower. Their average capacity factor is just 23. That means to replace 100 megawatts of coal power, we need to build 400 megawatts of wind and solar. Even if we do this massive, costly overbuild, it's not guaranteed that wind and solar power will be available when we need it. At peak hours, morning and evening, when most people turn on devices and appliances, the capacity factor of wind and solar is just 10%. 10%. We're up to 1,000 megawatts of wind and solar to replace each 100 megawatts of coal-fired power, plus the billions of dollars in batteries and the tens of thousands of kilometres of transmission lines. And the coal-fired power station lasts 60 years, 4 times longer than wind and solar. That must be replaced after 15 years or so. That's another 4 times the expense for solar and wind, making a total 4,000 megawatts to replace each 100 megawatt of coal power, 40 times more expensive. This supposed plan is not a plan, it's lunacy. It's costing trillions of dollars. This insanity and deceit are driving up the cost of living. Only one nation will stop subsidising large-scale wind and solar to bring down power bills for all Australians.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against
Aye.
no, the ayes have it. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President, and I move to take note of the government's response to my question on why the government is still underfunding family, domestic and sexual violence services. Now, I asked that, and what I received was a list of very welcome but inadequate and insufficient announcements that the government has made. Now, people might realise that National Cabinet last Friday announced an amount of funds for family, domestic and social and sexual violence, but unfortunately that amount is still only 78% of what the women's safety sector says they need to meet demand, and that was on figures from about 6 years ago. And I am convinced that demand will have increased since then, given the important awareness raising and the public discussion that we've had around this issue. So 78% means 1 in 4 women may not get the funding that they need and the support that they need from frontline services when they reach out for help to flee violence. Now, I ask the government why are you making women, why are you prohibiting women from getting the support they need when you can find money for nuclear submarines, $368 billion over a decade, when you can find money for property investor subsidies, it's making the housing crisis worse, $159 billion over 10 years, when you can find money for fossil fuel subsidies to the tune of $11 billion every single year, and yet you can't find 100% of what frontline services say they need to meet demand, to help everyone who reaches out when they're trying to flee violence to stay safe and start a fresh life. And I didn't get a satisfactory answer, but what I do conclude is that that is an indictment on this government's priorities. Now, on top of the fact that 78% is totally inadequate, money on paper is no guarantee that the services will actually get that money. And previous federal funding under the plan has disappeared into state government administration with no transparency on where it ends up, and services say that they are not getting it. So we desperately need more transparency of funding under the national plan. And on that note, it's not clear to me whether there has in fact been a reduction in funding under the National Partnership Agreement for the money under the national plan that goes to states and territories, because over the 5 years it's about $70.2 million a year, but actually existing funding is $79 million a year. So it looks to me like there's actually been a cut of $9 million over the next 5 years of money going to the states and territories to prevent violence against women and to fund frontline services. And I'm going to pursue that in estimates because that would be a complete outrage if that is in fact what the figures suggest. It's extremely disappointing that National Cabinet kicked the can down the road on alcohol sales. We heard absolutely nothing about gambling advertising, and it's been in the papers and in the press for weeks and weeks now. We are still waiting to hear from the government whether they will do anything at all to ban gambling advertising, and we know that gambling and the financial insecurity that it causes can be a huge exacerbator of violence. The Albanese government is failing families until it bans gambling advertising. There's some other positive things in the National Cabinet announcement, but despite the headline on community legal centre funding, it looks like only a fraction of that will be new money that will go to new staff. It will be shared amongst 4 types of legal assistance providers over 5 years. So only a fraction will go to community legal centres, and yet 1,000 women each week are turned away from a legal service because those services don't get enough funding. You could not fund the submarines or property investors or fossil fuel subsidies, and you could fully fund women's safety. Please do so.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister.
Thank you. I move that General Business Order of the Day number 56, ending native title Forest Logging Bill 2023, be considered at the time for private senators' bills on Wednesday the 11th of September 2024.
put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate notices of motion numbers 1 and 2 for the 11th of September, standing the name of Senator Dean Smith, postponed to the 18th of September. General business notice of motion number 592, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, for today, postponed to the 11th of September. General business notice of motion number 587, standing in the name of Senators Liddell, Thorpe and Lambie, for today, postponed until the 10th of September. And committees have lodged notification extensions as shown on the order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. No senator has indicated they are objecting. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? No. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75.
Deputy President, I draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Yes, ring the bells. We have quorum. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I note the requisite number of senators. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whip. I call Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy President. The fact is that millions of people who rent in Australia, millions of people who hold mortgages in Australia, and in particular young people and young people and their families, are absolutely getting smashed at the moment because of the relentless Reserve Bank rate hikes and the failure of Labor to actually step in and offer meaningful assistance to control inflation and help people with cost of living pressures. Since Labor came to power in 2022, rates have gone up by a staggering 31%. That is 31% in the first 2 years of a Labor government. The average mortgage repayment has increased by an equally staggering $1,667 a month. People are getting smashed and Labor is sitting on its hands. Last week, the Governor of the Reserve Bank finally conceded that the RBA's rate hikes are pushing some people so close to the brink they are facing the brutal reality of having to sell their homes. And she noted that low-income people and low-income families are particularly struggling. And of course, the reason that the Reserve Bank is having to step in and use the only tool that it has in its toolkit in the form of interest rates is because Labor won't step in and stop corporate price gouging, which is driving inflation. It won't step in and cap rent increases, which are driving inflation, and it won't step in and put in place a corporate super profits tax, which would disincentivise corporations from price gouging and the obscene profiteering that they are undertaking at the moment. Now, hiking rates penalises those least responsible for inflation, and it actually helps the people who are most responsible for inflation. Mostly older folks, mostly people with savings, who are actually increasing their spending at the moment, while people with debt, mostly younger people, are getting smashed for a problem that they didn't cause. The RBA is driving this country closer and closer to a recession, and they're bringing the economy to its knees. The June quarter figures show the economy grew just 1.5% in the last year. And apart from the abnormal 2021 pandemic year, that is the worst result since the 1990s recession. If we take out population growth, GDP fell by 0.4% in the June quarter. That is the sixth consecutive quarter of negative GDP per capita growth in Australia. We are in a per capita recession. It is no wonder people are hurting. And finally, we're getting people like Wayne Swong, like Minister Gallagher, like Minister Chalmers, conceding what the Greens have been saying for many months, that the RBA is smashing the economy. But what Labor won't tell you is that they've got the power to do something about it, to intervene and bring interest rates down. And that's what Labor should be doing, intervening, overriding the RBA, bring down interest rates and provide some relief to the millions of Australians who are getting smashed by food and grocery prices, by rent increases at a staggering rate and by staggering mortgage increases. And not only is Labor refusing to use that power, they are trying to get rid of it because they want to take Section 11 of the Reserve Bank Act out of the Act and remove the power of a democratically elected government to override a bunch of unelected technocrats on the RBA board. And of course, the reason Labor wants to get rid of this power is because they want to wipe their hands of any responsibility they have for the economic pain that people are facing and that they are allowing the RBA to inflict on people. So I say to Australians, if you're facing the imminent prospect of having to sell your home, or you can't afford to pay your rent or your mortgage bills at the end of the month, know that Labor has the power to intervene and bring down interest rates and help you meaningfully with the cost of living crisis you are experiencing, but Labor is choosing not to do that.
Senator McKim, could you please move the motion? I'd just like you to move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy President. I do move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Clearly the country has a surplus of money at the moment. That's why we have inflation at levels we haven't seen for a generation. But it's been pretty clear from listening to the Senate for a couple of hours this afternoon, we also have a great surplus of wishful thinking in this place because we come in here, and I was in here earlier when Senator Billick was saying, oh, we just need to pay people more money. Senator McKim there now saying all we need to do is just lower interest rates and everything will be fine. But there's no anyway logical or reasonable discussion of, well, what would happen then if we do what Senator McKim suggests? What would happen if we just go, let's just intervene and drop the interest rate, I don't know, 25, 50, 100 basis points? What was likely to happen? Well, we have inflation already well above 3%, the highest in the developed world. If we were to just go and cut interest rates, take the easy solution that Senator McKim suggests, almost certainly that'll push more money into, or has to by definition, puts more money into the money supply to lower interest rates. That's how the Reserve Bank does it. They buy up bonds, they either print or go into their vaults and take more money and chuck it into the economy. That will increase inflation. And no one will be better off at the end of it. In fact, almost certainly will be worse off over time because inflation will get out of control. We may end up with a wage price spiral. We'll be back to where we were in the 1970s. It'll take years and decades and a lot of economic pain to fix up. So it's a very childish approach to these issues. I think Australians, they're desperate for some leadership from this place. They're sick and tired of this juvenile point scoring from the likes of Senator McKim. They all know in their real lives things are tough. They all know there's no easy answer when you're struggling to pay the bank, when you're worried about whether your credit card says insufficient funds at the checkout. At least there's no one there to see you these days. You've got no checkout person there to witness your embarrassment. But people are worried about that. They know there's no easy answer. They have to make tough choices in their own lives to decide not to get a new car or not go on a holiday or cut back on other expenses. They make those decisions. Yet they look at this place and they look at their leaders and they're not willing to make any tough decisions at all. They're telling them these sweet nothings that, oh, you can have it all. We can cut interest rates. We can just get rid of price gouging and everything will be fine. That life is not like that, Mr Deputy, through you to Senator McKim. It's not like that. These are very tough times for Australians, and to get out of tough times, you have to make tough decisions. You have to make tough decisions about working out what the appropriate interest rate is. And the real tough decisions we have to make is about how we reform our economy to help business get going. Because the real answer to the inflation and cost of living crisis we have right now is our terrible productivity growth. And Senator Gallagher's back here through you, Mr Deputy President, so she was a bit embarrassed before to state the productivity figure under this government. It has fallen, as I said earlier, 6.3% in 2 years, an average decline on a compound annual growth rate of 2.9% under this government. And Senator Gallagher was trying to claim to the Senate earlier, Mr Deputy President, that the growth under the coalition was much worse. Well, actually, I went and had a look at the figures, and the growth was 1.3% in GDP per hour worked on a compound annual growth basis during the coalition's term in office. So it's terrible, 1.3% compared to negative 2.9%. That is the reason people are struggling right now, because our productivity has fallen through the floor. And nowhere in this motion, I only caught just over half of Senator McKim's speech, nowhere did I see him mention the word productivity. That is the key way to get out of this crisis. It's hard, it's not easy. It's not an easy answer for people to say. It means we have to probably work harder, work smarter, make tough choices about what we do about our energy situation, our housing situation. But that's the only answer to get out of this crisis. And Senator McKim just completely ignores it as a juvenile response to this issue. And the government at least says some things about it, but it's not willing to change course at all. Its answer to, as I asked earlier to Senator Gallagher, its answer to get productivity growing, we need to just invest more in solar and wind, like these things are working. They've been complete and utter failures. Our productivity in our energy sector has fallen 7% under this government. 7% fall in the productivity of our energy systems because of this mad rush to invest in types of energy that doesn't work. And when the cost of energy goes up, the cost of doing everything goes up. So it's about time we have a hard look in the mirror as a country and realise that a lot of what we're doing right now is wasting our taxpayer resources that people work so hard for, and we just dole it out on a handout basis like candy. And we're also making silly decisions on things like net zero emissions, thinking it won't come at a cost. It is, and everybody is facing that cost right now.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, despite the inevitable shouting from the Greens and the grandstanding and the fear-mongering from the coalition, our plan is actually working to put downward pressure on inflation. Inflation is moderating because of our government's plans, and that is just a fact. When we took office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and now it has a 3 in front of it. and the pain and the bite of high inflation, it is actually easing. The data shows us that. It is tracking down. It is a fact. But we know that while progress is being made, there is still a lot of work to do, and we are rolling up our sleeves and we are doing just that. Importantly, there is real work to be done to make sure that the moderating inflation and the impacts of that are really truly felt across Australian households, because we know that Australians are doing it tough. We know that they are feeling the pressure right now. And that is why our government is doing so much work to ease the cost of living pressures that people face. It's why our budget, our cost of living measures, our economic plan, it's why they've all been needed and they are working. Our targeted and careful spending is balancing the need to keep the economy ticking, all the while that we are bringing inflation down and delivering responsible cost of living relief too. We've done the hard work and we've found savings in the budget. We are being responsible, we are being restrained where it's needed, and we are doing that in a way that we are keeping the economy moving at the same time. We're generating hundreds of thousands of jobs in the economy and we are getting wages moving. We are getting the wages of women moving, boosting women's workforce participation too. All of this is needed and it is all a priority for us. And it's work that we are getting on with. We are getting on with the job. While others scream, while others fearmonger, we are actually delivering our economic plan and putting downward pressure on inflation. And we've seen from the national accounts just why our plan is so important. Because we know that the RBA's interest rate rises are putting real pressure on families, are putting real pressure on households. They're putting real pressure on business and the economy as well. And we know that households are cutting back their spending. We know that without our careful, targeted cost of living investments, the economy would have slowed even more. And that's exactly why we're delivering real cost of living relief to households. Cost of living relief that is bringing down inflation, cost of living relief like our energy bill rebates, like cheaper childcare, like cheaper medicines, like our investments in Medicare, significant increases to rent assistance as well. All of this cost of living relief is directly tackling the inflation challenge. And of course our tax cuts for 13 million taxpayers means that workers are keeping more of what they earn, earning more and keeping more as well. Our tax cut for every tax-paying Australian is easing cost of living pressures, and that's why we made those changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts. But we know that if those opposite were in power, we can absolutely guarantee that things would be a lot worse. Those opposite would not only have failed to put downward pressure on inflation, they also would have slammed the brakes on the economy too, because they've opposed our cost of living measures when they had the option to support them. They've opposed measures that are actually directed at bringing down inflation. They've basically come to this place and tried to vote for higher inflation. And they've also told Australians that they'll cut the budget to the degree of around $300 billion, and that they'll do that at a time when the economy is barely growing. At that time, at this challenging time, they want to slash, they want to cut, they want to burn the budget in a way that we know would hit the economy even harder. So we will get on with the job of providing targeted cost of living relief to Australians that actually puts downward pressure on inflation. We will get on with providing the support that the economy needs to keep moving forward. And we will do that in a responsible way. We have banked 2 surpluses already in a way that the RBA Governor has said put downward pressure on inflation, and we will keep our responsible plans moving forward.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Inflation is out of control across the Australian economy. It's disgraceful, though, for the Greens to leverage this human disaster to advance their green communist ideology. Advocating price controls is the economics of wishful thinking, a victory of feelings over facts and common sense, over historical experience and over basic economics. Price controls don't work. They have never worked and they will never work, and they make things worse. The price of an item is not some magical creation or creature with a life of its own that government can control. Price is an outcome of other factors: material costs, input costs, retailer margin, to name a few. The Greens have in recent times talked about the lack of competition in retailing, especially food retailing, but they missed the point. The answer to poor competition is not price controls, it's more competition. It is Harris Farm Markets opening new concept stores that rival Coles and Woolworths. It's the reject shop, which increasingly undercuts Coles and Woolies by significant amounts. It's your local butcher or produce store, which now sell products cheaper than Coles and Woolies. To a degree, the Greens are using misdirection. They're asking Australians to look over here at profiteering instead of looking at the root cause of inflation, which is the increasing cost of business inputs. Starting with the Greens' own net zero energy policies. Net zero fairy tale power is pushing up power prices, and if power goes up, everything goes up. Farmers need power to run their cool rooms, they need diesel to run their farm equipment, and they need fertiliser, which is made from natural gas. Manufacturers and wholesalers need electricity, gas and diesel for every aspect of their operation. Yet the Greens are over there, on my left, on everyone's left really, advocating for no new oil or gas projects. Scarcity causes the price to rise. Their own net zero policies are a major cause of inflation. Now they want to fix that with price controls. Controlling the price causes producers, wholesalers and retailers to go broke as their input costs exceed their selling price. To stay in business, these companies will most likely stop selling anything they sell at a loss. This is exactly what happened in Venezuela and Sri Lanka, where price controls led to food shortages and black markets appearing for food staples. Criminal gangs moved into those black markets. I know Coles and Woolies are bad, but I will take them over criminal gangs. Sri Lanka is especially relevant here. Their food crisis was caused by forcing farmers to abandon the use of hydrocarbon fertilisers and pesticides in the name of net zero. Inhuman. Farm productivity fell and prices rose as farmers tried to make enough money to feed their families. The government intervened with price controls. The result was food shortages, starvation and then rioting that forced the government to back down and once again allow modern production techniques to feed the people. Another problem with price controls is that investment moves away from industries that are rendered unprofitable with price controls. Investment in buildings, equipment, software and staff training will fall in price-controlled industries. That is fact, proven repeatedly throughout history. This leaves long-term supply deficits that will keep prices higher for longer and hurt everyday citizens. Unlike the Greens, One Nation policy will solve the cost of living and housing crisis without making either problem worse. We will do the opposite of the Greens, always a good policy. Reduce red, green and blue tape. We will reduce new arrivals until the market can fairly provide for those who are already here. In housing, we will prevent homes being owned by those outside of Australia and allow councils to impose penalty rates on vacant homes or those being used for casual letting, which conflicts with the zoning. We will review the federal government housing code, which imposes unnecessary requirements, including making every house wheelchair-friendly, despite there being no wheelchair users in the house. I understand that adds about $40,000 to the price of every new house. We will allow Australians to use their super to invest in their own home. We will create a People's Bank to provide mortgages at 5% interest over 30 years on a 5% deposit and allow HEX debt to be rolled into the mortgage so that people can get a house loan. This policy means an Australian with a good job, even with a HEX debt, will be able to afford their own home now and start paying it off. There are many, many ways to solve the humanitarian disaster the policies of successive Liberal and Labor governments posed and have created. Price controls and green policies on housing, immigration, the environment, mining, farming are the exact opposite. One Nation wants to free up the people and free up our markets.
Senator Ayres.
Well, it's a pretty ordinary debate, really. You've sort of got economic, what passes for economic populism from the left, sort of, from the Greens political party. Economic populism a sort of pale imitation of right-wing economic populism from Senator Roberts, and then you got just a whole chorus of nothing from the Liberal and National Party. That is what passes for allegedly an economic debate brought on by Senator McKim, and then I think we've got something later on from Senator Hughes. The same old nonsense. The truth is, inflation is a very significant challenge for this economy, just like it is for every economy around the world. The truth is, inflation left unchecked has a deeply unequal impact. It has its toughest impact on low-income households. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time on Senator McKim's prescriptions for what should happen in the economy. At least he's honest enough to advance some. The key elements of the Greens political party's approach, so always economic populism, meme first, nothing later, but is about rent caps, something that the Commonwealth Government can't implement, constitutionally prohibited from implementing. And if it was implemented, what it would lead to is less housing construction, poorer quality accommodation, back to the slums of the 1930s. That's where Senator McKim wants to take. That's where he wants to take Australians. Social media memes do not equal sensible economic policy that goes towards solving the very real challenges. And leading people into a cul-de-sac, which is what the Greens political party does, by talking absolute rubbish and pretending to people that there are simple solutions for very challenging problems, is exactly the kind of left-wing populism, not actually left-wing, because if you're actually left-wing, you advance solutions and you mobilise people around them and they're credible. It's just populism. But let me turn to the alternative party of government, so-called. What I think is remarkable, it's a lesson for all of us, that everybody's got a capacity for personal growth. Having no interest in all of these issues over the miserable decade that they were in government, suddenly they're on about productivity in the economy, despite the fact that for the decade they occupied the Treasury benches, productivity growth was at its lowest ever and they did nothing about it. Suddenly interested in wages growth. Well, during their period in office, wages growth was at its lowest ever. In fact, if you applied the average level of wages growth during the miserable Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison period of 2.1% to workers' wages now over the period of this government, where the average growth has been 3.8%, average weekly earning Australians would be $4,700 a year worse off. That's the truth. And all of this nonsense about real wage growth from those opposite who never displayed any interest in it when they were in government is the most callous position, with an utter disregard for the ordinary living circumstances of average wage earners. Fiscal policy. They're suddenly deeply interested in proper sound fiscal management, but delivered not one surplus, not even the one that they promised in government, and left Australia $1 trillion in debt with nothing to show for it. Very interested in building homes, they say, but took their hands off the wheel completely during their period in government. No policy over there, none, but you can see it beginning to take shape. And if they got into government, if they ever got into government, or if they had governed over the course of the last 2 years, what do we know? Savage cuts to public expenditure, opposing Labor's sensible cost of living measures would mean higher inflation and the economy would be in recession today. That would be the effect of the so-called economic policy prescriptions of those opposite. Australians poorer, in recession, less jobs, higher inflation.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to this motion before us today. Since the Labor government came to power in 2022, rents have gone up by 31%. And the average mortgage payment has increased by $1,677 a month. The ruthless Reserve Bank rate hikes, as my colleague Senator McKim said earlier, are smashing millions of renters, mortgage holders, young people and families across the country. And yet, despite this, we've heard the Governor of the RBA spell out that they don't expect the RBA will cut rates in the near term. The RBA is smashing the economy. The Governor of the RBA even conceded that these rate hikes are pushing people so close to the brink that some are facing the brutal reality of having to sell their homes. Goodness knows where they're going to find one to rent when they sell it, or a rental that they can afford. Through all of this pain, as my colleague Senator McKim has pointed out, the key thing to remember is that Labor and the Treasurer have a specific power in the legislation to overrule the RBA and bring interest rates down. But every day, Labor, like so many things, makes an active decision not to. Not only are they making an active decision not to, they're actually trying to secretly get rid of their own power to overrule the RBA and their rate hikes for good. And why are they doing this? Well, the Treasurer is trying to get rid of the power to overrule the RBA, because that way the Labor government can just wipe their hands clean of the job of actually governing and dealing with the issues that they're causing. They want to wipe their hands clean of the job of actually caring about people in this country. Just as the Treasurer is wiping his hands clean of the rate hikes smashing millions of people across this country, Labor is also wiping their hands clean of the millions of people who are living in poverty. The cost of living crisis is destroying people on income support. Today, ACOS reported that more than 70% of Centrelink recipients are cutting back on meals, medications and seeing friends due to cost. Not worrying, as Senator Canavan said, about whether they can go on a holiday or buy a new car, but deciding whether they can eat or take their medication. 71% are cutting back on meat, fresh fruit and vegetables. 74% are having difficulty affording the medicine or medical care they need. Someone in the ACOS report said that they're only taking half of their diabetes medication. Labor could introduce a super profits tax to take the pressure off inflation, but they're too busy protecting their corporate mates to do that. So for those on income support, skipping meals or medication, the message from Labor is clear: tough luck. Not going to leave anyone behind, they said. Well, tell that to someone who's on income support. Instead of letting the RBA turbocharge this cost of living crisis, Labor should be fighting inflation and corporate profiteering by supporting the green super profits tax, freezing rents, which are a big cause of inflation, putting dental into Medicare, raising the rate, maybe tackle supermarket price gouging. That's driving up inflation. Senator Ayres said that inflation is having the toughest impact on low-income households. Well, people on income support are in the lowest income households in the country. When are you going to help them? That's right. You also said that rent caps don't work. Well, they have them in the ACT. Don't see slums forming anywhere around here. I think Labor just thinks it's all too hard. Senator Ayres said he wasn't going to spend too much time on the Greens. Well, he spent quite a lot of time attacking what we're putting forward. Maybe instead of attacking us, you could go to the people of Australia and actually do the job of tackling inflation, tackling the cost of living crisis and helping people out of poverty.
Senator, your time has expired. The question is the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I declare it carried. I will put the motion again. Those who support the opinion of the motion, please say aye. All those against, say no. The noes have it. No. Division, please ring the bells. lock the doors. The motion before the chair is, the question was put, is the motion moved by Senator McKim agreed to? Those of that opinion move to the right. Those who are against move to the left. I appoint Senator McKim and Senator Askew. Always. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 29. The question is resolved in the negative. Thank you. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Humes, which is also shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Every single Australian and their family is doing it tough, yet every single day we hear from this government, and particularly the Treasurer, that it is everyone else's fault other than that of the government. And rather than taking responsibility, rather than accepting...
Just a moment. Senator Hughes, you will need to move the resolution first. Doesn't need to. My apologies. Please just continue. I know you don't have to at all. I was getting some other advice, so please.
Okay, we're all good.
Continue.
You were just worried I was getting into a bit of a pattern there, and you thought you'll just interrupt that flow.
Senator Hughes, we did. The clock was stopped, so please continue giving your contribution to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President, Acting Deputy President. We know that this government has spent its entire term fighting everything except inflation. They have spent this entire term trying to divide our nation, tear this nation apart by its very fabric. We know the $500 million spent on the referendum with its whole objective to divide this nation by race. They have done everything they can to not look at inflation. We know that those in the government benches now have forgotten that COVID occurred. All of a sudden, that is the word that cannot be spoken. It's like $275 that was coming off our energy bills, the number that can never speak its name. But we now know as well, that we don't mention COVID because we don't want to acknowledge what was happening over the last few years of the coalition government. But even with that, this government inherited low unemployment, inherited strong growth, and they inherited a government that was well on the way to recovery out of COVID. And when you look at how our country performed throughout COVID, how many jobs were saved, was extraordinary. But they have managed to just tip all the cookies out of the cookie jar, spill the mess everywhere, and continue to make it absolutely appalling for every single household. And the reality is we've been in a per capita recession for 18 months. And those that sit on the Treasury benches may be in denial about this, but I'll tell you who's not in denial about the fact that we are in a per capita recession. We have been for 18 months, and that is every single Australian family whose mortgage repayments, the interest repayments alone, have increased by 3 times. Triple repayments on those interest rates. It's extraordinary, the pressure that is being put on Australian families, yet those opposite seem to almost make fun of the situation. They're one step off saying Australians have never had it so good. And the reason they need to keep tottering out the same talking points is because Australians don't believe them. Australians aren't feeling it. Australians know that they have to find, the average Australian family needs to find an extra $35,000 a year. $35,000 a year, that's not the kind of cash that's just hiding down the back of the lounge. $35,000 a year the average Australian family is having to find. Yet this government will not take any responsibility. They will continue to project every single one of their failures onto someone else. I mean, it was just incredible to hear the Treasurer come out and started to hark back to the Ukraine war. I mean, it was, that was their line when they first came in 2.5 years ago. It is everybody else's fault but theirs. But we know that the sticky inflation is staying so sticky because of everything that they're doing. Because as the RBA tries to slow the economy down to get inflation back under control through its lever of interest rate rises, what we're seeing here is a government addicted to spending, a government who has over $300 billion of new spending. We have a government who is actually taking no notice of what's happening in the private sector, the sector that actually creates jobs, the market. They're not taking any notice of what's happening in the marketplace, in the private sector and the slowdowns, and they're artificially buoying the economy through directly paying and increasing the public service and workforce in those care economies. It is not sustainable. In fact, hearing it described as a Ponzi scheme today is probably the best description of the way that this government is handling the economy. Australia cannot afford another term of government with those sitting there opposite at the moment. It is extraordinary how this economy is continuing to contract. Australians are continuing to do it tough and tougher every single day. And there is no end in sight. There is no end in sight. Things just look like they're going to keep getting worse. No one's happy about it. You're the government. Do something about it.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. You have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise today to speak on this MPI moved by Senator Hughes. And I have to confess how bitterly disappointed I am, and I continue to be, by the Coalition's repeated failure to bring anything of genuine substance into this chamber for a discussion. The attitude of this opposition is well evidenced in what has been brought to the chamber today. It's an opposition not defined by ambition or aspiration or goodwill. Those are the values which here on this side of the chamber we very much hold dear. But today's MPI reveals an opposition defined by their relentless drive to undermine progress, to diminish hope, to dance on the struggle of Australians who are responding to challenges in our economy. And they're working very hard to do that. And instead what we see is a gleeful opposition coming in here, pretending that they care, crying crocodile tears, and actually delighting in every moment that they can say that Australians are doing it tough. Because that's all they do. They say the words and then they say, but don't give them any assistance. Don't give Australians, don't spend. And we heard it through Senator Hughes' contribution. Yep, Australians doing it tough, but do not spend. The government should not be spending. The government should not be helping Australians. They should not be spending. So what we've seen is the reality of, many challenges to families. High interest rates are the legacy of 10 years of economic mismanagement under the Coalition, and certainly it's left Australians with less than they deserve. We do know that Australians are doing it tough, and they need a government that will acknowledge that and respond to it. And that is what we're doing. If Senator Hughes genuinely cared about supporting Australians, and if terms in her statement here before the Senate mattered in reality...
Senator O'Neill. Senator Scarr, you have a point of order?
Point of order, impugning the motives of a fellow senator in terms of saying if Senator Hughes genuinely cared, as if she didn't.
Thank
I think that should be
Senator
withdrawn.
Scarr, there is no point of order. Senator O'Neill, please continue.
Thank you very much. And I can only wait for Senator Hughes to bring forward some dollars to go with the profession of care, because at the moment all we hear from the opposition is don't spend, don't spend, don't support Australians. So, the affectation of care and the reality of responding are two different things. We need actual policies to be advanced in this place, to be put on the record by the Coalition, instead of these hollow talking points. Now, the reality is for Australians that we are governing for right now, inflation absolutely is still higher than we would like it. But it's less than the 6% that it was when we came to government, which was what was inflicted on Australians under the Liberal National Party. Underlying inflation, we can absolutely say, is moderated, and the momentum of inflationary pressure is actually downwards. And that is a good thing. It is a good thing, and it is worth celebrating, and it is worth saying to people that if you're struggling, hold on, hold on. We see that struggle, and that's why we want to assist you with things that you need, such as your electricity. We know that under the Coalition, they didn't deliver a surplus. They didn't manage the economy well. We know that under the opposition, people's electricity prices really became a problem. And today we had questions in question time where Senator McAllister was explaining what the chaos of energy policy under the Liberal National Party determined in terms of the market's reaction. And it's into that chaos that we have brought order. And, of course, we've made commitments to assist families in real terms with what they need. Every single household, under every roof in this nation, Australians can expect $300 to help them. Not to pay their bill in entirety for them, but to help them. $300 per household to make sure that they get some bit of relief from the energy costs that we know are part of why Australians are doing it tough. We know that the challenges facing small businesses are significant as well, and that is why we have a small business package to assist. Over 1 million businesses are going to get the benefit of support from Labor. Making rent cheaper for 1 million households, that's a great commitment to helping people. We've delivered tax cuts for every working Australian. All of these things are indicators of support.
Senator Hanson, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Well, is the Albanese Labor government ever going to take responsibility for anything it does? Earlier today, I highlighted a report by the Queensland Council of Social Service showing the average family is over budget by $116 per week in Labor's cost of living crisis. This is the reality faced by the Australian people today. We're going backwards in our standard of living. We can't keep up with the inflation driven by record immigration and increased Labor government spending. This spending is also increasing our national debt, which is approaching $1 trillion. Last year, we paid about $18 billion in interest on this debt. How many hospitals, schools, affordable houses or aged care facilities could be built with $18 billion a year? This is just crazy. Labor claims it has created thousands of new jobs, but what good is this to our economy when two-thirds of them are being paid by taxpayers? All those new public servants in the back office, many on generous salaries, unjustified by their responsibilities, when we should be generating real jobs that boost productivity. It's just another way Labor's policies are driving inflation. Labor won't accept the blame for its disastrous policies. Labor has tried to blame foreign wars, the former government, the RBA, anyone but the person who was truly responsible, Anthony Albanese. He is the worst Prime Minister we've ever had, even worse than Gough Whitlam, if you can believe it. Make no mistake, Labor bears direct responsibility for Australia going backwards, for Australian families going backwards, and for Australian farmers and businesses going backwards. And it was under, if you want to blame the previous government of what happened with the high inflation, well, don't forget COVID and the impact it had on this country. And if they didn't bring in the policies, a lot of people would have lost their livelihoods and homes.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I would like to thank Senator Hughes for bringing this motion because, as we know, and as I have spoken about time and time again here in this place, the cost of living crisis in our country is the most important issue affecting everyday Australians. It is the most important issue affecting young Australians. It is the most important issue affecting Australian families. People are struggling and juggling every single day to just make ends meet and buy the things that they and their families need. And yet, in the face of this, we continue to see inaction on part of the government and special little accounting tricks and, special little rebates that everybody gets, not just people that need it, but absolutely everybody because, you can't really quite work out who needs it or not. And an attempt to destroy now the credibility of and the independent and the confidence in the independent Reserve Bank of our country. The Reserve Bank has one lever, monetary policy, to lift interest rates. They don't have any other levers at their disposal. They act based on what's occurring in our economy. And what is occurring in our economy is homegrown inflation as a result of the actions and inactions of this government. It was extraordinary last week to see the Treasurer of our country pointing at the independent governor of our Reserve Bank and blaming her and her team and the board for high interest rates. Blaming them for using the one lever they have at their disposal to bring down inflation. That is incredibly unfair. And that is not very good leadership in my view. Interest rates have hit mortgage holders. Interest rates have hit renters. Interest rates have hit small businesses. Everybody is struggling. And the reality is that this government just keeps spending based on a predetermined agenda that they are trying to keep to, despite the fact that it's very, very clear that it is having significant impacts on our economy and that Australians continue to suffer. And let's face what is the absolute reality here. It is this government that is forcing the hand of the RBA. And we have been talking about that for months and months. I've been talking about it all year, as have my colleagues. And so Senator Hughes has rightly put this as a matter of absolute importance today. So Senator O'Neill talked about this energy rebate and how that is helping Australian families and helping to bring down inflation. But what Senator O'Neill didn't speak about was the fact that it's our own tax dollars that are being given back to us in a rebate to bring down our electricity bills. So, this isn't even going near the promised cut to power bills that the Prime Minister and Treasurer couldn't stop talking about before the last election. Doesn't even come close to delivering that. But that's pretty much the government's solution to most of the economic problems that we have here, is to just find a new way to spend, spend, spend. They have now focused on the election in May, or it could be in March, or it could be in December, but that is when they are going to face the Australian people, who are going to ask them why they have had to struggle and juggle in the way that they have, and why we are global laggards when it comes to managing inflation. Why they've looked for short-term gains and completely failed to engage with the critical task of fixing the root cause of our inflation. Why are we at the back of the pack when it comes to tackling inflation? Our core inflation rate is higher than comparable economies, higher than our contemporaries, and it's been here for longer, and our living standards have fallen. And yet this government continues to blame the former government, and now they are blaming the RBA instead of acting themselves.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's always fascinating when the Liberals and Nationals bring forward these matters of public importance. But even by their standard, Senator Hughes' motion today is truly something to behold. They've come here preaching about the cost of living as though they care, but let's be real. The only game they're playing is a never-ending tennis match. Every time we serve up a real solution to help Australians, they return it with a swift, resounding no. No to Labor's tax cuts that are helping 13.6 million Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. No to cheaper medicines that will help patients save billions over the next 4 years. No to the energy price relief that helped the average family save $230. No to wage rises for 2.6 million low-paid workers. No to helping build 30,000 social and affordable homes. No to helping over 200,000 students gain access to fee-free TAFE. And no to never-before-seen historic wage rises. They just say no, no and no. But of course, when it comes to things such as lowering workers' wages, worsening their rights and conditions, and stripping away their protections, suddenly they're all for it. When it's about helping billionaire business groups that pay for their campaign, they're quick to jump on board. Now, this was never more evident than Senator Cash's leaked secret letter in May of this year. In it, she described New South Wales Liberal workplace policies as good ideas that align strongly with the Coalition's approach. And what were those good ideas? Scrapping the Better Off Overall test, which would wipe protections for millions of hard-working Australians. Making it easier for bosses to unfairly sack all Australians. Getting minimum wages awards and gutting those for millions of Australians. Reintroducing individual contracts for all Australians, all hard-working Australians. Now imagine being 18 years old and having to negotiate directly with your employer, like the CEO of Westpac, or being a struggling single parent of 3, and having to negotiate directly with corporate giants like BHP or Qantas. That's what this would lead to. Now, this is also the same people who repeatedly endorsed the building code. The building code that put a limit to the number of apprentices working on site, smashing productivity. We've abolished these horrendous laws, but the effects are still being felt in the construction industry. Not enough apprentices, because they abolished the arrangements that allowed that to happen. And of course, these issues aren't isolated to just one sector. It is a reoccurring pattern we see across every industry that they opposite interfere with. Now take mining, for example. Now, thanks to Labor's historic Closing Loopholes Bill, same job, same pay laws, have led to over 300 labour hire workers at Queensland Batchfire Collide mine receiving pay rises of up to $20,000. And we've seen the same results at Qantas operations time and time again. Now, for the first time in nearly a decade, these laws are making industry giants like BHP negotiate collective agreements in the Pilbara, working together to get better productivity and fairer wages, which I suggest they should do. They should take the opportunity up, approach these laws in a productive, positive way that it can actually be dealt with. Now, yet again, of course, we're seeing those opposite staunchly opposed to all these initiatives. Peter Dutton and his so-called working-class Liberals and Nationals, along with the working-class billionaire paymasters.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Scarr.
Point of order, the senator should refer to members in the other place by their proper titles.
Senator Sheldon.
I'm very happy to refer to the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, who's the person who's turning around and supporting those working-class billionaires to take money out of the pockets of every middle-class Australian in this country. The opposition leader, Mr Peter Dutton, is the one who's hell-bent on making sure billionaires get richer and middle Australia gets poorer. Because what we've seen with the window dressing from those opposite, because when it came to even wage increases for low-paid workers, for the minimum wage, in 2022, in 2023, in 2024, Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, turned around and opposed those increases. And as the member for New England, Barnaby Joyce, said, someone earning another $110 a week is just more window dressing. It just never ends from that mob opposite. They can never get enough.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Your time has expired. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, every time those opposite come into this place and they start, with the bluff and bluster and blaming everybody else for the problems they have caused, we've hit a nerve. And sadly, to Senator Sheldon's point just then, the only government in recent times to take money actually away from workers is the Labor Party. It is under the Labor Party that per capita income has gone down for workers with the cost of living increase. So under this Prime Minister, Albanese, and Treasurer Chalmers, Australians, including millions of families in Western Australia, their living standard is going backwards under Labor. So all of their talk about costs and wages, they are the ones who have deliberately implemented inflationary policies that are causing such pain for Australian families. Driven by the Treasurer's economic management over 3 budgets now, core inflation is stubbornly high at 3.9%. Our inflation is now higher than any other advanced country in the world. And despite what those opposites say, it is the result of this government's mismanagement. No other advanced economy. In fact, since December, we are the only G10 nation where inflation has been increasing. And it is directly, as the Governor of the Reserve Bank says, she's been scapegoated by those opposite, it is their responsibility. And what has this resulted in for Western Australians? We've seen major increases in the price of household essentials, such as a 10% increase to food, to housing, rent, electricity, gas, health, education, insurances, and of course to people's home mortgages. And there's more bad news ahead for householders that were desperately hoping for a rate cut for their families before Christmas. Well, sadly, due to the incompetence of those opposite, that is yet very unlikely to occur. In fact, the Reserve Bank of Australia has ruled out any interest rate cuts this year. Labor's 3 failed budgets. In those 3 failed budgets, they've spent an additional $315 billion. They haven't been creating more jobs in the private sector. They've been pump-priming the economy with taxpayer dollars into mostly the public sector. 2/3, if not 3/4 of the new jobs haven't been created in private industry, which is where real jobs are created that assist with increasing productivity. Their answer to everything is
Senator Reynolds,
tax more and spend.
Expired. Senator Bragg.
Well, Madam Acting Deputy President, I guess I would say that there are 2 central charges that you would make against this government. And the first charge is that the government has had no time to solve the major economic problems facing the nation because it has been obsessed with working through a laundry list of issues that are important to the vested interests that put the government in its place. And what I mean is the government is more interested in what is important to the CFMEU or the big super funds than it is about what matters to people, which is why it has failed on housing, which is why it has failed on inflation. And the other central charge you'd have to make at this point in time is also that the government has significant integrity issues, in that the people that are sitting at the apex of this government have incurred integrity issues and trust issues because of the way they have chosen to conduct themselves in high public office. And you only have to go back to 2022 and the election campaign to see that the promises made to the Australian people by this government were that it would be easier and cheaper under this government, and that has not been the case. And you don't need a politician to tell you that. Everyone knows that. But the point of consequence here is that the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, has started to blame everyone for the woes that the government finds itself in. High inflation, low growth, we're in a pretty bad situation. And instead of being honest and upfront about what the government can do, because what the government can do is it can run a fiscal policy or it can run an economic policy which is going to help business, help small business, help families. But instead he has taken aim at the major institutions that have nothing to do with the capacity of Mr Chalmers himself to do his job. And so every day you see him attacking the Reserve Bank or the Productivity Commission. The most recent salvo against the Reserve Bank was that it was smashing the economy. And the point I think Mr Chalmers was trying to make is that the Reserve Bank had interest rates too high. Now, the reason the Reserve Bank has interest rates too high is because the government has not stopped spending since it won office. And if you look at the proportion of the inflation that is in the economy today, a large proportion of that is because of public sector spending. And the jobs figures that we see, most employment growth now in Australia is happening in the public sector. More people are working for the government than ever before, and that is a rude shock to the average small business person who gets out of bed every day and works hard. It's not fair. And the integrity issues that I mentioned before, which are now accumulating for the government, include the making of false claims to the Senate, which was aired in the newspapers on the weekend, where we find that Mr Chalmers has failed to comply with an order for production of documents because he filed a public interest immunity claim. And in that claim, the Treasurer says that the disclosure of certain information in relation to the CBUS Super Fund would be contrary to the public interest because it would disclose commercial and confidence information. But because of the existence of freedom of information laws, we don't just rely upon the orders of production of documents in the Senate. We also are able to access documents through FOI. And the Information Commissioner found that the Treasurer had no case to cover up this file which he had received from CBUS, and last month the Information Commissioner ordered it be released. Last week that file was released and it revealed that there had been a secret lobbying campaign from the CBUS Super Fund to Mr Chalmers, not about anything commercial in confidence, but about a special deal that the fund wanted so it could cover up the stamp duty costs in its member disclosures. So it seems very strange that the Treasurer would spend time and capital making false claims in a public interest immunity order, but it is perhaps not surprising given the amount of integrity issues that this government is accumulating alongside its failure to address the key economic issues of the day.
The time for the discussion has expired. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of documents 1 on Senator Rennick's resignation from the Liberal National Party and document number 5 on the Climate Change Authority, review of carbon credits, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Granted. Leave's granted. Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts. Sorry. Okay. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister Chisholm.
I table the report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide.
Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to add my contribution following the tabling of the Royal Commission's final report into defence and veteran suicide. Today is a significant day. It's a call to action. I know today will also be a very difficult day for many in the defence and veterans community, particularly those who have lost a loved one. And I wanted to make acknowledgement of Julianne Finney, who's here today in the gallery, mum of a veteran, son, David. The immeasurable grief of losing a loved one to suicide is heartbreaking. It's a pain that cannot be described. The government, the Albanese government, first called for a Royal Commission when we were in opposition back in December 2019, something that I was very proud to support and champion for some time in this place. And as a member of the government, a federal government that has to take responsibility for the actions committed by any government in previous years, I'd like to thank the many veterans, those serving and family members who are courageously sharing the experiences of the Royal Commission today and who have done so over some time throughout the course of the Royal Commission. I do want to acknowledge briefly the Royal Commissioners, the Chair, Nick Caldas, AMP, the Honourable James Douglas, KC, and Dr Penny Brown, AO, for their work since the Royal Commission was established back in July 2021. Throughout this time, the Royal Commission conducted 12 public hearing blocks containing 340 witnesses, 900 private sessions and over 5,800 submissions. Stories, personal stories from veterans and their families, the impact that suicide has had on them and their family. The Royal Commission has presented its final report, as the Minister has now tabled, with 122 recommendations over 7 volumes to address the cultural and systemic issues that current and former ADF members face. And the government will now work through the recommendations in a way that I will hope have bipartisanship, in fact, the support of the whole chamber here, because we have an obligation to step up and fix the wrongs of the past. In August 2022, the Royal Commission released its interim report. Back then, it also made 13 recommendations, and I'm happy to say that the Albanese government has taken action on all 13. The interim report recommended a simplification of veteran compensation legislation. The government has taken on the challenge by putting forward the most significant improvements to the veteran compensation system in a century. The bill before the Senate, the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification Harmonisation Bill 2024, was introduced in the Parliament in July. And under this bill, all new compensation claims from 1 July 2026 will be handled under one single piece of legislation, regardless of when or where a veteran served. The Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee, which I chair, has been undertaking an inquiry into the bill since it was referred on the 4th of July of this year. and the committee has held a public hearing on the 16th of August here at Parliament House, and will continue to have further insight and investigation into the bill as the matter progresses through the appropriate committee stages. The proposed reforms will make it easier for veterans and their families to understand what they're entitled to and allow DVA to process claims quicker. And this year's federal budget set aside an extra $222 million for veteran and family entitlements across the 2 years from the start of this legislation. I'm proud of the work of the Albanese government is taking to address veteran services, entitlements and wellbeing, but we know that there is a lot more to be done. Our ultimate objective here is to ensure that defence personnel, veterans and their families are well looked after and that they receive the care that they need and deserve. A fortnight ago, Minister for Veterans Affairs was in Melbourne for a public forum on the bill, and as he has done in different parts of the country. It was a privilege to join him and many other veterans at the information session in Hawthorn and hear firsthand the experiences from veterans in attendance. And I want to thank each and every one of them who made the effort to come to the public forum. The government is committed to a thorough and considered process which will deliver better outcomes for veterans and their families, because it is the right thing to do. And since coming to office, Federal Labor has been working to improve the welfare of our defence personnel and veterans and their families. And I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to Australia's current ADF personnel who have pledged service to defend our great nation and its national interests. For anyone who might be listening to this debate today or reading through the Royal Commission's report, it is important to remember that there is support out there. There are services that do provide support 24/7, whether it be Lifeline on 13 11 14, Open Arms Veterans and Family Counselling on 1800 011 046. But also seek support from your mates, your comrades, your local RSLs, many other organisations, people who you can trust. If there is an issue, please speak out, talk to someone. The Royal Commission is a step forward and is the first step that the government is keen to challenge and to make sure that we fix those wrongs of the past. The government will now consider the recommendations presented by the Royal Commission, and I look forward to working with fellow senators across the board, because we have an obligation. We have an obligation here in the Senate to ensure that each and every one of our veterans, current and former, deserve our support. We want to see people in the ADF have a successful career. They need to have a place that everyone can feel safe in, from the time that they join to when they transition to civilian life. And Acting Deputy President, I want to commend the work of our commissioners again and say thank you for the government for their support and to the support across the board here in this place for the establishment of that Royal Commission, and I look forward to discussing the recommendations with our veterans community over the coming months and weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chicone. Sorry, Senator Chicone.
Yep, thank you. Can I also just seek leave to continue my remarks, but I know that other senators will have to make a contribution as well.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Acting Deputy President, with the Senate's indulgence, could I just seek leave to take note and continue my remarks on a document from the previous section?
Sure.
That was document number 7, Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, Great Barrier Reef Outlook Report 2024.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Whish-Wilson, so noted. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Madam President. I would also like to make a contribution. I would like to acknowledge the Chair of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, Mr Nick Caldis, and his fellow Commissioners, Dr Peggy Brown and the Honourable James Douglas. I thank them for their work, for their empathy, and for delivering a report that will make real change and lasting change, hopefully, as long as our government can find its courage with both hands and implement their recommendations in full. Not a piecemeal cherry-picking exercise that is run or influenced by Defence to keep the top brass or their mates in a job.
Defence's mission and purpose is to defend Australia and its national interests and to advance Australia's security and prosperity. But how can we do that effectively unless we care for our veterans when they are in service and when they leave? I called for a Royal Commission in my first speech in the Senate in 2014, and in the years that followed we called on the Australian public to back us in the fight, and millions of Australians had our backs. We ran ads in marginal seats, we organised rallies and we started petitions. But I was just adding my voice to a fight that had already been going on for years. The first calls for a Royal Commission into veterans came from veterans in the early 1980s. By the early 2000s, the parents of veterans had started drawing chalk outlines of their dead sons outside the Department of Veterans Affairs offices. In 2019, an army of mothers, fathers, veterans and their families were no longer asking for a Royal Commission. They were now demanding it. And in 2019, these mothers came to Canberra to knock directly and look directly in the eyes of the doors of power. The Morrison government suggested a National Commissioner, someone appointed by the government who would have no power to compel witnesses or documents. What a waste. The National RSL and the usual suspects backed in the idea of a National Commissioner and said that there was no need for a Royal Commission. Nothing to see here, at least nothing that they could have had control over. And I'm calling out the National President of the RSL, Greg Mellick, today. You did nothing to stand up for us, and we've asked you to resign for months. Now resign. These mothers and other veterans had been warned that they would be resisted and were given full support from the Vietnam veterans, who had been living with DVA's poor record of supporting veterans for years. Finally, on the 8th of July 2021, the Morrison government announced a Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. It was a victory for all those mothers, those veterans and those families. The Royal Commission's work had just begun. There was relief, but there was also dread, because each one of these Australians would now have to revisit their trauma when they were told their story, when they had to retell their stories to the commissioners. In the interim report, the commissioners noted that there had been numerous reports and inquiries done since 2000 that are relevant to the topics of suicide and suicidality among serving and ex-serving ADF members. They identified over 57 previous reports and more than 750 recommendations, while acknowledging that many of these reports and inquiries were about discrete topics. The commissioners noted their dismay at the lack of response by the Australian government to previous recommendations. I share that dismay and the lack of action, as do veterans right across the country. When the Royal Commission was established, there were at least 1,600 deaths by suicide between 1997 and 2020 that we know of. That's more than 20 times the number killed in active duty over roughly the same amount of time. These numbers do not include serving and ex-serving members whose deaths were not officially recorded as a suicide. I'm aware of cases where veterans have ended their lives in car accidents, making a last-ditch sacrifice so any life insurance they may have had could still be claimed by their families. On August the 11th, the Commissioners released their interim report, and their number one recommendation was harmonising the veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. The Commissioners made it quite clear that Australia's veterans compensation and rehabilitation system was too complicated, that it impacted on the mental health of some veterans, both serving and ex-serving ADF members, and was at times a contributing factor to veterans ending their own lives. I think you would be hard-pressed to find a veteran that didn't agree. I remember fighting my way through the dark forest of rules and regulations. It was a very dark, isolating place. I have to say the legislation to harmonise the compensation is a little late, but a little late than never. Minister Keogh, I do believe, is trying to act quickly on this, and that legislation should be close and ready for Parliament. Although I'm sure it won't be perfect, there is no choice but to move forward and trust that the Minister will smooth out any bumps along the road. And I can assure you I'll be holding him accountable, and I'll be making aware of them as soon as I am. The second recommendation was to eliminate the backlog of claims. On this, I have to say the Department of Veterans Affairs is working hard to get these resolved. Despite some claims moving at a faster pace, there are still others lagging behind. As one advocate put it to me, it's a patchwork. That's because some of these claims fall under multiple pieces of legislation. The harmonisation will hopefully help alleviate this. But for some people who have literally been waiting for years, this cannot come soon enough. As you can imagine, I have spent a great deal of time thinking about how Departments of Veterans Affairs and Defence, charged with the care of veterans, has so utterly failed to support these Australians who were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for their country. It's a problem with the culture, a culture that reflexively protects the institution instead of protecting its people. In September 2023, in Suicide Prevention Week, Commissioner Curtis called out this culture. 2 years into a Royal Commission, the Defence establishment was still dragging its feet. Commissioner Cowdis told the assembled journalists at the National Press Club that veterans were still being driven to suicide 2 years after the Royal Commission was launched. In Mr Cowdis's words, and I quote, "Defence's approach to investigating and reporting on suicides has progressed at a snail's pace," end quote, a pace most veterans would be aware of. Commissioner Cowdis also called for an enduring, powerful, independent oversight body needed to make sure the government agencies and the Defence Force prioritise the long-term reforms necessary to tackle the veteran suicide crisis. Commissioner Cowdis also reminded us that the Defence Force had failed to take a damning 2016 report into abuse, bullying and harassment as a wake-up call to lift its game. "It's troubling to imagine that such behaviour persists in any modern-day workplace," he said. "In my view, it's not just troubling, it goes to the root of the cultural problem within Defence. Instead of responding to criticism with a, 'oh, what can we do better' attitude, Defence closes ranks, pulls up the drawbridge and says, 'Nothing to see here, nothing to see here.' 3 years later and we're still nothing to see here." Commissioner Cowdis and his fellow commissioners did not expect to be stonewalled when they asked Defence for documents, but that's exactly what happened, even with the Royal Commission going on. Defence is still holding on to documents. This is what I mean about a problem of culture within Defence. Take the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force, the IDADF. This agency is essentially the military justice system within Defence. It was set up 20 years ago and it hasn't had one damn audit done on it, not one. When I pushed for the Australian National Audit Office to do an audit, the Secretary of the Defence, Greg Moriarty, picked up the phone, had a little chat to the Australian National Audit Office, and then they decided they weren't going to do that. That's how not independent your Australian National Audit Office is today. It is not independent because it is taking its orders from Greg Moriarty. That's what it's doing. So I pushed hard and I went over the top of him, and thank goodness the government of the day listened to me and actually gave me a review. Good one. So the Minister of Defence has had this report now for 5 months. 5 months, 3 months it took to do the report. He's now had it for 5 months, won't release that damn report. So on one foot you're saying we care about veterans, on the other side saying, oh, we don't want to know about that report, it's not important to the suicides. Well, I tell you what, it is part of the suicides that have been going on since it started 20 years ago. 20 years ago. When Australians join the Australian Defence Force, they give up many rights and liberties enjoyed by most Australian citizens. They agree to do what they're told. They live where they're told. They educate their children where they're told to educate them, all in defence of our nation. They voluntarily accept the risk of service, which can often mean physical or mental injury or both, and sometimes they end up with a moral injury. All they ask for in return is that their nation looks after them during and after their service. Is that really too much to ask? We cannot let this Royal Commission go the way of the reports and inquiries that preceded them. It cannot just sit on a shelf gathering dust while Defence Establishment moves on and nothing changes. Although, as I have acknowledged, the DVA is trying to change, but I agree with the Commissioners. The DVA in its current form cannot deliver the wellbeing support our veterans need. We need a National Commissioner with strong powers to compel witnesses and to advocate for veterans and deal with their transition into civilian life. Just because a veteran has a physical injury, it doesn't mean they are less capable of service. You can't tell me that just because you've lost a limb, you couldn't work as an admin clerk. That's rubbish. An excuse to throw them out instead of finding reasons to keep them in. That is half the battle, and a battle that needs to be won. The world is more unpredictable than ever, and we have never needed a stronger defence force than we do today. But veterans are leaving and no one wants to join. Who would want to join an organisation that treats its workforce with such contempt? I call on the Minister, the Government and Defence leaders to honour the work of the Commission and to honour the sacrifice of all veterans and mothers and fathers and families who have worked so hard to make this happen. Don't just honour them on Anzac Day. Honour and care for them 365 days a year. Putting it so quite simply, we owe them, and we will always owe them, a dedication. They must match their dedication and service to this country. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Minister Ayres? Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I table documents relating to the order for the production of documents concerning the Andil-Yaqua Land Council.
The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister?
I seek leave to move the motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed from committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic grid.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1, Bill 2024. And the President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 5 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Call the clerk.
Started. So, on behalf of the Chair of the Environment Communications Legislation Committee, Senator Grogan, I present the report of the committee on the provisions of the Nature Positive Environment Information Australia Bill 2024 and related bills, together with accompanying documents. Thank you.
Call the clerk.
Business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 in the name of Senator Shoebridge, disallowance of the Work, Health and Safety Operation Sovereign Borders Declaration 2024.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I move the motion to disallow the Work, Health and Safety Operation Sovereign Borders Declaration 2024. Let's be very clear what this regulation does and why the Greens are moving this disallowance motion. The next time a mother or a child, mother and children, try to seek asylum in Australia, and they travel here often at huge risk to build a better life, to escape awful conflict, this regulation says that they can not only be stopped by a militarised force and then coerced under the laws of this country, set by both Labor and the Coalition, to return to a country they fled where they faced persecution, or forced onto a detention camp in Nauru. Not only that, but the quasi-military force authorised by this Parliament is now also being exempt by the Albanese government from even taking reasonable care that their actions do not adversely affect the health and safety of that mother and her children, removing the obligation under work health safety laws to take reasonable care for women and children and others, often in the most dangerous situations where they're exposed to some terrible risks. When we say that the Albanese government is competing with Peter Dutton over how cruel they can be to people seeking asylum, this is the kind of action we're talking about. The Albanese government, following on the pattern of Abbott and all the coalition before, and actually saying to the Australian Border Force, when you're at sea, when you're intercepting a boat with some of the most desperate people on the planet on it, often in situations of genuine risk, that Border Force doesn't even have to take reasonable care. They are green-lighting dangerous cruelty on the high seas. This regulation will exempt Operation Sovereign Border Forces from, and I'll quote from the regulation, from the requirement to take reasonable care that his or her acts or omissions do not adversely affect the health and safety of other persons. Acts or omissions. It's a green light to watch a boat sink. It's a green light to not care if someone fleeing from asylum is lost at sea or seriously injured, harmed in the course of Border Force operations. The regulation also removes the requirement to preserve an incident site. where a notifiable incident occurred until an inspector arrives. No requirement at all to preserve any of the evidence. Now, all of those obligations that exist for police, if they're engaged with running down a criminal, for rangers and inspectors when they're arresting or engaging in coercive force, all of those obligations already have a reasonableness requirement. Nobody's required to take action that's not reasonable under the Work Health Safety Act. Nobody's required to keep, for example, if a house is burnt down, to keep a dangerous wall standing. These are all subject to reasonableness. But this government has removed any of those limitations and just says you don't have to take reasonable care and then you can destroy the evidence. You can destroy the evidence of your failure to take reasonable care. And it's literally a cut and paste of what Tony Abbott put before. A direct cut and paste in this endless fight between the Coalition and Labor to see who can be more like each other in their actions to inflict cruelty on people seeking asylum. By removing the requirement to retain the evidence, it's like a government-mandated Labor-Liberal cover-up. In fact, that's what it is. I've met with multiple incredibly brave people in my role as Immigration and Home Affairs spokes for the party who've gone through this system, who've seen the indifference, the lack of care, the outright cruelty that they and their families have suffered at the face initially of Border Force and then whatever private multinational bottom-feeding prison corporation that Labor or the Coalition chooses to put in charge of them afterwards, whether it's in Serco or any of those. And if you take the time to listen, you'll hear about the layers and layers of cruelty that exist in the system already. And last time this Parliament sat, a few short weeks ago, we had a series of young people who'd been held in torture-like conditions on Nauru. And they read their poetry about what it meant to be dehumanised by the asylum system set up by the Labor and Liberal coalition. They spoke about the epidemic of self-harm on Nauru, the hopelessness, the violence, the systemic violence, the intentional systemic torture that they face. And they spoke to it with a beauty and a strength in their poetry that I can't replicate here in this speech. But where were the government members? Where was the coalition? These are just truths you didn't want to hear and you weren't willing to attend to. And when you listen to the poetry about the cruelty of Australia's detention system, the existing cruelty of the system propped up by successive governments, maybe that might move this government to agree with us and the Greens and to disallow this regulation. And Bettelham, one of those amazing young people who came and shared her poetry with us. Part of her poem says this: "Let me ask you something. What kind of people refuse to hear the cries of fellow human beings in pain? What kind of people refuse to be moved by the suffering of other humans? What kind of people say no to helping a sick child? They're the kind of people who are prepared to sacrifice the lives of innocent people for their own political lives. They are the kind of people who choose to believe that refugees are not human. They are the kind of people who use false and harmful labels to make other people fear and hate refugees. They are prepared to make innocent people very, very sick, to even let innocent people die because they can't think of another, more humane way. Well, those are words that apply directly to what the government's doing here, the Albanese government is doing here. Labor putting forward fresh regulations to exempt Border Force officers from having to even take reasonable care of people like Bethlehem and her family and families just like them when they meet them on the high seas to the north of this country, when they interdict them off Christmas Island, without even having to take reasonable care, and then to be able to destroy the evidence afterwards. That's why we're moving this disallowance regulation, because we listened. And we've listened to those who bear witness about the layers and layers of systemic deliberate cruelty in the immigration system. If a system is so obviously cruel and harmful that we need to exempt people from taking even basic care of another person in that system, then surely that's an indication that you've got it wrong, that the system should stop. Because there are currently some 47 people who have been interdicted by Border Force in Operation Sovereign Borders that are just rotting in PNG with no support, no help, many of them in utterly desperate state. And this government's done nothing. The previous government did less. There are almost 100 people in that hell in Nauru, which Bethlehem wrote the poem about. And they're literally living in that hell. According to the Asylum Seeker Research Centre, 20% of the refugees in PNG are so unwell they can't engage, and they are so unwell that their lives are at imminent risk. And this government does nothing. 100% of the refugees in PNG and 65% of people held in Nauru suffer serious physical health conditions. 88% of the refugees in PNG, and they've effectively all been found to be refugees. It's just they came in a way that Labor and the Coalition are offended by. They've all been found to be refugees. 80% of the refugees in PNG and 22% of the people held in Nauru suffer severe mental health conditions, severe. And that's because that's what the system's designed to do. It's a torture system. It's designed to create mental trauma. It's designed to harm as some kind of obscene warning system. It's doing what it's designed to. It's not an accident. It's actually designed to harm people's mental health. It's designed to harm their physical health. 100% of people in PNG who are the subject of this system, who are stuck there and trapped there, report difficulty accessing medical care, they decline care, they're being asked to pay for care when they have no possible financial capability of doing it. Over half the people in Nauru reported concerns with the limited healthcare available in Nauru. 100% of people detained in Nauru and PNG have reported experience of trauma, including persecution, their treatment at sea by Australian authorities and others, family separation, medical trauma, experiences of violence in detention. 100% of the people detained in Nauru. 40% of the refugees in PNG suffer chronic suicidal ideation and have a history of suicide attempts. And 1 in 10 of those held in Nauru experience suicidal ideation. This government must know this. Labor knows this. These aren't secrets. The ASRC share that with us, as they share it with Labor, as they share it with the Coalition. You know this. And yet Labor is actively moving these regulations to make the system even crueler, to reinstate Tony Abbott's brutal cruelty because they want a bit of it themselves, because they think that might play out well, in the upcoming federal election. That's their plan. Just like Labor in the NT, their plan was to out-cruel the coalition on criminal justice, but Labor's doing it here on refugees. Didn't work in the NT, because it turns out if you want cruelty, if that's where your politics lie, if you want cruelty and nastiness, you vote for the real coalition, not the fake one. That's what the NT told us. If you want cruelty and nastiness, get the real stuff. Vote for the coalition. Don't vote for the faux Labor effort. Where's it taking them? And where's it taking our politics? And more fundamentally, where is it taking people seeking asylum? To these new levels of cruelty. That's what it's doing. Losing the politics, losing the principles, losing the vote, and treating people who've come here seeking asylum like just expendable political assets for them. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights has said of these changes that they may limit the rights to just and favourable conditions of work, rights of life and security of the person. The committee's been chasing further information from the Minister to try and explain why these regulations are necessary.
Senator Shoebridge, your time has expired. Minister?
The government doesn't support this disallowance motion. And I have to say that having listened to this lawyerly exposition of the Greens political party position about this, this is the most cynical contribution I've heard from Senator Shoebridge thus far. It is reprehensible. The language that has been applied here to public servants doing their job as a quasi-military force, that is cynical. It is calculated to create apprehensions in the community about decent people doing a difficult job under difficult circumstances. Describing those people and suggesting that they would watch a boat sink and that then they would act to cover it up. Well, that is what Senator Shoebridge said, not once, not twice, but several times over the course of his contribution. That is reprehensible. It is cynical. It is calculated to create more division. Senator Shoebridge talks about dangerous cruelty. Dangerous cruelty is adopting a position that you know will cause little kids and women and men to drown at sea. That is what dangerous cruelty is. And that is precisely the position that has been advanced here. I have watched this debate over several decades. I have changed my view about some aspects of this, I have to say, from bitter experience. For Senator Shoebridge, this is all about votes. That's what he said at the end of his contribution. Well, for the government, this is about security, and I want to go on to some of those questions, but it's also about the responsible management of borders, and that has an absolute impact on securing the maximum amount of safety and discouraging people from engaging in dangerous voyages at sea. That is what this government's and previous government's approach has been. And the kind of soaring rhetoric that Senator Shoebridge seeks to engage in on this question is calculated to undermine that, and that should not stand. A nation's security is fundamentally linked to its capacity to effectively control its own borders, including the flow of people and goods across those borders. That is a basic proposition. Our security and our prosperity depend upon robust border policies. The primary deterrent to any resumption of significant people smuggling networks is in fact that policy framework. That includes boat turnbacks and other activities under Operation Sovereign Borders conducted by Australian Border Force and Australian Defence Force personnel to combat people smuggling and irregular migration. For a decade, this has effectively suppressed maritime people smuggling targeting Australia. It is essential to save lives, to ensure the integrity of our borders and maintain public confidence in Australia's migration program. This instrument supports that by ensuring that personnel can conduct the full range of activities necessary to achieve this vital national security outcome while protecting their own and others' safety.
If there's no other speakers, I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan, the teller for the noes, and Senator McKim, the teller for the ayes. There being 14 ayes and 27 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, in standing the name of Senator Duniam, disallowance of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Kings Plain Declaration 2024.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I move the motion that's before the Senate, and in doing so I think it's important to just reflect on, of course, what's been happening in this debate around this very significant decision that was made by the Minister for the Environment, Ms Plibersek. What concerns me most about this debate, though, Acting Deputy President, is of course the fact that the government seek to minimise what's happened here. They seek to just pretend it's like a business as usual decision and just something that would happen any other day of the week, sweeping away the seriousness and the far-reaching consequences, of course, of what this decision actually means for the so many people, particularly in regional communities like Orange and surrounds, that have been impacted by this decision, particularly for the community of Blaney, as Senator Cadell points out. Far from it. This is anything but business as usual. It's not just a small hiccup for the proponents of a project. It's not just some thing that we can do without and pretend it never happened and move on. It's not easily fixed up either, contrary to the claims that were made in question time today by the Minister representing Ms Plibersek in this place, Minister McAllister. The idea that we can just turn round and resubmit applications and wave a magic wand, and the proponents of this project, this billion-dollar gold mine in Blaney, creating 800 jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, empowering local communities, including Indigenous communities, would not just pop up tomorrow if they go back down to the offices of the Department of Environment and have another meeting. If this government thinks this is business as usual and it's an acceptable approach to take, that this is something good governments do, then we are in more trouble in this country than we realise. As I say, some of the facts relevant to what we're talking about here is it wasn't just some small project in the middle of nowhere that had no impact on anyone. It in fact was a significant project, a massive investment in a community that needs it. 800 jobs, as I say, for Blaney and for Orange and for the people of that community, and then of course all the contractor jobs that go with that, the vote of confidence that would be felt in that community as a result of that investment getting up, $1 billion in construction costs injected into the economy, and as I've mentioned already, those hundreds of millions of dollars that would go into revenues for royalties in the state of New South Wales, on the way through. But the biggest impact, I've mentioned the direct impacts, the biggest impact, of course, Acting Deputy President, is that one that relates to certainty, sovereign risk. The fact that someone will engage, a proponent of a project will engage with government, go through all of the processes, comply with every request, go through every test, jump through every hoop and over every hurdle, and then have a decision like this made at the end of this protracted process, near on 5 years. And I'll go to the detail of some of the things that the proponents have gone through to get to the stage they had, only to have their proposal knocked on the head at the 11th hour, and I know that there was a long period of engagement through that, but the decision was made right at the end, and of course after a number of approvals had been given. And potential investors are watching this. I just spent the last week in Western Australia talking, amongst other groups, to representatives of the mining community. And many of them are multinationals, and they're making decisions about where they invest their money. Do they come here to do business, create jobs, provide royalties so we can pay for things like childcare, hospitals, schools, roads, the things we need to actually make our country a great and livable country? Well, they're considering whether they invest here or go somewhere else where they will get a certain outcome, where sovereign risk isn't as much of an issue. Now, for those of us that get paid every fortnight, no matter what, including the people that made the decision here, perhaps that doesn't matter. It certainly worries me, those people who work in industries like mining and the businesses that depend on it in the small communities that it is based in, like Blaney, are very worried about it. And why did we get this, have this outcome? Why did we arrive at this outcome? Especially when, as we know, as is on public record, this gold mine, McPhillamys gold mine proposed by Regis Resources, had full state and environmental approvals, both state and federal. That is not an easy task to attain that level of approval. We know so many projects that fall foul of any of the processes that are required of them at a state, territory or the Commonwealth level. This project had received all of its approvals. It had been through the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission and had worked through any issues it needed to address and received its full approval. It had gone through the assessments of the EPBC Act at a Commonwealth level and had been given the tick. That's a pretty good sign that this project was on solid ground. And of course, you look at comments made by groups like the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, of course, the Land Council that is recognised at law as the one with authority to speak on behalf of country, who said, of course, and this is an Indigenous representative group, a land council, saying the proposed development in relation to the McPhillamys mine would not impact on any known sites or artefacts of high significance. It's a matter of concern for the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council that a range of claims have been made, and of course we'll come to those claims in a moment, on this issue by people and organisations lacking the experience, expertise and authority to hold themselves out as authorities on Aboriginal cultural heritage. We question the motives of people and organisations who participate in promoting unsubstantiated claims and seek to hijack Aboriginal cultural heritage to push other agendas. Rather damning from the Orange Aboriginal Land Council in relation to the project before us and why this happened. The Minister, in responding to all of the concerns that have been raised, the outrage in the community, the questions that we've asked rightly in this place, which have not been answered, I might add, Acting Deputy President, to any level of satisfaction, we've had changing answers provided, changing reasons. It started out, of course, with the the cultural heritage concerns, which we can see have clearly been debunked there. It then moved to other environmental considerations, the destruction of the headwaters of the Belubula River, which is rather unusual given we're talking about a cultural heritage assessment, not environmental, given they already had the EPBC Act approval and state approval as well. So I'm not sure quite how the Minister referring to these environmental considerations was in any way relevant to the question before her. And of course, then the impacts on the beekeeping sector and goat farmers in the local community as well. So there are a range of answers given, but no statement of reasons, not one, something the minister is supposed to provide to both the proponent and those who are interested in the process. We haven't seen that yet. I don't know. Maybe the government will table that today and then we can all go home happy, fulfilled in our pursuit of information around why this terrible decision was reached. Of course, Minister Plibersek overruled her hand-picked advisor who was engaged to provide advice under the Section 10 application of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, someone who ought know and went away and did the work and determined, of course, that the application should not be upheld. The minister overruled that recommendation from her expert advisor. She disagrees with the Independent Planning Commission in New South Wales, of course, disagrees with a group of people that have gone through copious amounts of work and have determined on both environmental planning and cultural issues that the mine was okay to go and its tailings dam too. Disagreed with, of course, the Labor Premier, Mr Minns, who said that this was the wrong decision, and disagrees with the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council. I'm not quite sure how all of these groups and individuals got it so wrong, and the minister was right. And because we don't have a statement of reasons, all we have are these various vague responses, we don't know how this minister reached this conclusion, and I do believe that that is an abrogation of duty. The minister chose not to come to Orange to talk to the community. She was invited and, of course, would have had the opportunity to explain her decision to those in attendance at the Bush Summit, or indeed anyone else in the community of Blaney or Orange last Thursday, I think it was. But the minister chose not to come, chose not to provide answers or give an explanation, and that community deserves those answers. I think this country deserves answers about the decision-making process this minister has gone through. As I say, we've got an absence of a statement of reasons, so I wonder how this Senate, anyone in this chamber, could back this decision-making process and not support this disallowance without the full facts. The statement of reasons is necessary for us to understand exactly why the minister's decision was right. We're a house of review. We shouldn't be denying that community economic advantage and opportunity without a justification. And you only need to talk to locals like Tanya Castle, the butcher from Blaney, who said we paid more than what we would have liked to, and this is in relation to their business in Blaney setting up. We were hoping that the mine would set up soon and thought lots of business would come along with that. The mine was going to be fundamental for our town growth and employment. Or Sharon Kearney, the local newsagent, who said the town needs this industry to keep us moving forward. As a small business, we need to be able to survive and keep going. Putting in industry and infrastructure into the town is what's going to make it grow. But that is not going to happen now. That will not be happening. This town, that community, this state, our country has been denied all of that because of Minister Plibersek's decision, which she has been unable to back in yet. I want to refer to two pieces of correspondence because we are operating in a void at the moment. One is a letter that was provided to, I gather, a number of senators, and it's from the CEO of Regis Resources, Mr Jim Beyer, and he goes through the history of this project, and I want to take a little bit of time to go through that and quote from his letter. This decision, the one we're talking about here, has ceased progress on the project indefinitely and caused uncertainty within the community and our wider mining sector about the viability of investment in Australian mining. I think he'd know a thing or two about that. As part of the application process over a number of years, more than 1,700 pages of expert reports, legal summaries, representations were submitted by Regis Resources, including 15 expert specialist heritage reports. Regis also engaged six separate expert archaeologists and anthropologists throughout the assessment process as part of the Section 10 application, which rather puts paid to the claim that Minister Plibersek makes, which is the company was seeking the cheapest, easiest and most convenient site for their tailings dam. Quite outrageous. Additionally, since 2016, Regis actively engaged and consulted with 13 registered Aboriginal parties, including the Section 10 applicant. This culminated in, and then he goes through the process that he engaged in, makes the point that the final decision was made by Minister Plibersek on an application that bore no resemblance to the original claim, highlighting how difficult this process has been. Additionally, as part of the Section 10 process, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council submission clearly indicated that there was an absence of reasonable basis to assert particular Aboriginal cultural significance of the Billabula River, its headwaters and springs. He also makes the point minimum cost was not the primary selection criteria at any time. The construction methodology chosen for the site is called downstream and is one of the most expensive and also one of the safest. To find an alternative site for this facility, the tailings dam, could take anywhere from 5 to 10 years. These are some of the facts missing from the answers provided from government and indeed in public commentary from the government about this terrible decision. Should the minister have harboured other environmental concerns in relation to the project, such as downstream water quality or destroying the river, as has been cited in various media commentary since the decision, one might question why the minister had already herself approved the project on environmental grounds through the EPBC Act. So there you have it, some facts. I hope that weighs on people's minds as they make a decision on this motion. But let's see what, of course, Mr Roy RC, Wiradjuri Elder, says about this. He had the guts to turn up to Orange and talk to the community about what was going on there. And, you know, his letter to Minister Plibersek, which of course was published in part in The Australian over the weekend, he says to Minister Plibersek, "You and your advisers completely rejected evidence from those who know and have disrespected these highly regarded Wiradjuri elders. Your advisers never even spoke with them. This is disgraceful. It's obvious your minds were made up. You and your advisers have refused to accept the OLALC authority to promote and protect Aboriginal culture under the heritage under the Section 52(4) of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Your recent interview on ABC Morning News, you stated that you and your advisers spoke to, quote, the most appropriate group in this matter, and therefore you've systematically made the 121 local Aboriginal land councils, which make up the Land Rights Network, irrelevant." He questions what this does to Aboriginal control, Indigenous control over Aboriginal land. And he goes on to say, of course, as he did in Orange, at the end of the day, what's happened here should be concerning for industry and concerning for other sectors, but more importantly, the structure of local Aboriginal land councils. Here we've got a minister who's knocking back $1 billion mine that would create economic empowerment for my people. The green attitude is that all our land should be locked up for environmental national parks, and that wasn't the intent of the New South Wales land rights legislation. Round the grounds, everyone is criticising the minister's decision and her inability to back it in. Senators need to support this disallowance and do the right thing by anyone concerned.
Senator Junior, would you like to move the motion? Oh, my apologies.
You're okay.
Should probably go across the chamber. So, Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what the actual flip is this disallowance supposed to do? Now, I know Senator Duniam doesn't live here on the mainland with the rest of us, but it is shameful, actually, that we have the coalition standing up here and claiming that this disallowance motion in relation to a government decision about the headwaters of this wonderful, wonderful place at Billabula, at the head, in the headways of that river, in fact. It's another example of how big money in this country thinks it can bully and silence First Nations people's voices, and it's atrocious. It is absolutely atrocious, the fact that Traditional owners met with us today to talk us through the 6 times that the consultation was put out for this particular process. Now, in the last few weeks, those traditional owners have been bullied, they have been personally attacked, their motives around why they're protecting country have been questioned. It causes extreme and great distress, because they are the custodians of this country, of that land, of those waterways. And it causes them great distress because it is an attack on their reputation, on their cultural knowledge, on their ability to protect that country, by people who think that they can come in there and just ram through an objection to all of that based on the fact you want to make money off it. It is ridiculous. And how disrespectful to think that these people would actually make this up. I mean, you can stand up here in this place and say people are lying. For what benefit do you think that they have to lie about this? To put themselves through the emotional distress, to put themselves through the economic distress because they've had to not work for weeks on end while they are fighting to protect their country and their water. Now, they have blocked the construction of the tailings dam because of the cultural heritage connection that they have to this place, the precious cultural heritage connection that they have to this place. And it's not just about the dreaming story, it's about the creation story that exists in there. It is about the artefacts that have been founded in that place. It is about the totemic system, the biodiversity that exists here. It is not the government blocking the McPhillamys gold mine. So let's clear up that fact to start with. The traditional owner's application was supported by some of those archaeological surveys. In every part of this country, in every corner of it, there is an archaeological survey that happens, a cultural heritage survey that happens under the law. And that was actually, by Regis Resources for McPhillamys Gold Mines, actually found that there was an extensive collection of archaeological sites that were identified and actually recorded. They are 19 artefact scatters, 18 isolated finds and 1 open artefact site, which was mapped, and the outcomes of that survey are actually publicly available. So contrary to what Senator Duniam has come in this place here tonight and said, they are publicly available. You can all see those. And in the Plains region, this is a very, very significant area. And it's about the three brothers' dreaming story, and it's well known in this region. There are song lines that run through this area, so the cultural intangible and tangible cultural heritage are so important. Now, this has previously been recognised also by the opposition's own minister, Minister Lee from the other place, around the Section 10 declaration back in 2021 to protect, in fact, the desecration of this proposed site from a go-kart track. Now, according to the elders that I met with today, they have not just jumped up as what has been assumed and what Senator Duniam brought to this place is that they've just jumped up on one day and said, we'd like to stop a gold mine. We'd like to stop it from going ahead. We don't want anyone to make it up. We'll in fact lock up the lands, as Senator Duniam has said, which is absolutely untrue. This is untrue because these dreaming stories are part of that connection that First Nations people have to these cultural places, and the Wiradjuri people in particular of this region know of these stories of the three brothers dreaming. The water that runs through this area of a matriarchal, a women's connection to this place is so important. It has strong connections to the waterways in this area. And by overturning this decision, the government, in fact, sought to protect these waterways because part of that living being of water that they are looking to protect is part of their identity. And poisoning that through putting a gold mine close by is poisoning their spiritual connection to their culture. For someone who's lived in the goldfields area of Western Australia, I can very much vouch for the mines getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the profit does, and the poisoning of the waters in and across the northern goldfields as people continue to pillage our country and in fact has such a significant impact on our waterways. Now, if miners want to continue to do this in this country, they need to conduct their operations through free, prior and informed consent. What we know from the Northern Australian inquiry into Juukan Gorge in the Way Forward report that this government accepted the majority of those recommendations, and I had the pleasure of serving on this committee, is that we absolutely need free, prior and informed consent. We absolutely need standalone cultural heritage, which this government committed to at the last election, and we're still waiting to see that draft legislation. But I am pleased that Minister Plibersek from the other place has taken the stance as the Federal Minister for the Environment to absolutely do her job under this Section 10 and make sure that she heard the elders, the traditional people, the custodians of this area, to look after the same cultural heritage that needed to be protected under this. In this instance, the government has absolutely done their job. And I would love to see more and more of these instances happen in utilising this Section 10 to protect country. Nobody has been blindsided in this instance. Nobody has been led down the garden path. This is not causing uncertainty. This is about protecting country. Every day when we stand in this place and we talk about acknowledging country, know that this was walked upon. These are ancient lands. There are ceremonial grounds. There are artefacts. There are people's bones under where you walk and where you put your buildings and drive your cars in this country. And the fact that a gold mine can't go ahead and we hear the boo-hoo in this disallowance, it's disgraceful. This decision just simply means that the Minister of the Environment, for the Environment, Minister Plibersek, has chosen in this instance to protect a very culturally significant site. Now, what we know is that gold mining affects and has a significant impact around First Peoples' protection of their country. And the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is so important. Australia is signatory to that, and we're still waiting to hear 10 months later about the government's response to that. So I look forward to what are the formal mechanisms in which we tell the truth. Well, this is truth-telling. And in New South Wales, this group of custodians have led truth-telling and the framework for truth-telling in their part of the country. And we should applaud that. We should not be thinking about the absolute mess that will be left behind from this gold mining and the fact that the tailings dam just happens to be where there's a cultural heritage site. Well, you know what? Find another location. If you are so damned on ruining the environment, don't put it in a culturally significant place. Find somewhere else to do it. And as far as the reference to jobs, what we know in Australia, and my research as the spokesperson for resources, is there's a very, very, very fine... we actually employ more people in nursing and hospitality in this country than we actually do in mining. So people need to stop saying that. And as someone who comes from an electorate from a state that is very rich in mining, very rich, but is not the be-all and end-all. We need to look after those workers. We need to look after the First Nations people that live in those towns because they actually have their own culture before FIFO came along. And we're not doing that. So I congratulate this government. I congratulate the Minister for the Environment on the decision that she made. It is the right choice to make at this time, and absolutely we need more decisions like this.
I believe Senator Davey, that's what I have written in front of me. Okay, so Senator Davey, and then I'll come to you, Senator Fergie. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Look, I rise to support this disallowance motion. I have listened intently to what Senator Cox has had to say and understand that she wants us to listen to the First Nations people of our country, and I totally accept that. So why can't we listen to the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, who are actually, under New South Wales legislation, the responsible Aboriginal Land Council for this area, who speak on behalf of country in Flaney. This is why people struggle with these concepts, because at the end of the day, we are being told we've got to listen to First Nations voices, but then which First Nations voice is the voice we have to rely on? The one, yes, in this instance, the one that wants to stop a mine. But this isn't the first time we have seen Indigenous issues and cultural groups being used by environmental activists to try and stop development. We've seen it before. 30 years ago, we saw the Hindmarsh Island secret women's business. We found that that was false. And look at the development that has occurred in that area and the jobs ever since that was overturned. Just last year, we saw the court finding that Santos's Barossa gas project could proceed because there was a finding that the cultural claims that were being put against that project were false and had actually been fed to the traditional owners by activists. And now, another example, just this year, Woodside, after a decade of working with traditional owners for their Burrup project gas exploration, have now found that they're dealing with a previously unknown whale songline. When you're working with the traditional owners, you're working with the registered parties, how can you keep investing in a country when an indeterminate number of voices can come forward with applications? As my colleague Senator Duniam said before, during this process to get this mine over the line, since 2016, there has been active engagement with over 13 registered Aboriginal parties. There was extensive work done to look at the environmental impact of this proposed mine, to look at the Aboriginal cultural heritage impact. There were assessments done. They had archaeologists, they had anthropologists, they had environmental scientists have a look at it. You had the departmental people, as Senator Duniam said before, all come to assess the site. And the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, who worked with Regis Resources since 2016 to work through their concerns, the concerns that they did have, to develop Aboriginal management plans to ensure that the project could proceed with taking in mind and making sure that Aboriginal concerns were addressed. But all of that means nothing. So since the Section 10 application was lodged in October 2020, some 4 years after the first application process was commenced by Regis Resources, 4 years after they'd been working with the 13 registered Aboriginal parties, the assessments continued. It was assessed by the New South Wales Government and recommended for approval in 2022. And then it went to the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission, who recommended its approval in March 2023. And we've already heard that the Minister's own assessor under the Section 10 application also recommended it be put forward for approval. And yet we have the Minister firstly coming out saying that she'd accepted the advice of the Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Central West Aboriginal Corporation, which she could not disclose due to its cultural sensitivity, which does not reflect the transparency we were promised by this government. But then, after the initial backlash, including by other Wiradjuri people, about her decision to accept that advice, she then tried to sort of also justify it with her claims that you can't put a tailings dam on the headwaters of the Ballabula River. That's despite her own department giving an environmental approval, which would indicate that there were no concerns about the impact on the flows of the Belubula River. The New South Wales Environmental Protection Authority giving it a stamp of approval, indicating that it didn't have any concerns. But also, I mean, on what grounds is she blocking this tailings dam? Is it, as she initially claimed, and as the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act requires, on cultural grounds, or is it on environmental grounds, which was her second claim about protecting the flows and the waters of the Belubula River? But then she also went on, again, after considerable backlash and questions, she's also then come out to say, I also listened to downstream landholders, including the goat keepers and the beekeepers. And, you know, as a farmer myself, I have utmost respect for the concerns of landholders, but you would have thought that that would all come out in the environmental and the planning assessment processes that had been going on for 7 years prior. So, is it on cultural grounds that she's blocked this tailings dam? Is it on environmental grounds that she's blocked this dam? Or is it on planning and community grounds that she's blocked this dam? Unless she releases her statement of reasons, we will never know. We will never know. And is that really good government? As Senator Duniam said, we are the House of Review. It is incumbent on us in this place to scrutinise decisions of government. And how can we do that when we aren't provided the information? But this has other implications. We know that in Australia, getting approval to do anything is stretching out beyond the capacity for many proponents to be able to participate and fund. This approval process had gone on for 7 years. That is 7 years of investment, of investigation, and of preparation, to then be knocked on the head based on claims that no one can refute because no one has actually seen. That is not due process. So the reputational damage to our nation, do you think investors are going to be willing to undertake that level of investment? In the case of Regis Resources, it was almost $200 million to get all the assessment criteria and protocol met, and then it's turned on its head. And then for the minister to say, well, they should just find another location for the tailings dam. Another location. Well, let's consider that, because there are several factors here. The freehold property, this property that is now under a cultural heritage protection order, which has been a freehold property for 200 years, which has been actively farmed. It's had tractors driving over it, it's had clearing exercises on it, it's had animals grazing on it, it's been actively farmed for 200 years. Now, 400 hectares of that freehold property is now excluded for use by this declaration. Of the remaining area of this freehold property that is owned by Regis Resources, most of the sites have already been identified for a purpose of the mine, either ore body, waste rock emplacement, processing infrastructure and the mine itself. The idea that they can go out, survey, get engineering reports for a new site, a site previously not investigated, because, yes, they did look at other sites. They looked in the early stages of the design process, they looked at 4 separate areas with a combined potential of 30 options, but they were all rigorously assessed. And the company identified that site as being the safest, with the least environmental impacts, and had the best engineering sustainability. But the minister says, oh, they can go and find another site. At what cost? And how long will it take to assess another site? Another 5 to 7 years? No company is going to do that. And then there is no guarantee that another Section 10 application won't be made over the next site. So it is absolutely farcical for the minister to try and claim that a new site can miraculously be found for the tailings dam and the mine can proceed and go ahead. Even with the minister saying she would help facilitate a fast tracking. Even with the New South Wales State Government, to their credit, saying that they would seek to fast track. It is not a simple exercise to fast track these applications when you need to go back to the 13 registered Aboriginal participants and double check with them. You need to go through the environmental impact assessment again. You need to go through the Planning Commission assessment again. And you need to lodge it through the federal processes. So we are absolutely opposed to this declaration, because without the full statement of reasons, without transparency as to exactly why she has decided to block this tailings dam, which she did know. She has correspondence that said that should the tailings dam be blocked, the project would not proceed. The Prime Minister had correspondence to that end. So knowing that, knowing the process can't proceed, the Minister has accepted the advice of the Wiradjuri Aboriginal Corporation, which, you know, my experience dealing with the Minister as the Minister for Water, I'm very heartened that she's at least listened to someone, because as the Minister for Water, she refuses to meet with stakeholders. I dearly hope she actually did meet with members of the Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation and didn't just make this assessment based on her verbal representations. Thank you.
Right, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It is very rare that the Labor government does something good or worthwhile or strong enough for the environment. In fact, time and time again, they do the exact opposite. They refuse to fix broken environmental laws. They refuse to end native forest logging. In the middle of a climate crisis, they are approving coal and gas projects like there's no tomorrow. They are thinking of watering down their already weak proposal for a national EPA. They are killing the environment, and it is death by 1,000 cuts. But the declaration to preserve and protect an area as a significant Aboriginal area, which comprises parts of the Billaboola River, its headwaters and its springs at Kings Plains, near Blaney, in my home state of New South Wales, is that rare occasion. It's a good decision. So when they do actually do something to protect the environment, the land and water, and most importantly, Aboriginal and cultural heritage, then the Greens will support it. So we will be opposing this disgraceful disallowance. Because already in the more than 200 years of colonization, Too much Aboriginal heritage has been destroyed and desecrated. Already too much of land and water has been polluted and plundered. And every single bit of Aboriginal heritage must be protected and preserved. The proposed McPhillamys gold mine site in Kings Plain is in the central west of New South Wales, does threaten the cultural heritage of Wiradjuri people, who are the sovereign owners of that area, and their elders have been fighting rightly to defend their culture and heritage. Wiradjuri elders that I met today have told us that the water from the springs, which are at risk, is sacred. They told us the association of the place with dreaming stories. They told us of the blue-banded bee, and they told us of their song lines. They have told us about the artifacts that are there and how each piece of evidence scaffolds each other. They told us they had no agenda but to simply protect country and protect their stories, which are written into the landscape. Their stories have been buried by colonization. These stories must be heard. They must be brought into the limelight. They must persevere for generations to come. After pushing hard, Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Central West Aboriginal Corporation and elders have been successful, finally been successful after years in getting the government to issue a protection declaration. But now they are shamefully being harassed, threatened, and slandered. And the coalition moving this disgraceful disallowance motion today is feeding right into those attacks. So shame on you. First Nations people have protected and cared for land, water, and culture for millennia, which we know have been destroyed since colonization. And now the coalition wants to undo one of the few things that the Labour government have done on the environment. Well, we are not going to let you do that. We know that you are the mouthpieces of the dirty mining lobby and their mega profits, because some of those profits come back into the party coffers. We know you don't care about First Nations heritage and you don't care about the environment. But we do, because we listen to and we believe First Nations people when they tell us a site has spiritual importance. When they tell us that, it does. That's it. We respect them when they say, we are country and country is us. We are with them when Auntie Liana says, it affects your family, your livelihood. It consumes every corner of your world. Everything we do for the love of country. We've got nothing to gain from this. We just want it left the way it is, sitting in country forever. Thank you, Auntie Liana. First Nations culture and heritage should sit in country forever.
Senator Hanson-Young. I'm sorry, Senator Hanson-Young. You both jump up at the same time. With your indulgence, can I go to the other side so we can balance up the ledger? I take that as a yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young for her indulgence. I'll keep it short, Senator Hanson-Young. But this is a very serious issue, and I do say that those on this side come to this with a deep seriousness, because we have looked at the issues involved and we've looked at the evidence before us, and quite frankly, where you've got a government making a decision on the basis of a secret statement of reasons, something has gone very wrong in this country. Something has gone very wrong with the decision-making process, and it's not surprising that you see the Greens and Labor on a unity ticket when it comes to stopping this development. Not surprising at all. But what all Australians listening to this debate must understand is it's simply not acceptable in this country to make decisions based on a secret set of reasons. If the minister is confident in her reasons, publish the statement. If the minister feels that Australians will support the decision, publish the statement. But the fact is, and quite contrary to what we've heard from some of those opposite in the debate here today, there is a significant difference of opinion among the Aboriginal representative groups. In fact, the largest Aboriginal representative group, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, which is the official representative body in this area, has clearly indicated in its submission to the Section 10 process that there was an absence of reasonable basis to assert particular Aboriginal cultural significance on the Bellabula River. So you can't just say that this is a one-sided argument where new information has been revealed secretly to the minister that therefore should stop a project dead in its tracks. And that is what this has done. Make no mistake. When Minister Plibersek says, oh, there are other options, the company involved, Regis, a company headquartered in my home state of Western Australia, has made it very clear that the site proposed, the site accepted by all the regulators, including the federal regulator, the minister's own department, had approved this under the EBPC Act, that this was the location for the tailings dams that made the most sense in terms of the economics of the project, and that is important, I say to those opposite. The economics of a project are important. Projects that deliver jobs, that deliver tax revenue, that deliver royalties to state governments. The economics are important, but it didn't just look at that. It just didn't just look at the economics of the decision. It looked at the environment. It looked at the Aboriginal heritage aspects of the decision. It got feedback from the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council. It went through a state process. It went through a federal process. 7 years, $193 million spent. Future jobs in a regional community. And all that can be tossed aside by this minister who will not even reveal her decision-making process. The statement of reasons remains a secret. This is not acceptable in this country. It is not acceptable that secret information, secret decisions are made that don't just affect a single company. In this case, it's a gold mining company based out of my home state of Western Australia. But that affects every superannuation holder in Australia who happens to have shares in that company. The decision affects the local community in terms of future development. It affects the ability of companies to make decisions based on having a timely process in which they can understand the rules. Because if it's derailed at the last moment by a secret decision where the minister can't even be clear in her public pronouncements about what the basis of that decision was it actually Aboriginal cultural heritage? Was it about environmental concerns? Was it about it being headwaters of a river? I mean, the minister has been extraordinarily unclear. The story has been changing on an almost daily basis, and the statement of reasons remains secret. This might be the way the Labor Party governs, but it cannot be the way that Australia is governed. Coming from a resource-rich state in Western Australia, the ability for project proponents to undertake assessments and turn the shovel on projects in a timely way is absolutely vital. And we've heard across the board now how these timelines are just stretching out to the point of ludicrousness. I mean, in this case, you have a 7-year project timeline, but I've talked to many companies in Western Australia where the project timelines have stretched out 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. With more to come, I'll take that interjection, more to come from the Greens, more to come. And you can also see, the EDO's fingerprints all over this. The Environmental Defender's Office, funded by those opposite, which has been, it's an insult. They've got a track record. We have a federal court judge who has severely criticised the lawyer from the EDO in the Barossa case for coaching witnesses on Aboriginal heritage matters, and you know this. And you have had a federal court justice reveal that an expert witness in that case lied under oath, lied to the Indigenous opponents of that particular project. I mean, there's not like this is a brand new, unique issue. We've seen this before. And those opposite might deny it, but I think the EDO's fingerprints are all over this, and they have looked for an avenue to try and block this project. And we will see in the fullness of time what the truth of this... Well, I hope we will. You say, will we? But that's up to the minister, and that's up to the government to reveal the statement of reasons as to what the basis for this decision actually was. Because until we see that statement of reasons, quite frankly, this looks arbitrary, it looks capricious, and it looks as though it's a Labor Greens decision to block an extraordinary project for the future of Australia, jobs, revenue for the state government, revenue for the federal government. And it's vital for the future of this great country that we actually deal with these issues. I mean, we saw in Western Australia, in my home state, the absolute debacle that was the Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation and the handling of that by the state Labor government, which caused absolute chaos and confusion for months, to the point where they had to repeal their own act. They had to repeal their own act. And guess what happened when they did that? The Labor Party, who, as the previous speaker said, had promised standalone Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation, where's it disappeared to? It's disappeared because they know the chaos and confusion that was caused by the West Australian State Act will be replicated federally if they pull it out of the bottom drawer. They're too frightened to reveal what they actually believe, and that's why this decision is also being kept secret.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to contribute to this debate and associate myself with the comments made by my fellow Green colleagues. And sitting here and listening to the level of debate on this issue, I mean, you'd think this mob had totally forgotten what happened at Junkin Gorge. Absolutely forgot. Don't care about it. And we have a history in this country of pretending to listen while totally ignoring the wills and the rights and the interests and the views of Indigenous communities. And then when we're called out, when the government is called to account, when the companies in charge do the wrong thing, they all wring their hands and say, oh, sorry, won't do it again. And here we have the coalition led by the National Party in New South Wales whipping up a frenzy because we need some proper protections for an area where it is clearly culturally significant to the local Indigenous population, to the traditional owners in that area. And this gold mine, let's point out, the Minister hasn't said this gold mine can't happen. It's just that this tailings dam that was proposed to be right smack bang in the middle of a culturally significant waterway shouldn't happen. So find somewhere else for it. I mean, the absolute outrage, the hysteria that comes from the coalition, fed by the Murdoch press, is just ludicrous. Shame. It's absolutely ludicrous. I mean, honestly, you'd think that these people were in Trump's America. They've got no original ideas. They just pull out every trope they can find, and when it means beating up on some local Aboriginal people, they do it. And they get their local Murdoch rag to pile on too. This has got nothing to do with the integrity of law in this country, nothing to do with protecting the environment from this side, nothing to do with proper process. This is about hysteria, race baiting, dog whistling, and their anti-environment agenda. That's all it is. They've got nothing else going for them, this mob. Nothing. And there has been 6 rounds of consultation in relation to this issue. 6 rounds. And the Minister has made a decision based on listening to that advice, hearing from the experts, acknowledging that in this particular area there is significant intangible cultural significance held in these sites. And this mob, so ignorant, so blinded by their own ignorance, they want to say, oh, it's all secret. It's not secret. Just because you don't understand it doesn't make it secret, mate. Seriously. How about a little bit of intelligence coming from the side over there? I mean, I understand that the coalition in New South Wales is in total disarray. They are in total disarray. They can't even get their bloody applications for a local council in on time. It is like the Hunger Wars, the Hunger Games in New South Wales coalition right now. And the National Party are chomping at the bit. They need some red meat for the base, and this is what they choose. To beat up on the local Aboriginal people in this area and their deeply held views and cultural significance to this particular area and this site. And what a disgrace. Come in here and have a proper discussion about how we have proposals for gold mines without wrecking the environment and trashing cultural heritage. You can do it, actually. It's been done in other places. You can do it. But you're too lazy. You're too lazy because you don't actually care about this particular proposal. All you want is the flogging. All you want is the witch hunt. All you're interested in is the race baiting. And this is just one example of what is to come from a Dutton government. One example. It'll be issue after issue after issue. And none of these ideas are original. Same old debates, same old tropes. Peter Dutton thinks he's Australia's Trump, and he's proud of it. And Barnaby Joyce is sitting there laughing on and carrying on and clapping, cheering. He thinks he's bloody JD Vance. You're not, mate. Honestly, the level of ignorance from the coalition on this issue is gobsmacking, but not surprising. You've learnt nothing from Duke and Gorge. You've learnt nothing from the years of trashing cultural heritage left, right and centre in this country. Indigenous communities deserve to have their voices heard, listened to and given some damn respect. Given some respect. Not some hand-wringing afterwards. This happens every single time. Every single time. Traditional owners stand up for their place, for their country. That means has important cultural significance to them, and they're trying to protect their local environment. They get torn down. Torn down, used, humiliated, attacked. And if it's not coming from the Leader of the Opposition or the National Party, it's coming directly from the bozos at the Murdoch Press. That's all they do. That's the only trick in the book. And then after it's all happened and the project goes ahead and the sacred sites are ruined, years later comes the apology. Years later. Oh, sorry, wished we'd known. Well, open your ears. Open your eyes. Learn a thing or two. And this disallowance is a disgrace and should be voted down, and it will be, because most people in this chamber can see it for what it is.
Senator Sharma.
In support of this disallowance motion, because what's at issue here is the local Indigenous community and whether their voices have been heard, and an important project that would be of immense benefit to the community. This last-minute intervention in August by the Environment Minister under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act goes against the advice of the very people she's purporting to protect. That is the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, the recognised representative body of the local Wiradjuri people. They consider the claims of cultural heritage and songlines to be baseless, and they are the organisation that should have been consulted and listened to by the Minister. What it means is that the Blaney Gold Mine, a project worth about $1 billion in New South Wales' Central West, will not be able to go ahead, meaning there are no jobs for the region. Regis, the company concerned, disputes the Minister's suggestion that there are alternative sites for the tailings dam, saying it would take another 5 to 10 years to find a viable site, and that is simply commercially not viable. And it's a terrible decision for investors and for future resource projects, because if you're a commercial entity, why are you going to explore, why are you going to develop plans, why are you going to bother consulting with the local Indigenous community and other stakeholders in the area if you find at the end of it all, a minute to midnight, the Minister can overturn your decision with one of these Section 10 determinations, which incidentally is very scant on the reasons for why this intervention has been issued. I wanted to read to the chamber just some of what the local Aboriginal Land Council, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, has said about this decision. They've described the claims on which the Minister makes her determination as baseless claims. You have made baseless claims now the accepted truth. It goes on to say that they are respectfully requesting a review of the Section 10 evidence through proper consultation, and they demand to be consulted and listened to. And they dispute that the claims which form the basis of the Section 10 application for cultural heritage have any basis whatsoever. Now, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council was consulted extensively by this throughout this process, and they made clear, although in the past they had been opposed to this project, they came to support it. And if you look at the New South Wales Government's Independent Planning Commission report on this project, they provided conditional approval in March 2023 of this project. That was after a 3-member commission panel had taken over 1,000 public submissions and held a public hearing and consulted closely with local stakeholders, including the local Aboriginal landholding group. And the Commission's findings, as announced in March 2023, are that the Commission finds that on balance the project is in the public interest and that the application is consistent with the objects of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. The Commission notes the strategic benefits of the gold mine in producing a significant mineral resource to meet the growing demand for raw metals, finding that the positive impacts resulting from the project, including employment, training, investment and additional economic activity, will outweigh the negative impacts. Whilst the Commission acknowledged concerns raised by stakeholders about social and amenity impacts, air quality, noise and vibration impacts and impacts on water resources and Aboriginal cultural heritage, the Commission found that these impacts could be effectively avoided, minimised or offset through the strict conditions of consent imposed by the Commission. So the New South Wales Planning Panel, under their own Environmental Protection Act, has approved this project. The local landholders, the Aboriginal Land Council, the body, which is the recognised representative body of the local Wiradjuri people, consider the project to be worthwhile and valid and do not object to it. And yet the Minister, acting on the advice of seemingly another group, a dissident group, or an alternative group, however you prefer to phrase it, has prioritised their views and their statement of evidence over that of the legally constituted and legitimate authority here. This is a terrible decision on any respect. It will have an implication not only for that local community in Orange, not only for the local Orange Aboriginal Land Council, but it will have a chilling effect on resource projects across the country, where despite their best efforts, resource companies and extraction companies to consult with local stakeholders to get local Indigenous groups on board to protect cultural heritage, to preserve cultural heritage, to re-engineer their projects and plans for the site depending on input of these groups, can find that having gone through quite an extensive and exhaustive process over many years, having done the right thing, having spoken to the correct legally constituted groups, having developed environmental protection and mitigation plans and strategies to make sure local cultural heritage is preserved, they might well find that 1 minute to midnight, they're in their final capital raise for this project. The Environment Minister is contacted by another group who purports to represent the area or purports to have identified sites of cultural significance, and without testing those claims, without interrogating those claims, but simply by accepting them at face value, the Minister might again issue this Section 10 determination, which will cause will undoubtedly frustrate that project, just as it's frustrated the Blaney Gold Mine. But the consequential effect is it's going to have a chilling effect on investment in Australia, and it will raise the concerns, legitimate concerns, of sovereign risk in Australia. What investors value in Australia is predictability of decision-making, certainty of decision-making, a well-understood and well-documented process. They respect our environmental laws. We are free to write them as we wish. We are free to change the laws as we wish as the Parliament here. But they have a legitimate expectation that once those laws and frameworks are put in place and the requisite consultation is undertaken, that they can depend upon decisions being taken in a predictable manner. That has not happened on this instance, and it has been manifestly clear in the way the Minister has handled this, failing to provide a statement of reasons, being contradicted by her own leader, the Prime Minister, being contradicted by the New South Wales Premier, both of whom say they would like to see the project proceed, whilst the Minister has hid from any scrutiny, refused to disclose reasons, seemingly refused to discuss the issue despite their entreaties with the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, who have described these claims on which she bases this determination as baseless. She's hiding from scrutiny on this issue because I think she knows that the decision that has been made, the Environment Minister's decision has been made, is a terrible one with consequences beyond just her particular portfolio, but that go to the heart of Australia's resource industries. In the absence of a more compelling and detailed statement of reasons from the Minister, I don't think the Senate can have any choice but to support this disallowance motion and seek for the Minister or her representative in this chamber to provide a detailed and compelling statement of reasons of why she didn't listen to the local Indigenous landholding group, why she decided on the basis of another group to disregard the work that had been done, to disregard the decision of the New South Wales Independent Planning Panel, disregard the views of the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, disregard the views of any number of local stakeholders and prevent this project. In the absence of that sort of compelling reason, we should be supporting this disallowance motion.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I want to associate myself with the contributions made by my Greens colleagues, led by Senator Cox, but the comments made by all of my colleagues. And I think we should get a couple of things clear. First of all, who speaks for country? I've actually been this beautiful part of my state. I've been there on country with the TOs, the Wiradjuri mob, and I've seen their care for the country. I've actually walked to the top of Waialoo with them, otherwise known as Mount Panorama. And from the top of Waialoo, you can look across and see over to the Bellabula River, and you can see around that whole stretch of this beautiful country. And it's called Mount Panorama for the last 200 years because when you're on the top of it, you can see and feel the connections with country all around. And that's one of the reasons why Waialoo is sacred. And it's one of the, as Senator Cox made clear, one of the three brothers from the Dream-In story. It's a really special place. And I had the privilege to go to Waialoo and work with Wiradjuri traditional owners in their first struggle under this same legislation to protect their country. And it was at the time to protect Waialoo, which is the southern side of it is the sacred women's place. And the local council there, headed by some Nat, had decided they wanted to ignore the sacred women's place and build a go-kart track over it because they thought a go-kart track was more important than that extraordinary cultural place. And did I mention when you're there you can feel it's a sacred place? You can see those connections around the country. It's a remarkable place. And I don't rarely give the Coalition credit, but former Coalition Minister Lay, she had those representations from those same traditional owners, the same traditional owners that are now calling for the protection of this beautiful country on the Bellabula River, the same traditional owners. And Minister Lay, when she got the representations under Section 10, which was viciously opposed by the local council who just wanted to build their go-kart track, Minister Lay listened to these same traditional owners, and to do her credit, she protected the site. She understood the cultural connection. She listened to the traditional owners. She accepted their cultural authority. The very same people, same traditional owners who have pressed this Section 10 application, same country. You can literally see the river from Waialoo. You can see that beautiful stretch of magical countryside from Wailu. And Minister Lay for the Coalition, and I'll give her this credit, I gave her the credit at the time, but I'll repeat it. She listened to the TOs and she protected the country. It was a right thing to do. And she actually had to stare down some pretty ugly gnats in New South Wales, not least the then, I think he might have been the Minister for Local Government. He then became at some point the gnat leader, Paul Toole. She had to stare him down to do the right thing, to protect the country, and she did. And I give her credit. And now we have Minister Plibersek, who's had representations from the same traditional owners. And indeed, their Section 10 application to protect this beautiful stretch of land on the Bellaboola River went in, I think, in October 2020, which was about a year before Minister Lay protected Wailu, which was in 2021. So it was a year before Minister Lay did the right thing and protected Wailu. These same traditional owners put their Section 10 application in to protect this beautiful stretch of Bellaboola River and the countryside around it and the dreaming stories that are there. And Minister Plibersek has inherited a process that started under Minister Lay, because Minister Lay started the consultation, as she should have. She did the right thing as a minister. And between the two ministers, Minister Lay and Minister Plibersek, we've now had 6 rounds of consultation on this Section 10 application, 6 rounds of consultation since October 2020. And each time, the local traditional owners, without any external support, they don't have a corporate law firm or a bunch of high-paid lawyers and cultural consultants and environmental consultants. They've just got their knowledge, their strength, their stories. Each time they've engaged in those rounds of consultation, and meanwhile the WA-based coal mining company, the WA-based mining company has paid the high-end lawyers to come in and bombard it. And you talk about, you know, a process that's caught someone on the hop. You couldn't jump over the amount of paperwork that the TOs have had to deal with and confront to defend their country and defend their stories. 6 rounds of consultation, did I mention that? And the Coalition says that this somehow got, you know, hijacked by the minister in the last few months. Total falsity from the Coalition. 6 rounds of consultation started under Minister Lay with the same traditional owners she listened to and respected and did the right thing and protected Wailu for. These same traditional owners are saying, listen to us again, hear our cultural authority, we want to protect this beautiful part of the site. Because of the dreaming story about the 3 brothers, because of that creation story about the blue-banded bee. These aren't secret. This isn't secret knowledge. This is knowledge they've shared with their community. It's knowledge they shared with us in a briefing just earlier today. And Senator Cox read that onto the record, and I won't repeat it. It's information they'd share with the Coalition if they wanted to listen. But, you know, they don't want to listen. Or they only want to listen to the WA-based gold mining company, which obviously wants to make some money out of this patch of land. And it is an extraordinary place. It's called Bellaboola because in Wiradjuri, Billaboola means 2 rivers. It's where the 2 rivers meet. There are like 30 natural springs in this place. And of course natural springs in a part of my beautiful home state that can so often be pretty dry. This beautiful patch of country just to the west of Bathurst. Of course it can be pretty dry, and so the springs are pretty special places. And that's why landowners there and anyone who'll look will often find artefact after artefact after artefact on this little stretch of river because it's always got water and it's always had water. And it's a special part of my home state, it's a special part of the country. And they've made clear their position, not since March, but since October 2020. And it's knowledge that is thousands of years old. And the Coalition don't want to hear it, and I get they don't want to hear it. They just want to approve a coal mine. They just want to approve a gold mine. They don't care. They just want to approve a gold mine. And I get that. They see gold and money they don't see beautiful country, and they don't want to hear the TOs. And then they say, oh, but the Lands Council has gone from opposition to neutral, and the only authority that they want to listen to is the Lands Council. Well, I just wish that somebody in the coalition understood what Lands Councils are in my home state of New South Wales. Because Lands Councils in New South Wales are established not under First Nations Cultural Authority, but under the New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Rights Act. And under the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Rights Act, their purpose is as follows, and I'll read from the New South Wales Government website for the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. The purpose of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act is to provide land rights for Aboriginal persons in New South Wales, to provide for representative Aboriginal lands councils in New South Wales, to vest land in these councils, to provide ownership and management of land and other assets for those councils, to provide the allocation of funds to and by those councils, and to provide for the provision of community benefit scheme by or on behalf of those councils. It's a New South Wales Act which establishes statutory authorities to manage that land claim process and to provide some community benefit to all the Aboriginal people in the area from the land that is transferred to them by the New South Wales Government and sometimes by councils. It's a statutory process designed to manage that land rights process. It does not provide for cultural authority. Sometimes those people elected onto lands councils do also have cultural authority. They sometimes are traditional owners, but it's by happenstance, not by design. And if you want to find the traditional owners for a part of my beautiful home state of New South Wales, sometimes they will be on the Lands Council, but most often they're not. Because the Lands Council's job is not to speak with cultural authority. It's not its statutory job. It was never established as a statutory cultural authority. And there's a reason for that. Because the New South Wales Parliament shouldn't nominate who has cultural authority and shouldn't nominate who is the traditional owners. That's a matter for First Nations mob to give that cultural authority, to identify the elders. And so when the coalition comes in here and says the Land Council has gone from negative to neutral and that's the end of it, it shows base ignorance about what lands councils are in New South Wales. Base, deep ignorance. They're not the cultural authority. They're not the traditional owners. Sometimes those elected do have that authority. And then they bring that authority to the work that they do. Because a Lands Council is elected from all of the First Nations peoples that live in the geographical region of the Lands Council. But to come in here and misrepresent the role of land councils as though they are the final arbiter of cultural authority shows base ignorance from the coalition. But you wouldn't expect more from them, would you? You wouldn't expect more from them. Because this is convenient for them. They can point to the Lands Council and say, well, the Land Council has said something, so we can ignore all these traditional owners, even the ones that Minister Ley, quite rightly, listened to and accepted the culture, the very same traditional owners that Minister Ley accepted the cultural authority for. And so when this Labor government does the right thing, and they've done the right thing here, Minister Plibersek has followed the process that was established by Minister Ley, and after 6 rounds of consultation, has accepted the cultural authority of these Wiradjuri elders and the traditional owners and has protected this beautiful part of the state from a tailings dam. From a tailings dam. And it's not a determination about the whole coal mine, but it is a determination about the tailings dam and this beautiful little patch of New South Wales. And credit where credit's due, and we'll back it in this motion.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Thank you, Madam Deputy President. By making this declaration under Section 10 of the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, and effectively stopping this mining project, Minister Plibersek has done what no member is truly working for all Australians should do. The declaration must be disallowed by this chamber, and that is why I rise to speak today. Minister Plibersek's declaration is reflective of the anti-development approach of this Albanese government, a project that was estimated to have provided around 870 full-time jobs to the region. The Greens might suggest that this is about protecting a nice bit of our country, but they disregard the fact that 870 full-time jobs, especially in a cost of living crisis, for the people of the region, including Indigenous people, is what the minister has effectively shut down, as well as millions of dollars in royalties and even more to the Australian economy broadly in taxes and rates in future years has absolutely been trashed, simply with the stroke of a pen. And why? Because of the objections of a select group of around 17 people who were not, of course, members of the local Aboriginal Land Council. And I guess if they were traditional owners, why then wouldn't they be part of the local Aboriginal Land Council, which deals directly with land, instead of simply being a registered charity? It is, in fact, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council who do have authority to speak about Indigenous cultural heritage in the area of this project, despite suggestions by others in this chamber. So the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council did not oppose this project and believed any impacts on heritage items would have been manageable. But the views of the Land Council were disregarded in favour of a smaller group of opponents. So why was this small group chosen by Minister Plibersek? Because they were convenient. They were an easy group of people to use for the purposes of shutting down this project. This declaration by Minister Plibersek is a prime example of Indigenous people and cultural heritage and connection to land being weaponised. You know, the Greens love weaponising Indigenous people in this way in this country because they're completely and utterly anti-development. Anti-development means anti-improving the lives of Indigenous Australians. We know that the EDO, which no doubt are good friends of the Greens, had its hands all over this case. They helped to get legal representation for those that opposed the mining project. And as we know from past experience, like in the case of the Barossa gas project, the EDO is more than happy to use Indigenous people to achieve their own ends and to block projects that don't align with their ideology. Make no mistake, this is about aligning with their ideology, not improving the lives of Indigenous Australians or Australians in general. And Labor is all too happy to go along with this green ideology at the expense of economic development. You see, Anthony Albanese claims to be all about economic independence. Well, at least he claims to be about this since his speech at the Garma Festival just this year. But don't be fooled by his comments, because his actions, of course, speak louder than his words. His Labor government refuses to defund the EDO, who we know exploit Indigenous people, even though, as this case in Blaney demonstrates, the EDO actively work against economic development on Indigenous land. If Anthony Albanese was actually serious when he made these comments at Gama, then he would defund the EDO and would step in when his ministers make decisions like this, which have the opposite effect of what he claims. But he won't defund the EDO, and he won't step in when his ministers do things like this, because he doesn't genuinely care about the economic independence of Indigenous Australians. In fact, I would strongly suggest that his comments at Gama were simply a way for him to spruik his renewables-only energy policy. You see, this is an example of Indigenous Australians agreeing to the development of their land and maximising all the potential that it has to offer, but the Albanese government blatantly stopping them from doing so. Too regularly, we are seeing the desire of traditional owners to become economically independent on their land being stymied in the name of activist ideology. And the problem with our current system is that it allows a government that is anti-development, like this Albanese government, to swoop in at the last second and stop these projects in the name of cultural heritage protection. We are left with a system that disincentivises investors from coming anywhere near us. And why would investors want anything to do with a location where a project could pass the approval of the state-level Independent Planning Commission, pass the approval of the Environment Minister's own department, and have the consent of the Aboriginal organisation who has authority to speak on matters of cultural heritage, only to be sent back to the drawing board, staring down the barrel of another 5 to 10 years and tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars down the drain. How the Prime Minister can possibly claim to encourage economic development on Indigenous land when he allows a system like this to operate makes absolutely no sense. No sense whatsoever. Some of the evidence that was initially included in the application, such as camp ovens and scar trees, were found upon survey by an expert engaged by the Orange local Aboriginal Land Council to be inauthentic. Inauthenticity. That is why we have these organisations, to determine who is making things up and who is legitimate. There are also suggestions by the former chair of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council that some of the evidence was in fact added over time. That when the ovens were found to be inauthentic, suddenly songlines about the blue-banded bee appeared. Then we have the minister's own explanation about her decision. While the declaration was made under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, Minister Plibersek has now been saying that her decision was also related to objections raised by sheep farmers and beekeepers who were concerned about the project affecting the quality of water they used. The minister is so obviously getting desperate to justify the declaration she has made. She's now scrambling to bolster her case and save face to the Australian public. You've got the Greens who will defend those who make inauthentic claims in this place because it suits their anti-development green obsession. And this is who the minister would prefer to listen to. She finds herself in that position because the pressure is quite rightly mounting on her to ensure that she provides a true response, a reason that we can all right, agree with, only we can't. Not when those who are representative of the traditional owners, the Orange Aboriginal Land Council and its former chair, are stating not all Aboriginal people are environmentalists. They want a way out of disadvantage. They want jobs. They want opportunity. But it's falling on deaf ears with this government. The minister knows that Australians can see right through her culturally sensitive explanations to the heart of her ideological pursuit. And the reality is, this declaration must be disallowed because the evidence that it was all just an ideological ploy is too strong to ignore. I, for one, will not let Indigenous Australians be taken advantage of. I will not let them be used as weapons to further the agenda of this Albanese government. Because if this declaration is allowed to remain in place, then that is exactly what we will be left with. As the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, I won't stand for it. The Coalition will not stand for it. And anyone who truly cares about advancing the rights and interests of Indigenous Australians should not either. It is now time. The failures of closing the gap have come about because Indigenous Australians are dependent on welfare more than any other group of Australians in this country. The way out of this is for opportunity, is for employment, is for economic development. And this Albanese government is ensuring that economic development will never eventuate under their leadership. And that is utterly shameful. And their partnership with the Greens, who prefer to see Indigenous Australians spiritual beings hovering above the earth, romanticising our culture just as if they live it themselves. They don't want to see Indigenous Australians become anything more than the noble savage that they view Indigenous Australians as. The museum piece to be ogled at, and not as Australian citizens with the same rights, same responsibilities, the same opportunities to make the most of what this wonderful country has to offer.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government will be opposing this motion. When Juukan Gorge was destroyed, we said as a nation, Labor, Liberal, Nationals and Crossbench, that we shouldn't allow the destruction of Aboriginal cultural heritage in this way ever again. When we have an issue like this, where thousands of years of cultural heritage are at risk, it's our responsibility to protect it. And what we see today is proof that Peter Dutton would plunge Australia back into Scott Morrison-style chaos. Just like Scott Morrison, Peter Dutton is showing us he's prepared to ignore the law, cut corners and play favourites. Clearly, the Liberals and Nationals want a system where getting projects approved depends more on whether they like you rather than whether you comply with the law. And that is no way to run a government. It'll be robo-debt, sports rorts and car park rorts all over again if Mr Dutton and his coalition team have their way. It's a dangerous way to operate. It's a recipe for uncertainty that will scare off investment and kill jobs. There won't be a renewable energy project that's safe, for example. The opposition have promised to cut approval times in half, and now we know how, by ignoring the law, cutting corners and playing favourites. Peter Dutton must immediately explain whether there are other projects he'll approve or axe without knowing the details or applying the law. That is a frightening prospect for all Australians.
Thank you. The question now is that the disallowance motion moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of that opinion, those of the other opinion say no. No. Is a division required? Yes, I'm well aware it's tomorrow. I would say it's for the noes. The noes? The ayes have it. The noes have it. Do we require a division? Given that it's past 6:30, the division will be held over until tomorrow. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, Order of the Day number 2, concerning a reference to Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate and Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And I rise to speak on this motion that has been moved by both Senator McKenzie and myself. It's a very simple motion. One might even say it should be a non-controversial motion when you look at what we are asking the Senate to do, and that is to establish a Senate inquiry by the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into, wait for it, the nature, extent and impacts of misconduct in the procurement processes involving publicly funded infrastructure and housing projects. Now, as I said, one would actually think that this is a very simple motion. I mean, who in this place, whether you're a member of the government, whether you're a member of the crossbench, whether you are a member of the Australian Greens, would actually vote no to such a motion? There is a cost of living crisis currently in Australia. Australians are doing it tough. And yet, what do we know? Well, what we know is this. The cost of publicly funded infrastructure in this country, including roads, including hospitals, including the flow-on effect to housing, including schools, is around 30% higher because of the actions of the CFMEU. And it's not just the actions of the CFMEU. Quite frankly, it is the actions of those big companies who do deals with the CFMEU, knowing full well that the deals that they are doing are driving up costs, they are delaying projects, and yet these deals are enabled by large construction companies that allow these practices to persist. Why? Because, as we know, this has been proven time and time again, these firms benefit from inflated costs and productivity delays, all why Australians, mum and dad Australian, they're the people who ultimately suffer the consequences and pay the price. As I said, given the nature of the inquiry, which basically is to work out why publicly funded infrastructure in this country is costing the Australian taxpayer more, why publicly funded infrastructure in this country is not being delivered on time. Publicly funded infrastructure in this country is potentially not being delivered at all. I would have thought this would go through with our resounding yes from all members of the Australian Senate. But as we know at this point in time, whilst we are putting up this motion, whilst the motion is endorsed by the Australian public, who I would have said, say, hey, if I am actually paying more for my public infrastructure, I would like to know why. The fact of the matter is, this is a motion that is likely not to get up the Senate inquiry because of the vested interests in this place. And we'll talk about those vested interests shortly. But the position of the coalition, the Liberal and the National parties, is very clear. Our proposal to establish this inquiry comes at a critical time. Again, I would have thought that our public spend on infrastructure and housing, and in particular, given the inability of Australians to currently get into housing, our public spend must deliver value for money. In fact, if I was a member of the public, I would be demanding from government that they spend my money appropriately. And yet, what does the body of evidence, now formulated over many, many years, actually show? Well, it shows this. Public infrastructure projects are often delayed, run over budget, but as we also know, and again you've had Royal Commission after Royal Commission into this, they are subject to corrupt practices that inflate costs and cripple productivity. So true is this that it has become a cliche of any government project. In fact, it is almost now accepted that a government project, in particular where the CFMEU is involved, is one that will be delayed, is one that will run over budget, and is one that will be subject to corrupt practices that inflate costs and cripple productivity. What a sad state of affairs that we now live in a country where it is extremely rare for a public infrastructure project to be completed on budget and on time. That's why Senator Mackenzie and I are putting forward this inquiry. All we want to do is ensure that Australian taxpayers, it's their money, publicly funded infrastructure equals Australian taxpayers, they're the ones paying for it. All this inquiry will do is ensure that Australian taxpayers are getting the best value for every dollar spent on these public infrastructure and housing projects. It is a fact, as I said, it's been established many, many times, the impacts of misconduct in the building and construction sector and the flow-on impact to the cost that Australians pay for their roads, for their schools, for their public infrastructure, and that of course includes hospitals and housing. Bullying, coercion, other intimidation tactics on building sites, particularly those sites controlled by the CFMEU, are driving up costs and delaying the delivery of essential infrastructure and housing. It's not a hypothetical issue, as we know. It is a real and present problem affecting every Australian who relies on the timely and cost-effective completion of public projects. I would have thought that this inquiry provided an opportunity for all stakeholders, those who want to come along and say, by the way, no, we're actually doing okay in Australia. They could actually come along, those involved in the delivery of infrastructure and housing, they could come along and justify their position, or alternatively, and I think it's the or alternatively that Mr Albanese and his government are actually worried about. The alternative is they come along and they share their horror stories, the bullying, the intimidation, the coercion, the abuse, but also they might be able to share with us what they think are the potential solutions. Just think the CFMEU probably aren't going to like those potential solutions. So the construction industry, business owners, subcontractors and of course employees all have a story to tell. And all this inquiry will do, again, is ensure that their voices are heard. But as I said, the inquiry is not going to be just limited to the disgraceful actions of the CFMEU. What this inquiry will do is shine a light on the entire process, from the moment a project begins until the moment that it ends. The behaviours that we have seen year in, year out from the CFMEU, and as I said, the body of evidence is in, it's been in for several years now, they are driving up costs and delaying projects, but this is the key point here. They are enabled by large construction companies that allow these practices to persist. I've stood in this place and said that before, back in 2016. And guess what? The Australian Labor Party were in opposition. They fought us every single step of the way to try and curb these practices. It is a fact that these large construction companies benefit, as I said, from inflated costs and productivity delays, and the only people who end up suffering are the Australian people. They suffer the consequences. In fact, last month, Minister Watt denied that the CFMEU's behaviour has any impact on construction costs. Well, I would have thought if that's the case, you would have welcomed the inquiry so you could actually prove those on the coalition side to be wrong. This is what Minister Watt said. He said, "I've had a bit of a look at this, Patricia, and I cannot find any evidence whatsoever to support that." Really? Seriously? So many sayings go through my mind. Ostrich, head in sand, living under a rock. But as we all know, go talk to any of the smaller builders out there, any of the subbies. Go talk to Australians who are having their infrastructure projects delayed. They will tell you that Minister Watt has a blatant denial of reality, but Minister Watt's comments also show and tell you all you need to know about Labor's unwillingness to confront the truth. The body of evidence is in. The evidence shows that CFMEU-controlled construction projects cost the Australian taxpayer around 30% more than what they should. In fact, in Queensland, where Labor's cosy relationship with the CFMEU is particularly evident, the cost of building apartments on CFMEU-controlled sites, that's right, apartments which people want to get into, is 33% higher than non-union sites. A 2024 economic analysis by the Queensland Economic Advocacy Solutions found that CFMEU-controlled apartment buildings take 50% longer to build. Seriously, you could not script this if you tried. The cost of a two-bedroom apartment, for example, can be inflated by an extra $287,199, pushing the total build cost from $869,687 to $1,156,886. This is not just an isolated finding. A report from Ernst & Young estimated that Labor's abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission would lead to an additional $35.4 billion decline in construction output by 2030, with a $47.5 billion reduction in economic activity as higher costs and lower productivity act as a handbrake on the rest of the economy. Statistics from the Australian Securities and Investments Commission show that for the past financial year to June 16, wow, there were 2,832 construction industry insolvencies. That is up 28% from the 2023 financial year, where there were 2,213 construction insolvencies. There were 1,200 construction insolvencies in the 2022 financial year. The last year, lo and behold, the Australian Building and Construction Commission was in operation. But this is the economy that Mr Albanese and his government preside over. These are the consequences laid bare of their destructive industrial relations changes. The CFMEU's conduct has far-reaching implications, and it's not just affecting large infrastructure projects. Australian home buyers and taxpayers are the one who are ultimately paying the price for the CFMEU's bullying, their thuggery, their intimidation and their coercion. In fact, the Chief Executive of the Recruitment Consulting and Staffing Association told the ABC in July that the CFMEU has created a serious increase in costs through a lack of competition. Quantity surveyors from Ryder Levitt Bucknell found that the CFMEU's wage deal in New South Wales would increase labour costs by up to 19% in its first year alone. Similarly, Queensland builders and developers report that productivity on CFMEU-controlled projects averages just 3 days a week due to a sweetheart deal between Queensland Labor and the union. Seriously? Well, the federal budget in May revealed just how much this is now costing Australians. The Albanese government paid out an extra $10.1 billion to cover cost blowouts on state and territory infrastructure projects. Of this, $5 billion went to Victorian Labor, and not a single extra kilometre of road was built with that money. And yet, as we stand here today, those on the other side, the Albanese Labor government, they sit there rolling their eyes. They absolutely remain unwilling to take serious action. All this inquiry will do is allow us to dig deeper into the role that Tier 1 construction firms play in fostering a culture of collusion, imitation and corruption. All this will do is establish that Australians are paying too much for their public infrastructure, and it may actually put some solutions on the table. But let's wait and see. Madam Chair, I also move the amended motion standing in my name.
The question is that the amended... That's fine. Thank you. No. Sorry. The question is that the amended motion be agreed to. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you. Today, last week's Courier Mail is reporting, quote, "New tent cities have been set up near some of Brisbane's busiest intersections as Queensland emerges as the epicentre of the housing crisis. The latest tent city to hit Brisbane is at E.E. McCormick Place, where tents can be seen sitting on the edge of a major arterial road, clothes hanging on lines and camp showers draping off trees." That's the end of the quote. Queensland Council of Social Service, QCOS, Chief Executive Amy McVeigh, said the housing crisis was not being properly addressed, going on to say, quote, "It's incredibly heartbreaking, but unfortunately pretty predictable that we're continuing to see people, including families with children, who don't have a safe place to call home." End of quote. Now, I've visited tent cities, large tent cities in South Brisbane, on the Brisbane River banks, Mackay and Townsville, and seen smaller tent cities in far too many provincial centres to list. In speaking with those residents, I was horrified to find just how many were with families with children. The really sad part is that mum and dad may both have jobs. Yet without a home for the children, one parent has to give up working to look after their children because a tent is no place for a child. Yet there are children living in tents. Losing that income guarantees that family will remain homeless. Thank you, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The truth is the housing and rent crisis is out of control. In August 2020, the national average rent was $437 a week. It's now $627, an increase of 40% over just a few years. The national rental vacancy is at just 1%, which is far below the 3% rate that's considered a healthy market. In 1987, the average house was 2.8 times the average income. Today, a house is 9.7 times the average income. Additionally, under this government, real wages in Australia have gone backwards, 6%. Not only are houses more expensive, working Australians are further away from being able to afford them. Many people under 30 have given up hope of ever owning a home. What a failure of governance under Labor. Surely the prime directive of a government is to leave this beautiful country in a better state than you found it. The reverse is happening. It's worse. Over the past 2 decades, under the Liberal Labor Uni Party, wealth inequality in Australia has increased dramatically and substantially. According to the University of New South Wales, the wealth of the top 20% people increased 82%, and the wealth of the bottom 20% only increased 20%. That, though, does not stop the university grabbing just as much of that wealth for themselves as they can. The university lobby group, Universities Australia, recently sent my office a press release stating they could prove 702,000 foreign students didn't put any strain on the housing market. Actually, they didn't say 702,000. The release rather dishonestly spoke of the 200,000 new students who arrived this year, rather than the total number of foreign students, which is 702,000, all needing a bed and a roof. To achieve this feat of denial, Universities Australia used a simple statistical trick. They used vacancy rate as the indicator instead of rental price. Like any supply and demand industry, rentals price will rise until demand matches supply. This means vacancy rate should be constant across different areas because the balancing factor is not vacancy rate, it's rental price. Rentals are higher near a university as landlords price into their rents the ability to have 3 or 4 students per bedroom. And knowing how those rates are being paid with so many tenants, local councils hike up rates to exploit overcrowding. The national vacancy rate across Australia has fallen from 2.42% in 2021 to 1.09% in January 2024 because of the housing crisis, the housing catastrophe. Why? In part because foreign students all need a bed, and more so because 2 million new arrivals all need a bed. Universities couldn't care less about everyday Australians sleeping in tents, in public parks and under bridges. Universities are motivated to grab the money foreign students pay towards obscene multi-million-dollar university salaries. University fees are on average 8 times what they were when the Hawke Labor government reintroduced tertiary fees in 1989. 8 times. I'm pleased to see racketeering in this motion. So many Australian industries are being controlled for the benefit of well-connected, mostly foreign wealth funds, acting against the financial interests of everyday Australians. Racketeering could be a separate inquiry, so entrenched has the practice become. When it comes to ignoring working families, Labor has form. It's clear. The reason I'm raising this in a speech, housing speech, is quite simple. University affordability is no better than it was before HECS, except that now children of everyday Australians are left with a debt so high they can't ever afford their own home. So many young people contact my office, Australians who've done everything society has asked of them. They've studied hard, worked hard, stayed out of trouble, got a university degree, and now have a good job, only to find they were lied to. Real wages in Australia are back to 2010 levels, while houses are twice as expensive as they were in 2010. HECS debt comes off the person's ability to repay a loan, which means it reduces their borrowing power below the price of an entry-level home. They can't borrow. Meanwhile, rents are so high they have no ability to even save a deposit. Society is lying to our young Australians. This is not on the Labor Party alone. These problems date back to the Hawke Labor government and were made far worse under the Howard Liberal government, the Uni Party at work. The message I have for recent graduates is one of hope. One Nation's housing policy looks to the future, offering common sense solutions to help more Australians purchase their own home, while at the same time reducing rent. Let's have an overview of our housing policy. One Nation's housing policy includes lower immigration to sustainable levels to reduce housing demand. In fact, I go further and say with the 2.3 million people on residence visas, we need to send some home. Secondly, ban foreign ownership of residential property to increase housing supply. Allow a portion of a person's superannuation to be invested in home purchase. Ditch Labor's Housing Future Fund and invest those funds into creating a new people's mortgage scheme, offering 5% deposit and 5% interest rate. Allow people with a HECS debt to roll their debt into a people's mortgage account, improving their ability to obtain and service a loan. This is common sense. It's humane. Implement a 5-year moratorium on charging GST on the materials used in new home construction, which will make new homes more affordable, taking $1.4 billion off the sale price of new homes over the next 4 years. Some more details. Non-bank financial institutions are standing ready right now to take on the mortgage market and administer our people's home loans. They're ready. Indeed, some are in the market now in company with aggregators. It's One Nation policy to create a people's bank to provide Australia's obscenely profitable banking cartel with real competition. We don't have 4 banks, major banks. We have one major bank with 4 different logos with the same controlling interests: BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street and First State. Efficiency in banking, including in the housing market, will not come from more regulation. It will come from more competition, driving real accountability. That's exactly what the original Commonwealth Bank, when it was formed in 1911, did. The cost of building a house now is a massive problem. One of the reasons that cost keeps going up is Australian construction codes. Construction codes are meant to make sure our houses aren't made of straw and won't blow down if the big bad wolf or a cyclone huffs and puffs at all. Unfortunately, Australia's construction codes have gone woke. They're no longer just about safe houses. The National Construction Code was amended in 2022 to require all new buildings to be NDIS compliant. Every single building NDIS compliant. Alan Kohler reports that global construction consultant Ryder Levitt Bucknell estimates that this adds up to $49,500 to the cost of a dwelling. $50,000. Why should a young family have to shell out an extra $50,000 on features they'll never need to buy their family home? Some of the requirements border on ridiculous. There must be a stepless entry to the front door, so the days of steps are over, even a handful up to your front porch. You'll have to pay for a ramp or potentially face having your home deemed illegal. Remember, this applies to every new building. All new homes must be built with heavy-duty reinforced walls and a toilet. These are ostensibly so grab rails can be installed, even though they may never be installed. Oh, and where did you want to put the toilet? You didn't think you could just put it where you wanted and where it's convenient, did you? Considering skipping a toilet on the ground floor and only having one upstairs to save on plumbing? Think again. Construction code says no. You're forced to have one on the ground floor whether it's cost effective for you or not, whether you need it or not. The codes now dictate where the toilet must be placed, against a wall, and the huge spaces that must be left around them. As the price of land continues to go up, many houses simply don't have the floor space to accommodate these new requirements without sacrificing others. And young people are paying for this, even though they don't need it. No doubt these criteria are helpful for people with a disability, yet there's no reason to make them mandatory in every new house for people without a disability. Many in government claim that when it comes to housing, the problem is supply. When these changes to the construction codes alone are costing an extra $50,000 to a house, there's no hope of boosting supply because Australians can't afford to build. Construction codes are getting so long and complex we practically need to be a lawyer to decipher them. That's no slight on our tradies. Most are far smarter and useful than lawyers anyway. Our tradies should be using their hands on power tools and paintbrushes, not having to turn over pages and pages of regulations telling them how to swing a hammer. And the same applies to our farmers, buried in paperwork. Unions like the CFMEU endorse these complex additions because it means more work for them. Meanwhile, quotes to build a new house leave Australians gobsmacked. The people who can afford these expensive houses are millionaire foreign buyers. There's no doubt that foreigners are buying houses here, and that comes at the expense of an Australian who can't get into a house. Where are the Labor government's union mates when it comes to the issue of foreign buyers? They're completely silent. Completely silent. The government calls it foreign investment. Wrong, it's not investment. This is foreign ownership. Worst of all, Australia can't believe what the government tells us about how many foreigners are buying houses. The Foreign Investment Review Board says foreigners buy less than 1% of houses. Yet the New South Wales state government charges a foreign purchase tax, surcharge and records. The number is more than double that. Surveys show it's much higher. When you ask real estate agents who they're selling to, as the NAB property survey does, they say the number of foreign buyers is 10%. What about shelf companies, trusts with beneficial interests, so-called dark money and foreign retail purchasers? Are foreign buyers of housing sneaking through the cracks? I've been trying to get this question answered since November with a series of technical questions to the Australian Taxation Office. They run a data matching program which matches the 2.4 million names of every seller and purchaser of every house in the country against ATO records. There's a simple question about those records. How many of those 2.4 million names are Australian citizens and how many aren't? How many are foreign? Trying to get the ATO to answer that question is like trying to get blood out of a stone. Yet we're still selling houses en masse to foreigners. Trying to get the ATO, to be frank, whatever the answer, one house a foreigner buys is one too many, especially in the housing crisis. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, a catastrophe, when there should be zero foreign ownership of Australian housing. This is in Australia's interest to make it zero foreign housing, just like Canada and New Zealand have recently done. Yet where are the Labor government and unions like the CFMEU? They encourage more immigration, more foreign ownership and push the price of houses higher, as do the Greens. When Labor, and then want a rent ceiling. When Labor and the union-backed super funds aren't encouraging foreigners to snatch homes away from Australians, they're making sure renters will have multinational corporations as landlords, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. The concept is known as build to rent. Build to rent. It's about letting huge corporations like BlackRock and Vanguard build housing estates and unit blocks so that people will be stuck renting from them forever. The government touts this as a solution to the housing crisis. Creating forever renters paying corporate company landlords is not a fix, it's serfdom. A real solution is One Nation's policies to get more Australians owning their own home. The Albanese Labor government is responding to a problem of their own making. Housing approvals are falling as red and green tape slow down the approval process and as building codes put developers off. Housing approvals are the lowest they've been for many years. Construction is falling as costs rise, both from an increase in raw materials and an increase in interest rates, and an increase in bureaucrats that you've appointed instead of tradies. Sales are falling in line with falling real wages and increasing home prices. Labour shortage is correctly blamed, yet we have had 2.3 million new arrivals and only a few thousand of those were builders. As I said, a problem of the government's own making. The only response the government has is to throw taxpayers' money at the problem. Without blocks of land, without builders and without tradies, without building materials and without buyers, money can't achieve anything. One Nation's housing policy will get young Australians into their own home, even those with a HECS debt preventing saving for their own home, even those currently working families living under bridges, in tents, in caravan parks, in showgrounds, in parks, city parks. It's time for new common sense ideas. If people care about Australians, then it's time for One Nation.
Thank you, Senators. The motion before us is that the question moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no? I think the noes have it. Division required? Yes. Well, we will defer that division until tomorrow morning. Clerk.
Government business order of the day number 2, Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Costs Protection Bill 2023, second reading debate.
Sorry, I'm just finding my speaking list. I probably prematurely put it in the bin. Senator Scarr, are you seeking the call?
You're not in continuation? Oh, you're done.
Is Senator Green coming in continuation? She can't, well, she can't. You either need to call it, sorry, you'll need, okay. Quorum's not present, so please, yes, we're calling a quorum, thank you. That's... No. Oh, no. Quorum present. Senator Green, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I thank the Senate and I wanted to make a contribution to this important legislation. It's a privilege to speak on a really important piece of law reform that builds on a body of work undertaken by our government to implement the recommendations of the Respect at Work report, a crucial report when it comes to making our workplaces safer and making women protected at work. This bill marks a significant shift in how we protect and encourage those who will stand up for their rights. Sexual harassment is not inevitable, it is not acceptable, it is preventable. And today, with this bill, we take one further step in making that a reality here in Australia. The Australian Human Rights Commission found that 1 in 3 Australian workers have experienced workplace sexual harassment in the last 5 years. That is a devastating statistic for our country, and yet, as we all know, the Jenkins report sat on the shelf gathering dust under the previous government. Now, this is an important area of law reform, and it's something that I was very pleased to chair the inquiry into this piece of legislation. I thank my colleagues who participated in that inquiry and all of the submitters and the witnesses that came forward in this and previous iterations of legislation dealing with this topic. It's not easy to come forward and talk about sexual harassment. Women are brave when they do, and what this legislation does is protects those survivors of sexual harassment. It seeks to make sure that there is another stepping stone towards justice for these women. I'm very proud of the background that I have in coming to this Parliament as working for a lawyer representing workers, but particularly those workers who had suffered sexual harassment at the workplace. And in the very brief contribution that I'll get to make tonight, I just want to make it clear that we're going to hear throughout this debate many scenarios from those opposite particularly about what may play out. But we know the reality of what women particularly go through when they raise an issue of sexual harassment, how unsafe it makes them at work, how difficult it is for them to seek justice. And I have seen this with my own eyes. I have walked women through the steps. I've sat down with them and talked about the prospects of seeking justice and what their prospects might be. And what this bill does is to seek to make sure that the next time a woman in this country suffers sexual harassment at work, and someone like me or others who has the role of talking them through the steps that they need to take to protect themselves, to have their rights, to seek justice, that conversation doesn't end in, this may be too difficult for you to undertake. Because that's where we are at the moment. And so for all those scenarios that we will hear put forward by those opposite, and we heard some in the contribution from Senator Cash, none of those live in the reality of what women in workplaces in Australia are enduring. None of the opposition, none of the points put forward to criticise this bill are cemented in the reality of what women are facing in workplaces, and then what they face when they go to the courts and they go through the court process and they seek justice for what is an incredibly difficult time for them. I will have a chance to talk further on this bill, I understand, but I wanted to, first of all, just reiterate that this is about alleviating the risk of adverse costs for applicants in federal unlawful discrimination proceedings. And we know from the evidence that was put forward that that is integral to making sure that more people, particularly women, come forward in the first place. We don't want women to think twice about raising a complaint or seeking justice because of the cost that might be imposed later on through the court process. That is something that this bill seeks to rectify. It is unfinished work that makes our workplaces safer, and I'm very pleased that our government is finishing the work of Kate Jenkins and the Respect at Work bill. I'm thinking tonight about all of those women who've come forward to raise issues of sexual harassment, and this bill is for them. I'm going to continue. I think the bill proposes adopting an equal access model for unlawful discrimination. The bill would amend the Australian Human Rights Commission Act to ensure that applicants and respondents will bear their own costs in federal unlawful discrimination court proceedings. In those cases, and I'll talk about this in more depth hopefully at another opportunity, we've seen time and time again that there are situations where allowing the courts to award costs against an applicant occur in circumstances...
Thank you,
Thanks.
Senator Green. You'll be in continuation when the debate resumes. I propose that the Senate do now adjourn, and I call Senator Polly.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. In life, there are two certainties, death and taxes, but I think there may be a third. An incompetent Tasmanian state Liberal government which continues its shambolic run in office. Parliament isn't even sitting, but this is a state Liberal government that is in shambles. It's chaotic and it's lurching from one crisis to the next. Now, since we sat in this place, we've seen the Jackie Lambie network, who had at the recent state election elected 3 state members. Wow, 2 of those have left. They either left or that they were pushed. But at the end of the day, we have 2 new independent members and 1 only Jackie Lambie network person still sitting in the House of Assembly. Now, this is at a time when it is so crucial to have a strong government and a strong opposition and crossbench. The Liberal government has been running the state finances into the ground. And so when those people on the other side come into this chamber and critique this government, it's really interesting that the state Liberals who represent our state, the Liberals in this place as Senator, are very quiet on the fact that the Liberal government's budget deficit is now $1.5 billion. That is a record net debt of $3.5 billion. And let's remember that there's been so much debate about building a stadium for the AFL, which I support, a Tasmanian team, but this has been going on for so long. It's divided the state, particularly between the south, the north and the northwest coast. But what we haven't seen is anything from this state Liberal government to actually deliver any infrastructure. No further updates on the cost and when this stadium's going to be built. Another divisive infrastructure project was the Northern Prison. So what happened was, over 2 election cycles, they actually divided the north in relation to where a prison's going to be. They can't even deliver that. They've finally listened to the people of northern Tasmania and have decided against it. Then there are the 2 new spirits, which are so important to tourism in my home state of Tasmania, and also in terms of moving cargo between the Big Island and the centre of the universe in Tasmania. So what have they done? They've spent $80 million extra to keep the company that are building those spirits in business. But what is even more extraordinary is that there is no new birthing facilities in Devonport as yet for those spirits. So the question is, where are those spirits going to dock? When is the new port facility going to be available? And the big question is, the stadium at Macquarie Point, when, if ever, will that be built? We also then go to the Royal Hobart Hospital, redevelopment on the plans for year after year by this government that's been in power, obviously, for too long. And what are they going to do? They have reduced the redevelopment. They have doctors and staff at the Royal Hobart Hospital really concerned about that. But a really simple thing that they could have done, which has been years in the making, at least 3 years since I started agitating about this, is that this incompetent government can't even deliver a container deposit scheme for Tasmania. And we know we made a commitment, and so did the opposition at the last federal election, to build a Northern Hospice in Launceston, a standalone facility, and this state government is holding up that project. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened in terms of they've accepted the best site for that hospice, but it's just stalled because they can't move their own health department out to make way for the redevelopment. Why is Mr Rockcliffe continuing on this rocky road and not delivering for Tasmanians?
Thank you, Senator Polly. The time has expired. Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, President. We often speak about human rights in this place, and for very good reason. Human rights are central to the dignity of every human person. Any deprivation of these rights is equivalent to dehumanising a person, and there are very few crimes worse than this. The widespread dignity and respect afforded to every person throughout the world is the greatest achievement thus far of the human rights advocacy that we have witnessed over many decades. Australia has one of the best reputations in the world for defending these rights, and that is something that we all can be proud of. This Senate, the Joint Committee on Human Rights, and other aspects of this Parliament are essential vehicles for the protection of human rights within our own borders. As I said before, we should be proud of our record, but we also must never be complacent. Few human rights are more fundamental than the right to religious freedom. The right to choose a religion, or indeed the right to choose none, permits the individual to freely decide their outlook on life. So the information that came to light in the most recent United States State Department report on the status of religious freedom in the world is especially concerning. It revealed that the number of nations with extreme suppression of religious freedom is increasing. Nations such as Myanmar, Afghanistan, China, Iran, North Korea, and 11 other states have been designated as countries of particular concern regarding the limiting of religious freedom. 16 nations, up from 12 in the previous report, reflecting a macro trend of reduced religious freedom in problematic jurisdictions. I've spoken frequently in this chamber about the humanitarian crisis in Myanmar and highlight that one of the key elements of that crisis is the deprivation of religious freedom. It's been reported that the military junta there has been weaponised by a form of militant Buddhism to divide the nation, targeting citizens of other faiths and attempting to promote a form of religious nationalism that has devastated Christian, Muslim and other minority communities across Myanmar. Another example in the State Department report is the aftermath of the Taliban insurgency in Afghanistan. The return of extremist Islamic regime there has severely curtailed the rights of women and effectively outlawed any open religious practice outside the state's interpretation of Islam. Afghani women have suffered a tragic step back in their freedoms, including losing their access to education, work options, and even now instituting a requirement that they are always accompanied by a man. Similarly, there was the widely reported incidents that occurred after the tragic death of Mahsa Amini in Iran nearly 2 years ago, arrested and tortured for wearing what was described as an improper hijab. The response to the public outcry included further police brutality and arrests of Sunni Muslims, Christians and other individuals who did not conform to the Iranian government's religious policies. And of course there remains the ongoing repression in Tibet, where His Holiness the Dalai Lama is still unable to return to his spiritual and ancestral homeland. As I've said previously today, I met with a delegation of Tibetan parliamentarians who have recently reinvigorated their advocacy in our country to draw attention to Chinese Communist Party oppression, and reiterated the grave concern for those of the Buddhist faith that process of reincarnation of the Dalai Lama that is now in jeopardy given the Chinese government's restrictions on religious expression in Tibet. This amounts to an existential crisis for a global religion of 520 million people. We cannot allow these human rights breaches to continue unnoticed and without a response from our own country. The regimes will not stop without external pressure. Wherever possible and appropriate, Australia must continue to play its part to bring its strong and respected voice, to bring greater religious freedom and tolerance to the whole world, creating a world where such abuses are confined to the history books.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. Last week, Senator Ruston, Deputy Opposition Leader Susan Lee, and the member for Lindsay, Melissa McIntosh, and I, with the help of Western Sydney Executive Women, held a Women's Health Roundtable and community discussion in Penrith. One of the big issues that came up, and one that I'm familiar with from my work with the Senate's inquiry into it, was around menopause and perimenopause. This is a life event that women will go through in their lifetime, and it, for me, remains bewildering that it is still somewhat taboo. We heard that apparently it is a subject that falls into the category of tricky conversations. It really shouldn't be, because not talking about something has never actually solved anything. And when it comes to what women are asking for in this space, it isn't anything revolutionary or any type of impossible feat. We heard that women want flexible arrangements around work so that they can manage their symptoms and have easier access to modern medications, which for many women can be life-changing. Currently, shortages of these medications is a problem that we really need to address. Another key topic of discussion was around endometriosis. Endo is something we are increasingly learning more about, yet for decades, women who suffered with the symptoms were routinely dismissed. Many were told that it was all in their head or that pain and heavy periods were just a part of being a woman. Well, it's not a part of being a woman that anyone should have to deal with, and being in excruciating pain for a number of days every month isn't acceptable. Women want, and frankly deserve, access to up-to-date health services on the issues that do affect them. They don't want to be told that their symptoms are made up or not as bad as they think they are. Endometriosis is a big issue in the women's health space, with 1 in 9 females in Australia developing it at some time in their lives. It's something that deserves broader attention. We also had the opportunity to discuss the importance of IVF and accessibility to IVF. Families are important, and we want to encourage an environment where if people want to start a family, they can. And if they need help, then that help is available. IVF offers a choice of family making to people who may otherwise not be able to. Women's health is really important, and last week's roundtable in Western Sydney gave us some insights as to how we as policymakers should approach it and what best practice does and does not look like. I would like to thank my colleagues, the health professionals and the women of Western Sydney for their time and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.